Beijing's drug release is the focus of this new drug release conference. Whether it is drug dealers from all walks of life or Zhou Hao, they are paying special attention to this Beijing drug release, especially when Xiao Jiming proposed to release 500 drugs in Beijing. The whole venue was lively. Even if the other provinces are reissued areas, they are much worse than Beijing. Beijing's share this time is equivalent to the sum of the northwestern provinces. They wondered if they could get a little share from the agents in Beijing. This way, they can be more relaxed here. Of course, they also cursed Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical company privately, sending out such medicine at a time. You can discuss it. This time the share is a bit large. You can discuss whether you plan to act alone or cooperate with others. Wait for 5 minutes to start the auction. The reserve price remains unchanged, but I advise you to think clearly. Otherwise, you can't accept the bid price, and you will suffer a loss. Xiao Jiming saw everyone talking in a low voice, and was simply more generous and gave them time to discuss. Now that the host has said so, everyone does not need to whisper anymore. They are all discussing in a low voice. It seems that the 500 medicines sold this time are both attractive and stressful enough. The strength of the 8 companies in Beijing is quite different. Not too big. If you want to win the agency right alone, you are not sure. Zhou Hao also noticed that representatives of 3 companies made a phone call. You don't need to think about it. They must be asking the headquarters for instructions. The companies that come here to participate in the bidding are not necessarily the company's top executives. Many of them are one. Some supervisors can call the shots for less than much money. The price of cancer drugs released by Zhou Hao has exceeded expectations. It is estimated that the representatives of their companies can no longer bear the pressure. However, Zhou Hao also noticed that 2 of them were calmer and only exchanged with people around them. If you have any opinions, please wait for the bidding with peace of mind. Since Zhou Hao's rebirth, he has been in contact with all kinds of people. Not only his eyes are fierce, but they are also very vicious. The 2 of them can't escape Zhou Hao's eyes. They seem to be more important in the company, character, and have confidence in his company. He thinks it's good for him to stand on the sidelines like this. Everyone is busy bidding for drugs, and they don't pay much attention to their identity. Looking at them now, he can have a general judgment. In the future, it seems that things like this should be done frequently, at least not to be overcast. 5 minutes passed quickly. Xiao Jiming tapped on the table lightly to signal everyone to stop communicating, and then he said, "Everyone, 5 minutes has passed. You should almost discuss it. Now we are going to start. It's bidding, please get ready." After Xiao Jiming finished speaking, the audience was quiet, and their eyes were fixed on Xiao Jiming. They also used eye contact with each other. People who have already had an agreement are naturally ready to cooperate. When the time comes, how to distribute privately, just wait for the agent. After getting the right, Zhou Hao can clearly distinguish between them and whom is a cooperative relationship. Now we will start bidding, with 500 new drug products, and the Beijing area agency rights. Same as before, the unit price is 500,000 yuan, and the total price is 25 million yuan. Each bidding price is 1 million yuan. Let's start now. Xiao Jiming did not let it. Everyone waited a long time and quickly started the auction in Beijing. His voice just fell. Someone has already called out. 30 million. This is one of the 3 people who called to ask for instructions before. Anyway, the unit price will not be less than 1 million. Now it is directly called up to 5 million. No problem. Humph, 40 million. Someone immediately followed suit and directly increased by 10 million. He is one of the 8 companies in Beijing, but he didn't ask for instructions before, but discussed with other companies. Maybe he should be a group purchase. Zhou Hao watched the price rises one after another. At first they were rising from 5 to 10 million. When the price reached 80 million, they started to slow down. However, the people from the 8 companies did not mean to give up. All have reached a unit price of 3 million, and now it is less than 2 million. Everyone has spare capacity. And this time Zhou Hao carefully observed that the 2 companies that had not responded much before had only bid once, and there has been no movement. It seems that they have not done much, but Zhou Hao and others also understand that they must be waiting for the price behind, don't want to compete in front. The 3 may be joint companies, and the 3 companies that have consulted their superiors. Although they are not as calm as the 2, they gradually calm down. No matter how fierce the competition between them is, the final profit is Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical company, They naturally cannot raise the price too high. When the price rises to 100 million, the unit price will also reach 2 million. There is still a lot of room for this kind of price to rise. After all, the price of Beijing this time cannot be lower than Shanghai, and the 6 companies still bidding backwards, raising 1 million each time. No one has reached their bottom line. The other 2 companies probably think that the price is almost the same, and they can join the bidding. One of them opened up again and directly set the price at 120 million. This price has almost reached the price of several special zones, which is considered relatively high. And this is only his second bid. Representatives of pharmaceutical companies in other provinces felt that Beijing's water pool was not easy to mix. At first, they thought their company was one of the best in the province. But if you let yourself so easily offer a price of 120 million to buy 500 points for cancer treatment, good medicines are really hard to say. Although they are not as careful as Zhou Hao, they can see that this company is not associated with other companies. It should be considered as strong. The other 7 companies saw that his price was already high to a certain level, and they did not immediately follow as before. Asking prices are all calculated in their hearts, and they are also discussed with people around them. Xiao Jiming was not satisfied with such a price. It was not as high as the price in Shanghai. He thought in his heart and said in a deep voice, Bright Yuhua Pharmaceutical Group bid 120 million. Is there any higher price? 120 million taels? 10,000 times. Although he is not a professional auctioneer, he still understands the knock on the door, deliberately creating tension. Both he and Zhou Hao know that this is definitely not the final price, but it is indeed imperative to force the drug dealers on the scene. If there is no such tension, how the price can rise? Everyone understands the truth, but it can't help being led by Xiao Jiming. These drug companies are determined to get Zhou Hao's cancer treatment drugs, and Guangming Yuhua can't let Guangming Yuhua take it away at such a price. The drug dealers who had previously asked their leaders immediately raised their placards. 130 million. He suddenly raised the price by 10 million. Before it was 1 million and 1 million long. I'm paying 135 million. Then one of the representatives of the other 3 companies also increased the price. In fact, relatively speaking, their 3 combined companies should be stronger than the other 5. They are all fighting alone, can get a little help from the pharmaceutical groups of other provinces at best. But now that the cards of each company are fully displayed, I know that although the scale of the 8 companies seems to be not much different, the difference in strength is huge. The representatives of the 2 companies who have not discussed with anyone before rely solely on the strength of their own companies. He bid again, 140 million. Seeing his relaxed look, if someone bids higher, he will still follow along. Another relatively silent company still has plenty of power. Although the 2 of them only have their own company, they are not weaker than the others. After the price of 140 million was called, the representatives of the 3 companies who have consulted their superiors are a little bit sweaty. Although they have predicted that the price of medicines in Beijing will exceed that in Shanghai, which is more than 3 million copies per unit, they will inevitably be a little nervous when they arrive. It's not an exaggeration for a large company in China to have a transaction volume of over 100 million, but now that hundreds of medicines have reached this price, it's a bit stressful. Although the price of medicines in Shanghai is high, the share is small, and the total price is not more than 100 million yuan. Now the quantity in Beijing is large, and the average company really can't afford it. The 3 joint companies negotiated and called out the equivalent of the Shanghai area. The unit price, the total price, is 150 million. This price was equal to today's highest price. Seeing that the representatives of the 2 more powerful companies did not have any tension on their faces, he knew that their cards were not yet available. He wrote down their names in his heart. One is Guangming Yuhua. One is called Shengshi Weiya. The 2 pharmaceutical groups named Zhou Hao had never heard of them in their previous life. These 2 companies that are not particularly well known, but have such a strong strength. Not only Zhou Hao, others are also unexpected. It can be seen that the background of these 2 companies is not simple. Zhou Hao intends to check after returning. Check them. Maybe they are related to which faction. When he was thinking about it, the 3 pharmaceutical companies that had requested instructions from their superiors finally gave up the bid. The price they and their superiors requested was about 3 million yuan. Now the price has reached 160 million yuan, which is not what they can afford. Because the other three joint companies can share, obviously they still have the power to fight. Although there are 5 companies competing now, it is actually divided into 3 parts. Although the price climbed slowly, it eventually reached a high price of 190 million yuan, with a unit price of 3.8 million. Now the 3 joint ventures can no longer support it. Choosing to abandon the auction and continue, it may not be worth the loss. There are only 2 remaining. They bid with each other before. The reason why the price is so high this time is due to them. Now that the 3 joint companies have given up, everyone else thinks they will come to a battle, but Shandowaya, after the 3 companies withdrew from the bidding, they also gave up the bidding altogether. In the end, 500 premium cancer drugs and the agency rights of the Beijing district all fell into the hands of Guangming Yuhua Pharmaceutical Group, which had an asking price of 190 million. The release of the new drug can be described as surprisingly complete. Even Zhou Hao foretells that the new drug will definitely bring him huge profits. Unexpectedly, it is just an agency and has already made himself a lot of money. I felt that making money in the past was like begging for food, but now it's just grabbing money. He underestimated the extent to which those rich people are afraid of death. If those rich people can extend their lifespan, they don't care about spending 1.8 million yuan. These high-quality cancer drugs may seem to be released at a time, but in fact, if they are distributed to the whole in the world, there is no market at all, and the premium medicines that agents actually buy will not be sold. Anyone who has no relatives or friends, even if it cannot be said that all of them will get cancer, at least they can be used as a spare. Anyway, the quality of Zhou Hao's new medicine is good, and the shelf life is a full 10 years. In fact, this medicine is not originally a high consumable product, and it is necessary to ensure the reputation of its own pharmaceutical company and simply give everyone some benefits. This kind of medicine is scattered among my friends, and then they are used to give gifts to open up the relationship. After such a toss, the agents who took 100 or 150 medicines will not use it for long. The money will be gone. It is certainly not a loss. As long as you can get through a few joints, it is enough to redeem yourself. Zhou Hao watched the whole process at today's press conference. After all, there are more than 30 provinces in the China region. Even if the process is not slow, it took a day. When the bidding in Beijing was over, it was already night and a busy day. No one felt tired. They were all very excited. After the release of this new drug, even if there is no statistics, it is already known that the profits are huge. In auction houses all over the world, there are several cases where a single transaction exceeds 100 million yuan. If you count those close to 100 million yuan, many are responsible for the auction. People are all excited. Such a big business. They don't even dare to think about it. But they have dealt with themselves several times. Even if the money can't get into their pockets, it is enough to make them sleepless. After Zhou Hao took everyone to eat at night, he added a shift to make a thorough calculation of the income this time. But today, the income has reached 15 billion yuan. Even if the government's shareholding is handed over, his own income has exceeded tens of billions, and this is just the beginning. However, Zhou Hao also knows that although the benefits of subsequent drug sales are considerable, they are not so exaggerated. After all, the sales are ordinary drugs. Even ordinary people can consume them. Although the benefits are not small, at least not huge profits, otherwise the state will definitely intervene. Zhou Hao's domestic drug prices are fixed for drug dealers, and a price limit is set for those drug agents. The unit price cannot be higher or lower. As for the actual price, they are responsible for it. If someone violates, immediately disqualify the agency. This is to prevent someone from taking this to make huge profits or use price wars to hit other drugs and affect the market economy. Zhou Hao doesn't think he is so great, but he strictly prohibits things that disrupt market order. Of course, there are restrictions on foreign agents, but not as strict as China. The drug prices of those foreign agents are slightly higher than those of domestic agents, and of course they will not be much higher. Otherwise, those agents can get the goods directly from Zhou Hao's agents in China, but their foreign price limits are also high. It will be slightly higher. This is a win-win situation. Zhou Hao wants to make foreigners money, and those foreign agents want to make profits. The two sides hit it off. Regarding Zhou Hao's differentiated treatment, the Central Committee represented by Zhou Liren had no opinion. Although they participated in a pharmaceutical company's shareholding, they had no right to speak. Moreover, they secretly made Zhou Hao's behavior of making foreign money. It is still very encouraging. Even the Dong family faction has no complaints about it. In the final analysis, no matter how fierce the central faction disputes may be, it is only an internal issue in China. When facing foreign countries, everyone's opinions are still the same. Although Zhou Hao's cancer drug will make great benefits from it, in the final analysis, it can also be regarded as a matter of prestige in our country. The United States always says that medical science is advanced beyond China, but China has developed cancer drugs, and they don't have any specific drugs. From this point of view, Zhou Hao will win glory for the country, otherwise the army will not be sent. As Zhou Hao's personal bodyguard, the state had no explicit support and secretly helped Zhou Hao a lot. After the release of this new drug, Zhou Hao did statistics and reported to the central government without any concealment of the income. The central government only holds 20% of the shares in the pharmaceutical company and will not interfere in any affairs. Management, but things on the books cannot be concealed. He still doesn't think he can be strong enough to fight against a country, and he has not thought about doing it against the country. The pharmaceutical company's business is not just his personal business. He had already planned it before he founded the company. This time was a victory for the first time, a very good start. He took everyone to count today's earnings and immediately contacted Li Shuihan and others. As expected, people in the US, Japan, and India also knew that the new drug was released today, and the defense would definitely be weakened. At the same time, he wanted to sneak into the pharmaceutical industry, go inside the base to steal the formula of cancer drugs. Such an action naturally failed. The members of the army and the ninja led by Hongya were told by Zhou Hao, and they were prepared for a long time. Even if the people from the United States, Japan, and India did their best, they could only come back, and according to speculation, this time it should be their last effort. After all, after a long time since the release of the new drug, the value of the drug formulation will decrease, and it is not worth it to spend a lot of energy to steal it. In addition to the members of the First Army and Hongya, the Pluto security arranged by Zhou Hao is also very effective. They are responsible for protecting personal safety and protecting everything related to Zhou Hao, as well as important people related to pharmaceutical companies, even if there are no top-notch people. Experts can be regarded as not a small protective force, and those people are not the key targets of the United States, Japan, and India. Zhou Hao went directly to Hongya and Li Shuihan from the auction venue. He not only wanted to ask about the sneak attack, but also asked them to help investigate several companies. Zhou Hao remembers the companies that participated in the auction. Clearly, he suspected that these companies had something to do with the bosses who got the mercenary group, especially the last two companies, Shandaweiya and Guangming Yuhua. At first, everyone at these two companies thought there would be a battle, but they were actually united. After Guangming Yuhua defeated the three joint companies, Shandaweiya immediately stopped bidding. Everyone is not a fool and naturally understand the problem. The two have not shown any contact from the beginning, but they are secretly united. Obviously, they could not know the format of the auction in Beijing before, which means that they had already decided before the auction started. Under the joint agreement, if there is no problem between the two companies, who can believe it? However, they are all well-known pharmaceutical groups in Beijing. On the surface, there is no problem. Zhou Hao decided to let Li Shuihan and Hongya use their own efforts to investigate. This is regarded as a private suspicion and cannot go to Yu Jingyu for help. But he believes Li Shuihan, this former leader of the First Army and four leaders, must have his own means. In any case, Hongya and Li Shuihan are both their own women. Yu Jingyu is his friend. The closeness is obvious. After Zhou Hao came to Li Shuihan and Hongya's residence, the two women were waiting at home. They knew Zhou Hao was coming. Even if they knew Zhou Hao came for official business and couldn't help but be happy. Li Shuihan has always been cold outside and hot inside. Even if he doesn't say anything, he always thinks about Zhou Hao. Hong Yi is the opposite of her. She has always been enthusiastic towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao just walked in and gave Zhou Hao a warm hug, and at the same time sent a sweet kiss, almost hanging on Zhou Hao's body. Zhou Hao knew that it must be Hongya that was coming up. He also unceremoniously made a French wet kiss. Then he let go of her and held Li Shuihan in his arms. No matter what she was struggling, it was just a kiss. He knew even if Li Shuihan and Hongya make love with him, he still can't do such an active thing. However, Li Shuihan is still a jealous jar. If she favors one another, even if she doesn't say anything, she will definitely be acidic in her heart. Zhou Hao is already a veteran of the flowers. He has a very correct grasp of Li Shuihan's mentality. Li Shuihan is still a little rebellious where he kissed. After stroking her body twice, she suddenly felt soft. When Zhou Hao released Li Shuihan's starry eyes opened slightly, and his cheeks were red, as if he was drunk. Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao had been in contact for a long time. The body that had been developed by him was sensitive and had some contact. I couldn't stand Zhou Hao's temptation, and my heart surged. When she woke up, she found that Hongya was looking at herself with a smile, and she knew that everything she had just now was seen by Hongya. And even if she was always intimate with Zhou Hao, it was not once or twice. Zhu Qiao's face became even redder, and she twisted Zhou Hao's waist hard. Zhou Hao knew that Li Shuihan was shy and dared not scream out, enduring the pain. He reached out and grabbed her little hand and said to Hongya and Li Shuihan, "Our new drug release was very successful, but I encountered 2 comparisons at the auction this time. Suspicious companies need to use your power to investigate me." Li Shuihan's hand was held by Zhou Hao, and when he was talking about business again, she stopped struggling and stood with Hongya. She found that she was too close to Zhou Hao, and it was difficult to calmly think about the problem. He opened his mouth and said, "You tell me about the 2 companies, and we will arrange for someone to investigate." Hongya also said with a serious face, "You can talk about the situation this time first. We have been busy preparing for the sneak attack by those people today, and don't pay much attention to the auction." Zhou Hao gave Hongya and Li Shuihan a detailed description of the situation of Guangming Yuhua and Shandaweiya, and then asked them to investigate, focusing on investigating the connection between them and the group behind them. He felt that it was certain, will be important content. Hongya and Li Shuihan listened to Zhou Hao's introduction very carefully. They are also smart people. Naturally, they also heard the problem from Zhou Hao's introduction. They are also very interested in the secret between the 2 companies. Li Shuihan first, he opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry, this matter is covered by us. We often do the investigation of information, and we are very experienced. Yeah, this is just a small matter. Just leave it to us and rest assured. Before tomorrow night, I will definitely give you all the news you want to know." Hongya also agreed. Although this is China, it is like a ninja. Such a fascinating ability. No matter how willing to spend money, it is not difficult to get some news. I asked you to help check this out. I naturally believe in your abilities. This is not an urgent matter. Whether they are the people I want to find is still unclear, but I guess there should be a relationship. What's going on in India? This time the loss is so great. Should they give up? Zhou Hao nodded and changed the subject. Hongya smiled and said, "This time they lost a lot of tripartite. I don't know how much they lost, but I know very well in Japan that the masters of the IGA and Koga ninja families have lost at least a third. 1. The master sent to China seems to have only one quasi-excellent leader, and most of the others have lost." Li Shuihan added, "According to our investigation, the United States has lost most of its agents, and based on the inference you told me, the robots they sent to China this time have also been wiped out. This time the United States has lost tens of billions. US dollars. Really stealing chicken is not a counter-loss of rice." Zhou Hao nodded. Li Shuihan and Hongya are responsible for this safety work. They must know the data better than themselves, but Zhou Hao can probably guess the losses of the United States, Japan, and India. Their deaths and injuries should already be most of their power. Now, Zhou Hao doesn't believe that there are so many first-class masters and quasi-extreme ones among those 3 countries. Well, these days, they either retreat directly or make the final attack. No matter which is the case, we can't take it lightly. Just trouble the 2 of you to use some snacks. We must not let them succeed in the end." Zhou Hao thought about it, stood up and said. Hongya then stood up and said with a smile, "Don't be so polite with us. Isn't I here to protect you this time? And we didn't have any loss this time. Everything came from secretly. Our shrine Yufeng Liu is not so easy to suffer." Li Shuihan also stood up and asked, "Are you not living here today? You have to go home so late." As he said, he couldn't help being a little bit acidic, no matter how deep Zhou Hao's feelings were for him. After all, his wife is still Zhao Yuqin. Thinking that he still has to go home with his wife so late, there will always be some discomfort. Hearing Li Shuihan's tone, Zhou Hao knew what she was thinking. He slapped her plump buttocks and smiled and said, "Don't be jealous. I'm not going home now. I'm going to meet someone. It's business. I'm born to work hard, but I can't rest anytime and anywhere." He said that he kissed Hongye and Li Shuihan's mouth respectively, and then pushed the door out. He did not speak. Today he is destined to not be able to go home. He is going to see someone whose cultivation base is not too different from his own. Many people, he wants to determine the specific situation of the United States, Japan, and India. Hongye and Li Shuihan know that Zhou Hao will not lie to them, so they don't say any more. It's too late today. They will get up tomorrow to arrange manpower to investigate these two companies. With the ability of Li Shuihan and Hongye, they want to investigate within one day. There is no problem with the backstage of two general pharmaceutical companies. Zhou Hao left Hongye and Li Shuihan's home, directly dialed a phone call, and said with a smile, "Mr. Yanaju Kenjiro, do you have time now? I have something to ask you. You can tell me a place, and we will see you." There was also Kenjiro Yanaju's laughter from the other side, and he simply agreed. "Okay, you can come directly to my hotel now. I have no one here. It is convenient for you to come. I will stay in Beijing Hotel Room 1408. Zhou Hao nodded and said, "Okay, I'll be there right away. I'm really not far from there. Mr. Kenjiro Yanagi really knows how to enjoy." Kenjiro Yanaju laughed and said modestly, "I'm all on a business trip at public expense. How can I really enjoy it? It's just to let Mr. Zhou Hao take a look. Don't think we are a poor company without money and don't want to cooperate with us." Zhou Hao joked while driving and hung up the phone. He really wanted to do business. He was going to see Kenjiro Yanagi. Compared with the ninja of Hongye, Kenjiro Yanaju would definitely be able to get in touch more clearly. The decision-makers of Japanese ninjas, after all, are the families of Iga, Koga, and Yagyu who are dispatched in name. It can be seen from the underground palace that Iga and Koga are actually defensive to the Yanaju family. At least in this matter, Zhou Hao guessed that they were hiding the Yanaju family. This time, he went to see Kenjiro Yanaju. Not only want to know what the ninja is doing, but also give him some more confidential information. Zhou Hao and Kenjiro Yagyu became partners because of the new drug. However, this kind of partnership is only based on interests and is far from friends. However, both parties have common interests and want to do some transactions that are like information sharing should not be difficult. Beijing Hotel is a relatively famous hotel in Beijing. Many foreign guests will stay here when they come to Beijing. Not only is it because of its good service, but also a status symbol. People who can live here must have a certain status. Li Shuihan and Hongye's home is indeed not far from here. In less than half an hour, Zhou Hao had come to the door of Kenjiro Yanagi's room. Before he could knock on the door, Kenjiro Yanagi had opened the door and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou Hao, you will be there really soon, and I will pay. I was overjoyed to think you would have to wait at least an hour." Zhou Hao admired Kenjiro Yanaju's Chinese very much. As a Japanese, it is very rare to have Chinese literature to such a degree. One or two idioms popped out at every turn, which is stronger than many authentic Chinese people. You can also see from this. It can be concluded that Kenjiro Yanagi really belongs to the pro-China faction. "Good evening, Mr. Kenjiro Yanagi. I was looking for something to do with you today, and it happened to be nearby, so I rushed over immediately. It should be convenient for you." Zhou Hao was not surprised that Kenjiro Yanagi knew that he had come to the door. As a supermaster, if someone can get so close to him and still hasn't responded, he's not far from death. Zhou Hao didn't deliberately put his footsteps down. The extremely vigilant ninja, the supermaster ninja, would naturally find himself coming, and Kenjiro Yanagi did not talk nonsense, nodded and said, "Mr. Zhou Hao, please, there is no one of us around here, because mine under special circumstances, it is impossible to stay in a hotel with them." Although he did not specifically explain any special circumstances, Zhou Hao could also guess that his purpose in coming to China was not to deal with himself, and with his cultivation base and identity, he wanted to live alone without opposition, and with Zhou Hao's strength, can also sense that there is no third party here except for himself and Kenjiro Yanaju. "Mr. Zhou Hao, what would you like to drink, red wine or coffee?" Kenjiro Yanagi asked Zhou Hao with a smile, like an attentive host. Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "Mr. Yanaju Kenjiro, you don't need to be so polite. I came to see you. There are indeed important things, and it is related to your family. I don't know if you are interested." Zhou Hao is not a fool. The performance of Kinjiro Yagyu is obviously because he guessed that he has something to ask him. In this case, he naturally has to take a stand. In Zhou Hao's view, Kinjiro Yanagi is more like a businessman than a super ninja. If there is no good thing, he obviously won't do it. Kinjiro Yanagi really guessed that Zhou Hao had something to ask for himself. The cooperative relationship between him and Zhou Hao was limited to the sale of new medicines. If his Yanagi family had enough capital and he was also a master, Zhou Hao would definitely not. Give yourself the agency of the new drug. And now that he came to find himself, it must have something to do with the Japanese ninja. He would not easily tell Zhou Hao anything unless there is something for him. But now I heard Zhou Hao talk about something that concerns his family. Kinjiro Yanagi, I have to pay attention to it. Mr. Zhou Hao, if you have something to say, what matters is so important, and it is still related to my family. Even if Kinjiro Yagyu is so old and related to his family, he had to ask. He knew Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is not a whisperer. Zhou Hao didn't confuse his appetite and asked, Mr. Yanagi Kinjiro, before the release of the new drug, you and IGA Koga's people should have been in contact. You didn't find anything unusual about them. For example, what actions did they do? The one who carried you didn't inform you at all. You don't need to say that, I also know. They notified me of everything at first, but then I always found excuses to shirk. They didn't notify me afterwards, and they definitely plan to go back and sue me to the emperor, but we are not afraid. Yes, you wouldn't just want to say this. Yanagi Kinjiro smiled unsurprisingly. Mr. Yagyu Kinjiro is right. What I want to say this time is indeed related to this, but there is one difference. They did not notify you of their actions. At first they were indeed pushed by you. However, in the latest action, they didn't tell you on purpose, and the reason is that they don't want you to participate in it. Zhou Hao did not refute Kinjiro Yanagi's words, but took advantage of the trend. Zhou Hao knows people's psychology very well. If he speaks against Yanagi Kinjiro, he will definitely not believe what he said, and even suspect that he is deliberately provoking. But if he follows his words like this, he will move a little bit, as expected. Kinjiro Yagyu heard his words and frowned. Mr. Yanagi Kinjiro, it's not that I'm making trouble here. It's really hard to see. You may not know some things. You think they really regard you as an ally, but they have been guarding you, otherwise they won't have any. It's hidden from you. You've been kept in the dark. Zhou Hao knew that Kinjiro Yanagi was concerned and immediately continued. Kinjiro Yanagi raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in disbelief, Mr. Zhou Hao, can you tell me the truth? The relationship between you and me is a cooperative relationship. There is no need to say so vaguely. You can be blunt, I am definitely not. I think you're picking things up. He really understands everything, idioms and slang. Zhou Hao looked at Kinjiro Yanagi intently, and then said slowly, well, since Mr. Kinjiro Yanagi wants to know so much, then I won't hide it. After speaking, he seemed to make Kinjiro Yanagi up his ears, and then continued, I don't know if Mr. Yagyu heard that the people from IGA and Koga the previous 2 days, combined with the masters of the United States and India, did an action against me. They are dealing with Mr. Zhou Hao almost every day, but I have a cooperative relationship with you now, so naturally I will not participate in it, but I am a ninja after all. If Mr. Zhou Hao wants to find out from me, I can only forgive it. Kinjiro Yanagi is not a fool, and said very cunningly. Zhou Hao also knows that Kinjiro Yanagi is not good. He heard him say that, and he clapped and laughed. I know Mr. Kinjiro Yanagi is a good friend, and he won't deal with them, and he won't betray them. But you listen to me tell you about them this time, it's estimated that your thoughts will change. Then I will listen carefully, and I also want to know what secrets Mr. Zhou Hao has for a long time to hang my appetite. Kinjiro Yanagi still said nothing, but casually. Zhou Hao secretly said an old fox, but he also had a bottom in his heart. He believed that as long as he told Kinjiro Yanagi what had happened before, he would not be so calm anymore. Whoever always thought he was aloof, he knew that he was actually being killed. Excluding the center of power will no longer matter. The cause of the matter is this. The 3 parties from the United States, Japan, and India joined forces to carry out a sneak attack on people around me the day before yesterday. They successfully robbed a friend of mine, and then asked me to meet with them and went to Shenyang. Zhou Hao thought in his heart, and talked about what happened the previous 2 days. Many people participated in this incident from beginning to end, but in the end only Zhou Hao survived. Of course, Zhou Hao wouldn't tell the truth. He used Chuanxiu brushwork in many of his words to articulate and describe the institutions of the underground palace very powerfully. There are no treasures, and there are countless treasures. Of course, in the end, he will definitely say that he escaped from the underground palace after 9 deaths, but the underground palace was also destroyed. And he especially emphasized that this is the United States, Japan, and India. Obviously, they have known there a long time ago, but they just let themselves be cannon fodder. Although the meaning is the same, the focus of his speech is that the Japanese side has isolated the Yanaju family. If you want to get the benefits, you don't share it with the Yanaju family. Things were very thrilling at first, and under the explanation of Zhou Hao, who has ulterior motives, even many adventure movies are not as good as his experience in the previous 2 days. Even a supermaster like Kinjiro Yanagi, after listening to Zhou Hao's description, I don't think I can retreat under such an institution. Of course, he is not so easy to believe in Zhou Hao. After all, everyone except Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan is dead. There is no evidence of death. No matter what Zhou Hao says, others can't refute it. Naturally, he will not be too stupid to want to go. Wang Shijuan asked for confirmation that the two of them were lovers, so naturally they were frustrated. Mr. Zhou Hao, are all the things you said true? This kind of thing can be big or small. Don't joke, Mr. Zhou Hao. Even though he had believed Zhou Hao's words, Kinjiro Yanagi had to be sure. After Zhou Hao finished speaking, he knew that Kinjiro Yanagi had believed it. He spoke now, but it was a little unbelievable. However, Zhou Hao's face sank and said unhappy. What does Mr. Kinjiro Yanagi mean? Don't talk about us. It's a partner. Even if you are someone who has nothing to do with me, I don't have to make so many stories. And the most important point is that although the explorers are dead, but the planners, it is estimated that there are people in the United States, Japan, and India who know the inside story. You may as well investigate and see if I have lied. I just can't read it. IGA and the Koga Ninja clan, they were obviously allies with you, but they left you behind when such big interests appeared. Zhou Hao's words were like a knife inserted into Kinjiro Yanagi's heart. Kinjiro Yagyu clearly knew that Zhou Hao's remarks were suspected of instigating discord, but what he said was definitely true. The matter was just like Zhou Hao said. Perhaps the process was adding fuel to it, but there should be no doubt about the matter itself. It seems Kogai's people really acted privately behind their backs. In the Japanese ninja world, the Yanagi family is superior to IGA and Koga in terms of financial power. In this operation, because of the participation of Kinjiro Yanagi, the Yanagi family's position is relatively detached, and it is said that this operation is not the dominant one. For the sake of it, it was only later that the Yagyu family and Xiao Yifeng cooperated that IGA and Koga were the masters of action. As a top master, Kinjiro Yanagi has the pride of a top master. He always thought that the people of IGA and Koga were daring to say nothing about him at best. If they did anything, he must ask himself for instructions. The result was such a big treasure hunt. He actually jumped over, and Kinjiro Yanagi felt that his authority had been challenged. Mr. Zhou Hao, I will investigate this matter later. If the people in IGA and Koga really do this, they will definitely have a good lesson. Let them know that the Japanese ninja world is not the two of them have the final say. Kinjiro Yanagi thinks more and more irritated, and his words become more rude. Don't be angry, Mr. Yagyu Kinjiro. I also know about the situation in the Japanese ninja world. Who doesn't know that the Yanagi family is very important? IGA and Koga are just clowns, and we are a cooperative relationship with you. We are also considered an offensive and defensive alliance. I will always support you. Zhou Hao knew that Kinjiro Yanagi had been provoked by himself, and immediately stated his stance. Kinjiro Yanagi naturally understood what Zhou Hao meant at this time, and smiled in his heart. Mr. Zhou Hao, your new drug release conference was very successful. According to my estimation, the revenue will not be less than 10 billion. This is just now. At the beginning, it seems that your new drug prospects are very good. Zhou Hao secretly said that it's not good. This guy will definitely change the subject without reason. He smiled and said, why? The materials for these new drugs are hard to find. The money I made this time will allow me to find more. It's just the raw materials. I don't know if the prospects are wonderful or not, at least not at a loss. Both of them are savvy businessmen, and they understand each other's nonsense. Kinjiro Yanaju didn't say much and said straightforwardly, Mr. Zhou Hao, your new drug release this time. I think the share of the Japanese side is a little bit less. Depending on your drug reserves, there should be more. I wonder if we can increase the share of our cooperation a little bit. Zhou Hao knew that this was the true intentions of Kenjiro Yagyu. This guy is worthy of being a shrewd businessman. He has clearly stood on the united front with him in his heart, and he has to get some additional benefits, but this is not impossible. Anyway, I want to get it from him. Knowing some things, and the share of medicines has increased slightly, the income can also be higher, and the impact will be small. Mr. Yagyu Kenjiro, it's not that I don't want to improve, but if you think about it, our medicines are distributed all over the world, and there are a lot of medicines in every region. It's really nervous, and people from the United States, Japan, and India are always watching. I have to be cautious at all times. Don't dare not reserve some medicines. Zhou Hao understood Kenjiro Yanagi's thoughts and began to bargain. Kenjiro Yanagi took care of family affairs for many years. Even if he became a top master, he was still a business elite. But Zhou Hao was so cunning at such an age. He did not expect to love him, but he was also happy to have such a shrewd man. An ally. As long as the interests of both parties are shared, they are definitely a good partner. Mr. Zhou Hao, rest assured that the threats from the United States, Japan, and India are no longer a problem. As far as I know, after many collisions with Mr. Zhou Hao's forces, there are not many masters, and I just heard you say that they are in the Shenyang area. Having lost so much, even if they want to do to you, they are already powerless. Kenjiro Yanagi gave his message. Zhou Hao was more confident in his heart. It seemed that his guess was correct. The other party really lost a lot. With Kenjiro Yanagi, he would know what to do next, but he still smiled and said, "Since Mr. Yanagi has signed the ticket, naturally, I can trust you. If the threats from the United States, Japan, and India are gone, it is not impossible to increase the share of points." I don't know how much Mr. Yanagi Kenjiro intends to increase. Knowing that the information he provided satisfied Zhou Hao, Kenjiro Yagyu quickly said, "Their threat is definitely gone, and if there is any change, I will communicate with Mr. Zhou Hao. After all, everyone is a cooperative relationship. I can't let him. What is your partner's loss? If you increase it by 50%, do you see any difficulties?" After Kenjiro Yanagi was successfully provoked by Xiao Yifeng, he wisely chose to stand on Xiao Yifeng's side. After two bargaining, Zhou Hao promised to increase Kenjiro Yanagi's share by another 30%, although it was still much worse than the Chinese part, already close to the U.S. share. Zhou Hao's delivery to Japan and the United States is actually slightly less than that of other European regions. After all, people in the United States and Japan have always been thinking of their own, and they can't make them feel better. Zhou Hao is not a generous person. The reason for Kenjiro Yagyu has increased the share, which is slightly more than that of European countries. Naturally, Kenjiro Yanagi also did a survey on this. He can increase his share by 30%. He is very satisfied. Apart from China, Japan is the country with the most sales. He knows that this is entirely his own face. Knowing Zhou Hao, he can definitely be regarded as an angry youth. Now that he got what he wanted, he would naturally give back to Zhou Hao what he wanted. He just wanted to know what was happening in Japan this time. Anyway, after the recent losses, Japan has already planned to withdraw from China, even if there is any action. I have to wait until later. Zhou Hao is much stronger than imagined. The meeting between the two was more satisfying than the last time. In fact, before going there, Zhou Hao had already thought that if they didn't agree, he would do it. Even if Kenjiro Yanagi was a supermaster, Zhou Hao was sure to defeat him. People played against each other. Although Zhou Hao defeated Kenjiro Yanagi by tactics, he was also injured first. When both of them were in good condition, Zhou Hao could win Kenjiro Yanagi by his own ability. According to the information provided by Kenjiro Yagyu, the Japanese ninjas are ready to retreat, and the American cyborgs have been wiped out by Zhou Hao. They have suffered heavy losses. Even if they are unwilling to do so, they have nothing to do. As for the Indian yogis, this is a very difficult opponent. Among all opponents, Indian yogis are the most troublesome. He played against a master in India several times. Zhou Hao knew how good the people there were. There were few masters who could not be influenced by them. Even though they cooperated with the United States and Japan, they actually still with his own plan. US and Japan are now preparing to retreat, and Kenjiro Yanagi is not sure whether the yogi will leave. After Zhou Hao went back, He arranged the next things for everyone. He himself began to study organ studies. He still didn't know how to open the wordless heavenly book, but the content recorded in the other book was enough for him to study. Yes, the design of these organs can only be described with ingenious workmanship. If it were in ancient times, it would have to be made with one hand and one knife of a craftsman. But in modern times, after all, science is advanced. As long as some corresponding tools are made, it can be made. Zhou Hao has no such experience, but he has his own team. He will Pluto called in and let them make the things that these institutions need. Zhou Hao intends to use the first batch of institutions produced in the most secret places of the pharmaceutical company. Although he cannot produce institutions like the underground palace in a short time, it should not be a problem to block the yogi. After all, he is used to it. Modern high-tech people can really get out of the organization, unless their skills reach a certain level, such as a supermaster. Otherwise, they will not be so easy. Pluto is Zhou Hao's own preservation team. If they have mastered these institutions, they can be used in the task of protecting others, and they can also increase the chance of completing the task. Those people from Pluto, I heard that Zhou Hao wants to teach them ancient Chinese institutions. Everyone is happy. Mechanisms are all-encompassing. It is just an introduction. Zhou Hao will spend a long time studying. This is because he is smarter and has seen real mechanisms. Otherwise, he will not understand the requirements at all, such as for various locks and mechanisms. The design of the spring must not only have the right size, but also have high requirements for the material. Pluto's people study organs very carefully. According to Zhou Hao's requirements, they produce the supplies needed by various organs. Modern technology shows his advantages. Reborn organs have strict requirements on the size of materials, but the current craftsmanship enough to fulfill such requirements. He set up various agencies in the most important position of the pharmaceutical company, but for humanitarian considerations, he did not set up so many killing agencies. Unlike the underground palace, as long as he falls into a trap, he will not die or become disabled. After all, he is just conservative. The company's secrets, not life. Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical company was originally established in the mountains and has unique geographical advantages. According to the method described in the organs, Zhou Hao has arranged some organs that are not malicious but are used according to local conditions, such as the flap mechanism. The following are all white ash. As long as someone falls into it, it will be deep in the white ash, enough to choke people out. And as Zhou Hao had seen in the underground palace before, as long as he touched the organ, various hidden weapons would fly out. When he was in the underground palace, the organs that Zhou Hao encountered were all poisonous, but they were only old. Too many. The poison above has no effect. Even so, it also makes them dangerous when they are in the underground palace. Not only did Zhou Hao have no hidden weapons smeared with poison, but even lethal hidden weapons were not installed. His hidden weapons did not have any lethal power. Most of the hidden weapons were stone-type hidden weapons that could wound people. As long as it is not a hit, it will not hurt people's lives. Some sharp weapons are also coated with drugs, but they are anesthetics. Now it is a society under the rule of law. Even if the opponent is not Chinese and wants to seek his own interests, Zhou Hao feels that he does not have to kill the other party. It is enough to arrest and send the officer off. Anyway, people in the army will definitely be very happy except for those who have sent it over. On the secrets of mechanism study, the previous content is relatively simple, which is to teach people how to set up mechanisms, how to make hidden weapons and various, suitable for mechanism use. After several days of research and design, Zhou Hao finally got them right. As for the higher level of the overall level and the production of bronze dolls, it is not a short time to understand. Despite this, the people of Pluto are also eye-opening. They never thought that modern people can create the institutions that appear in movie novels, and through Zhou Hao's words and deeds, several Pluto leaders will also do it. If you receive any protection task, you can use it. This kind of purely Chinese-style mechanism is different from the high-tech traps of the current society. For example, the infrared alarm system will activate high-tech defense as long as it touches the infrared. Although its lethality is strong, it also has obvious weaknesses. That is, if the opponent is also a high-tech thief, high-tech defense can be completely avoided. It often appears in movies. A museum with a very good defense system, or some ancient castle, is full of high-tech defenses. As a result, some thieves sneak in. Maybe their skills are not particularly outstanding, but they can crack high-tech. Defense. This kind of defense system is really inferior to the ancient Chinese organs. If you really want to crack the organs, one is to have a good understanding of organs, and the other is to have extraordinary skills. In today's society, if it weren't for Zhou Hao's accidental acquisition Liu Ban's organ learning inheritance, this skill has long been lost. No one knows it, let alone who can understand it. Now that Zhou Hao reproduces the mechanism, he must first crack the mechanism and use his superb skills to achieve it. During this time, Zhou Hao let Hongye and Li Shuihan and others continue to observe the trends in the United States, Japan, and India, even if the United States and Japan want to withdraw. Can't help but be on guard. Who can ensure that they won't make the final blow before they leave? However, Hongye and Li Shuihan also knew what Zhou Hao was doing. While surprised, they wanted to see what Zhou Hao could make. Although the members of the First Army were their own, Zhou Hao did not tell them what they had studied recently. As a result, Yu Jingyu looked for Zhou Hao several times and couldn't find it, thinking he was busy with his business. After all, Zhou Hao's actions are all personal actions and have nothing to do with the country. He doesn't want the country to know that he has mastered such a very peculiar skill. This is not because he is not patriotic. There are many ways to be patriotic. Xiang still keeps himself as a housekeeper. After about a week, the US, Japan, and India seemed to have given up their minds, and there was no special action. It seems that the pharmaceutical company is no different from usual, but the interior has changed. The floors have been replaced, and the walls have been renewed. After sorting it out, only insiders know what has changed. Especially the Shao family father and son. Zhou Hao's general drawing of the agency was given to the father and son. They arranged to let who know the safe way to enter the pharmaceutical company. No matter what kind of agency, they would always leave one for themselves without agency. Liu. And when they knew Zhou Hao was in the research organization, their excitement was beyond words. The Shao family's father and son were deeply influenced by Chinese traditional culture, and martial arts and medicine were both treasures of ancient China. Now Zhou Hao actually has an additional department of mechanism. They feel that their school will be carried forward in the hands of Zhou Hao. For Zhou Hao and the pharmaceutical company, the experimental arrangement agency is very in favor. Only a few people on the internal floor of the pharmaceutical company knew which part was safe. At first, even if the Shao family and his son wanted to enter it, they had to count carefully. Not to mention the other ordinary people who wanted to go in for a meeting. You have to line up to take the correct route. At first, there were still people who were not convinced, but after being knocked on the head by a stone and fainted for a long time, other people also followed the route obediently. This route is only known to the top. Among the pharmaceutical companies, those who know the correct route. Definitely not more than 5, and therefore Zhou Hao's experimental arrangement of the organization this time has achieved expected results. Zhou Hao's learning of organ skills, except for some people close to him, knows that outsiders naturally have no way of knowing. Even those who know that pharmaceutical companies need to follow the map to enter the interior, they never think that the person who designed the organ is Zhou Hao. I thought it was done by people from Pluto. And this operation is also very secret. Except for the Shao family and his sons, the people from other pharmaceutical companies only know that the organization is designed here, but they don't know what the organization is. Of course, no one will try to figure out what the organization is. Most of them think of the high-tech defense system installed here. Generally, where the defense system is relatively advanced, some security experts will be found to test the security of these defense systems. Zhou Hao is no exception. After all, it is the first time to set up an agency, and he does not have much confidence in his heart. Well-known testing experts in Shanghai. It is not the first time that they have received this kind of business. They readily agreed to the invitation of the Shao family and their sons. They thought that, as usual, they were testing some security systems. When the result really came, they were dumbfounded and used their modernization. The instrument simply cannot test out where the defense system is here. They even suspect that their testing tools have expired and should be updated, but these tools are updated at any time for no more than a month. Otherwise, how can they ensure that they do not make mistakes when testing the opponent's defense system? But in addition to tools, these security experts are also highly skilled people. Even if they are not top masters, they will use 1 or 2 top masters. A well-known security system testing company at home and abroad. If there are no masters, there is no need to come out. As a result, they entered the room where Zhou Hao arranged the agency and never came out. They were eventually carried out by the people of Pluto. Yes, without exception, they are all trapped in it. Zhou Hao doesn't know how to hide from the strange family. In the real world, Zhou Hao doesn't believe that there will be such magical things. Even though he is an existence that violates the normal social laws, these people are not obsessed with being able to get out. After a colleague was knocked unconscious by a hidden weapon, he didn't dare to move on. They are all test experts who have received professional training. They know the security system very well. If they can't crack the defense system, the best way is to wait in place and let others come to the rescue. They can see through several agencies that there is no way. An institution that hurts lives, but if you are knocked unconscious here, you will suffer and lose face. When the security company left, he was full of praise for Zhou Hao's agency defense system. This high-tech defense system could not be detected even by the world's top thieves. Zhou Hao was also very satisfied with this effect. I only knew that the fur was so great, and when I was really proficient in organs, how great it would be. Zhou Hao doesn't worry that people who test the security system will leak secrets. Such workers are very capable of keeping secrets. They must sign a non-disclosure agreement before each mission. Otherwise, the guards will steal, and no one can afford such losses. Zhou Hao is now very relieved about the pharmaceutical company. The important personnel of the pharmaceutical company are secretly protected by the members of the army. The actual profit of Zhou Hao Pharmaceutical Company is higher than the state's estimates. Its importance is naturally self-evident. Some members of the army have been dedicated to protecting them. In fact, what the country values is not the profits of pharmaceutical companies, but the importance of cancer drugs. During the development, Zhou Liren reminded Zhou Hao that the true formula of cancer drugs must be kept secret and cannot be disclosed. If other countries get the formula of this drug, they can make anti-cancer drugs. Some people, for example, certain Taiwanese independence elements or haters, whoever they are, because this drug cures cancer, it's not a good thing for China. Zhou Hao knows this very well. So even the Xiao family and his son only know the formula of cancer treatment drugs with reduced efficacy. The real and most authentic prescriptions are in Zhou Hao's mind. He did not tell anyone about this, not him. I didn't trust the Xiao family and his son. I really understood through the experience of the previous life that all the most important secrets are safest if he only knows them. Even he hypnotizes himself secretly and can't talk in his sleep. If Zhou Hao didn't have this ability, his previous life experience had already been known to others. Whether it's unbelievable or not, as long as someone with a heart integrates Zhou Hao's experience in the past few years, it will really make people find out something. Zhou Hao doesn't want to become a mouse of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the object of their research. With the official release of cancer drugs, the efforts of the United States, Japan, and India have also failed. Zhou Hao feels that things here can come to an end temporarily. A few days of institutional research has allowed him to live a life almost isolated from the world. When everything was over, he remembered what he had let Hongye and Li Shuihan investigate secretly. First, go home and wash up early. Take the opportunity to rectify Zhao Yuqin's FA at home and vent his thoughts for a few days, until Zhao Yuqin can't bear it and keeps begging for mercy, and even tells Zhou Hao to go find someone else. Addicted, leaving home coolly, Zhao Yuqin was too tired to complain that Zhou Hao's thoughts were gone. He fell into a deep sleep before leaving. Zhou Hao's physique has been transformed, and it is no longer comparable to that of ordinary people. He is extremely energetic. These days, the research institutes of retreat don't know. This relaxes, and suddenly feels that he misses his woman very much. He thinks this is probably abstinence. As a result, even he felt as if he hadn't been nearly female for a few days, and he had the effect of abstinence. Before leaving the house, Zhou Hao had called Li Shuihan and Hongye to inform Li Shuihan and Hongye that they had prepared the investigation data of the two companies. At this time, they waited for Zhou Hao at home. After Zhou Hao entered the door, the two of them were as usual. Hao kissed it as a greeting. It seemed that this had become a habit. According to the previous practice, Zhou Hao would definitely sit down and discuss business with them after the kiss. But today's situation was a bit special, and Zhao Yuqin was not really satisfied before. At this time, Nephrite Wenxiang was full of arms, and Zhou Hao couldn't control it. Stopped. Before Li Shuihan could react, He picked her up and threw her on the bed, and the whole person rushed up. Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan have always been special. From the previous, of Li Shuihan, until now, Zhou Hao has rarely been gentle with Li Shuihan, and Li Shuihan, a tough woman, seems to like to be forced by Zhou Hao, which makes people think of her a bit masochistic, but both Zhou Hao and Hong Xiu understand that she actually likes to be conquered. Hong Ye and Li Shuihan didn't expect Zhou Hao to attack suddenly. One was stripped naked by Zhou Hao while lying on the bed, and the other looked a little dazed by Zhou Hao, but Hong Xia couldn't help but climb up her pretty face. Hong Ye was even more inhumane to help. Quickly take off your clothes and lie on Zhou Hao's back, rubbing Zhou Hao's back with his plump chest. Zhou Hao was originally in high spirits. Being so teased by Hong Ye, he couldn't bear it. Regardless of whether Li Shuihan was struggling or not, he entered her body very rudely, and Li Shuihan had not made love to Zhou Hao for many days, especially her special kind. His character quickly adapted to Zhou Hao's rudeness, and even cooperated. It's not once or twice that the three of them have made love together. They are all familiar with the road. The two women interacted with Zhou Hao. The temperature in the room rose sharply. All kinds of breathing and groans were intertwined. Fortunately, this house is a solid building. The sound insulation effect is very good, otherwise it must be complained to disturb the people. I don't know how long it took until Zhou Hao broke out again. The three men lay side by side on the bed. Zhou Hao held Li Shuihan on his left and Hong Ye on his right. All three had a satisfied expression, and the two women were even more slight. Panting, the plump chest undulates up and down, obviously not relieved from the excitement. "You bad guy, what's going on today? It's like crazy. Did you get someone else's aphrodisiac or something? It's exhausting me." Compared with Li Shuihan, Hong Ye is bolder and always full of provocation when speaking. If it weren't for Zhou Hao to know that she was exhausted, he would really like to do it again. "Hey, don't I miss you? I haven't seen you for a few days. I can't help but feel a little agitated when I see it now. Don't talk about me anymore. You just looked like you, and you are obviously Jiu Kuang's bitter woman." That scream made my ears hurt. Zhou Hao gently pinched Hong Ye's upright rabbit eyes, smirking. Hong Ye's body shook slightly by Zhou Hao's pinch. Zhou Hao gave Zhou Hao a charming look, but did not speak. Her pretty face turned red. Although she was generous, she couldn't help being shy when she was teased by Zhou Hao. She and Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao made each other, but their voices were much larger than those of Li Shuihan, and they seemed more lewd. Li Shuihan's personality is strong and straightforward, but when it comes to performance in bed, it is more quiet than Hong Ye. Although she has stopped now, her body is still shaking slightly. Obviously, Zhou Hao and Hong Ye are listening to her. In my ears, I want to say a few words, but my body is really like electricity. I can't speak. Zhou Hao knows that the two women are very satisfied now, and that they are almost there. He hugged him tightly and said with a serious face, "You too will follow me. You must suffer some hardship. I remember it in my heart. I will try my best. Spend more time with you, and after this time is busy, we will go on a trip." Hearing Zhou Hao's words solemnly, the two women were touched in their hearts. Anyway, Zhou Hao could think of them. They were actually happy. Hong Ye was with Zhou Hao because of Qi Haixuan. To put it bluntly, at best big girl, Li Shuihan knows that Zhou Hao cares about him. Otherwise he would not go to Singapore to him back. They are not ordinary girls, and Zhou Hao is not ordinary men. They will not ask Zhou Hao to be by his side all the time, nor will he ask him to be only a woman. As long as he thinks of himself is enough. Zhou Hao can toss at Li Shuihan and Hong Ye at will every time. The two women are not only mature women, but also have martial arts. Although in this respect, they cannot be measured by whether they have martial arts, but at least they are physically strong and able to can withstand the toss of a physique man like Zhou Hao. Nevertheless, when they rest, Zhou Hao is still in high spirits, and the two women are paralyzed. If it weren't for their habit of making love first, and then discuss business matters, the two women even want to go to bed immediately. They always think Zhou Hao is an animal, never knew exhaustion. He knows about several women, Hong Yi and Li Shuihan, why he still looks dissatisfied every day. If they know that before coming here, Zhou Hao has made Zhao Yuqin unable to get out of bed, they must be sure of Zhou Hao. Already belong to the non-human first class. Hong Ye, tell me about the results of your investigation. I was busy with other things in the past 2 days, and I didn't care about it. Zhou Hao put his arms around the two women, and he didn't forget to continue touching them. Hong Yi patted Zhou Hao's hand lightly and groaned. Be honest, if you are so dishonest, how can I tell you? Don't touch it down. Hey, you badass. Hong Ye's face got worse. As it became more and more popular, Zhou Hao's hand should have been chopped off. It was too dishonest, but she couldn't resist it. Zhou Hao knows that you can't be too much at this time. It's worth laughing. Don't I like you? If I don't like you, I won't touch it. You see, I haven't touched the cold. She should be jealous and hated for a while. When speaking, the movement of the hand stopped very wisely. Bah, you said yours. Don't pull me up. I'm exhausted. No one is envious or jealous. Li Shuihan heard Zhou Hao mentioning himself and couldn't help but tweeted. But she looked weak. Zhou Hao really wanted to take good care of her, but she couldn't hold it anymore. Zhou Hao's bad hands stopped moving. Hong Yi was able to calm down, sorted out his thoughts, and said, the day after you last visited us, I sent someone to investigate. I really found out. Few things. Shanda Weiye and Guangming Yuhua are both well-known pharmaceutical companies in Beijing. According to the ranking, they can also be ranked in the top 5 in Beijing. They are relatively strong pharmaceutical companies. Shanda Weiye mainly produces healthcare drugs. Their drugs have a large share in the entire North China market. The annual profit is estimated to be around 300 million yuan, which is already very good, but their establishment is not long. Only 5 years, and in these 5 years, any government department gave them the green light. Hong Ye first introduced one of the companies. Zhou Hao is naturally also a sensible person. The content Hong Ye specifically emphasized must be the key, and he didn't ask much. Waiting for Hong Ye to follow, he had already guessed about it. Hong Ye obviously knew that Zhou Hao would not interrupt, and continued. The boss of Shanda Weiye is surnamed Wang, a very ordinary surname. But this guy's experience is unusual. A person who has not graduated from high school can become such a big one today. Group company, just think about it and know how rich the content is. Zhou Hao frowned. Such people are indeed rich in experience, but Hong Yi hasn't gotten to the point yet, so he couldn't help but ask, have you investigated his growth experience? Is there any definite news? What I said is it's true, not rumors. In the past so many years, many news should be rumors. Of course I have to check it. How can I not follow the instructions of the young master? And for such a legendary person, if I don't investigate it, I can't satisfy my curiosity. Hong Yi was like Zhou Hao first. Then he continued. This guy's experience is almost a history of stubborn struggles. He has been in the society since he graduated from school. It was not until his third sister found a man that his life changed. Speaking of this, Hong Ye smiled disdainfully. No matter how much this man has achieved in the future, how rich and colorful his experience is, his starting capital is even his sister's money for selling meat. For this kind of man, we are contempt and look down on him from the heart. Zhou Hao couldn't hear it. He waited for a long time, and the key content was not there. When Hong Ye sent a sigh of emotion, he quickly pulled her thoughts back and said, I said, my dear, I am still waiting to hear the key content. You turn around again. It means that you look down on him, and you are not in a hurry anyway. Hong Yi Qiao blushed, and she seemed to feel that she was a little off topic, so she quickly returned to the subject and preached. This third sister, surnamed Wang, is very beautiful, not only in his hometown, but even in the neighboring 5 villages. She must be looking for a rich husband. At this time, a big man came to them to inspect the work. The two unexpectedly met together. Of course, this is just an investigation statement. I think she should have deliberately arranged it. Zhou Hao did not comment on the matter. He was concerned about the big man. Needless to think about it, the rise of the Wang family must have something to do with this big man, and this big man is also someone he cares about. This big man is no one else but the third younger brother of the parents of the Dong family faction. He is a member of the political department of the Central Committee and is now a deputy minister. It was in this capacity that he met the third sister, surnamed Wang. At that time, his age was 42 years old. It's really when a man is about to have his second spring. Hong Ye didn't disappoint Zhou Hao and said the identity of the big man, and at the same time, he did not forget to glance at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled secretly. This little girl would still warn himself at this time, but he still said very cooperatively, yes, this man is not a good thing. He is still 42 years old, and he is still thinking about it. Don't worry. I will only love you in the future and will not look for flowers and ask willows everywhere. Hongya nodded with satisfaction, but still snorted. You have so many women, so you can still have the energy to find flowers and ask Lu. But she is not a jealous jar. After a joke, she gets back to business. This big man is here. After seeing the sister surnamed Wang, it didn't take long for the two to gang up and become adulterers. Zhou Hao knew that this was the most common version of adulteress and adulteress. There was nothing special. Hongya also knew that this phenomenon was common, and continued. Since they get better, that big man will naturally not be addicted to it. I raised my third sister surnamed Wang and brought them back to Beijing. The other elder sisters surnamed Wang were married, and he was the only one left. As a result, her third sister also brought the surname Wang to Beijing. The surname Wang is definitely an individual talent. His sister became the junior of someone else. He is more familiar than the brother-in-law of the Dong family. As a result, the Dong family takes special care of him. Give him money and find someone to get through the joints. Hongya curled his lips and continued. Don't even say that this surnamed Wang's learning path is not good, but it is very bad to go wrong. Within a few years, he actually let him expand a pharmaceutical company, and after his company has grown, he has been the head of the family values it, and because of this, the tide has risen and the boat has turned from the ground to the ground. Hong Yi said here. His face became solemn. Zhou Hao also knows the key point. Ever since he heard people from the Dong family's faction come forward, Zhou Hao knew that this matter could not be separated from the Dong family. Now it is said that the head of the Dong family knows it. Then it can be regarded as a company of the Dong family. So this new drug release conference must have something to do with the Dong family. The Dong family's recognition undoubtedly recognizes the status of a sister surnamed Wang. Such things should be uncommon in your China. Although they are not considered husbands and wives on the face, they are already like this, and your country requires government personnel. They can't do business, but they have other workarounds. Hongya made a comment unconsciously as he spoke. Zhou Hao has no objection to this. After all, the social reality is like this, so he can only pull the topic back. The Dong family is also very good, and there is such a crooked relationship, but this is also very good, at least if someone investigates it. To be able to break away from the relationship very simply. Yes, although it seems troublesome to do this, if there is any problem, it can be completely cleaned up. There is no blood relationship and no formal kinship. Hongya also said, well, now I figured out what happened to them, and now tell me what happened to Guangming Yuhua. The scale of their companies should be the same. Even if the pharmaceutical group is profitable, Dong's family will not be able to get it. Two pharmaceutical groups of similar size. Zhou Hao understood the situation of Shandaweiya and asked about another company. Hongya stretched his waist first, then squinted and said with a smile, my task is complete. It's enough to introduce you to one. Let Shui Han tell you the rest. Anyway, when we were investigating, we also divided the work. Cooperation. After speaking, he said to Li Xuan, Xuan, don't be lazy. I want to sleep for a while. I'm exhausted. Zhou Hao couldn't laugh or cry for Hongya's rogue. He also understood Hongya's kindness. If she was allowed to say everything, she would inevitably be a little suspicion of being pampered. She gave this opportunity to Li Xuehan, but now Li Xuehan looks like he is really worried about her. Li Xuehan was almost asleep. As a master of martial arts, Li Xuehan has been working on the front line of danger for a long time. He always stayed vigilant. He woke up immediately when he was called by Hongya, but he was still sleepy. He looked at Zhou Hao's eyes especially dim and confused. Said, let me tell you, this matter was investigated by us. It is relatively clear. Zhou Hao really smiled bitterly this time. He suddenly discovered that Hongya and Li Xuehan could really be best friends. The two people's personalities are really similar in certain respects. At the beginning, the two of them were struggling, and now they can be so close. Could it be possible to have a close relationship with each other? Zhou Hao was considering whether to arrange other women to have a close relationship. Regardless of what Zhou Hao thinks in his mind, Li Xuehan has already said, compared with Shando Weiye's surname Wang, Guangming Youhua's chairman Gao Zhanyong is much more noble. He is the first batch of Chinese students studying abroad. After returning home, he has been committed to business development. So this Gao Zhanyong should have been working hard, and the size of the Guangming Yuhua pharmaceutical group today should be the result of their hard work. So who is there backstage? Zhou Hao couldn't help but interrupt when he heard this. Shanda Weiye's surname is Wang. Gao Zhanyong should be more capable. Li Shuihan nodded weakly, as if he was not awake, and said in a dreamy voice, "This Gao Zhanyong is honest. In terms of ability, it is not inferior to those entrepreneurs who have accomplished a career since the reform and opening up. Even because of his rich experience, he has an advantage over others." This time Zhou Hao didn't speak. He knew that Li Shuihan said that. It must have happened to Gao Zhanyong. If there was nothing, Li Shuihan wouldn't have to tell him like a story. People who can build such a large enterprise will know how some unknown experiences. This Gao Zhanyong is good at everything, but the family composition is a bit problematic. You also know that those who could study abroad in that era, unless they were sent out by the country, or if the family didn't have the foundation, don't talk about the trust relationship. Even if they were really sent out, I can't support it. You understand what I mean. Li Shuihan mentioned some sensitive historical issues very vaguely. Regardless of Zhou Hao's past and present, he cannot clearly point out some of the country's policies, but he understands it very well. Although Li Shuihan regards Zhou Hao as his closest relative, he has worked in a secret government agency for many years and will definitely change a little. When it comes to government decision-making, she naturally chooses a cryptic statement. However, both of them understand what Li Shuihan is talking about. For that period of history, it should be regarded as the darkest period since the founding of the People's Republic of China. Whether it is a military, government, or enterprise individual, no one has not been implicated. A Gao Zhanyong family is not innocent. In this turbulent period, if it is not affected, no one will believe it. It seems that this surname is high. He has been over 60 this year, right? Zhou Hao estimated the age of this person, thinking about what he had experienced, even though he might be a member of his own hostile force. I can't help feeling that it is not easy for the first generation of Chinese students to study abroad. Li Shuihan nodded and said affirmatively, Gao Zhanyong is about to be in his 70s this year. He is different from Wang. He is not based on nepotism. He has struggled for so many years and is already an old man. Speaking of his contribution to China's construction, really made a lot of contributions. The more Zhou Hao listened, the more wrong he felt. How did he feel that he was saying good things about Gao Zhanyong from beginning to end? Didn't this old man participate in the release of the new drug? Shouldn't it? Shanda Weiye and Guangming Yuhua should definitely be related, otherwise they would be present at the meeting. Nor can it unite. When he was thinking, Li Shuihan seemed to have guessed his mind, and smiled and asked, "Are you wondering why this Gao Zhanyong seems to be an early batch of entrepreneurs in the country? He should be considered a good person, but don't forget. No matter how good a person is, if he is surrounded by bad people, it's hard for him to say where he is." Zhou Hao suddenly realized that he was a little bit horny. As the saying goes, there are 3 gangs of a good guy. The same reasoning is to apply this in reverse. If there are bad people around him, even if he is close to the red and close to the ink, he is black. He must be affected too. Zhou Hao secretly laughed that he had thought too much, but ignored the simplest truth. Gao Zhanyong was naturally tortured during that period of turmoil, but he was still able to survive. But someone secretly helped him. Otherwise, with his ability alone, how could he come out? This person who helped him, it just values that he used to study abroad and has enough business ability. Li Shuihan didn't let Zhou Hao have too much time to think, and quickly continued. Zhou Hao smiled secretly. These 2 chicks really have the potential to tell stories. When it comes to their experiences, they are really ups and downs, which suffocates people's appetites, and also emphasize that there are important people appearing. But Zhou Hao is also thinking when the 2 chicks were telling stories, they deliberately legendary Abe's character experience, and they sounded like real novels. Li Shuihan didn't know that Zhou Hao was quite slanderous about his storytelling, and he was still saying, the person who helped him is no longer alive. After all, after so many years, the older generation who could speak in the Central Committee, now there are not many, but his descendants are still active on the political stage. When she said this, Zhou Hao naturally thought of the Dong family faction. Generally speaking, he is active on the political stage. This person's status is obviously high enough to be able to have such a status, and he must support someone who can deal with him. It should be the Dong family, but he immediately thought that, according to his previous guess, even if the Dong family wanted to establish a pharmaceutical company, it was enough to have one. Shanda Weiye is a subsidiary industry of the Dong family. Even if no one goes into it, the actual situation is indeed the case. If Guangming Yuhua is a company of the Dong family, then there is something wrong with the Dong family's establishment of two large pharmaceutical groups in Beijing. Even if you can't grab each other's business, it will help your family's development. This man not only saved Gao Zhanyong from the turmoil, but also paved the way for him. Although he did not pay him to do business, he paved the way for Gao Zhanyong, which is definitely more practical than money. As a result, Gao Zhanyong started in the late 1980s. After 10 years of developing his own business, in recent years, Guangming Yuhua Pharmaceutical Group has become the top 3 pharmaceutical groups in Beijing and the top 10 in the country. Li Shuihan did not tell Zhou Hao. It was the one who helped Gao Zhanyong, but finished Gao Zhanyong's achievements in one go. Zhou Hao, although you are a rich man now, and you pay a lot of taxes for the country every day, your political status is not high. After Li Shuihan finished speaking, he couldn't help but ridicule Zhou Hao. Gao Zhanyong was in 1993. He was judged as one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Beijing. He was appointed to the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress in 1995. Although he has no real power, he is quite powerful. Needless to say, this must be the help of the people behind him. Otherwise, I believe that Beijing is so big, such a place should not be his turn. Zhou Hao smiled slightly, not subject to Li Shuihan's ridicule. He does not care that he is in politics. Otherwise, whether it is Zhao Lisin or Zhou Liren, he can be placed in a high position. Naturally, Li Shuihan knows this too. He just made a joke with him. Now when he hears him say this, he also smiles. I know you don't care at all. Let's reveal the answer. You must have helped Gao Zhanyong. I'm more interested. When I saw the information, I was very surprised. Zhou Hao's heart was surprised. It seemed that the person behind Gao Zhanyong should not be the Dong family, but a special person. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but blurt out, "You won't tell me he is from the country." The big boss. The big boss in his mouth, Li Shuihan naturally understood. First glanced at him for nothing, Li Shuihan said in an angry voice, "Where do you want to go? His energy is not so great yet. Besides, as the current big boss, he will not manage Guangmingyu." About the Hua Pharmaceutical Group, Zhou Hao smirked. He has encountered a lot of things recently. Is it a bit of a shadow of a bow and snake? I think a little too much. Let's not say that the identity of the boss of Jiang does not need to do this. Even if he really has this idea, he is sure. He felt a little embarrassed that he would not let others find out. Although it is not him, but in fact it is almost far away. He is the Prime Minister surnamed Li. You should know who I am talking about, and only his power can be so powerful. Li Shuihan said of the Prime Minister surnamed Li. His eyes looked it's a bit unspeakable. Zhou Hao was also very surprised. He didn't expect that this incident would involve 2 top leaders. Everyone knew that in China, Premier Li was one person with less than 10,000 people. He could actually participate in this matter. No wonder Li Shuihan was a little surprised, even for himself. However, it is reasonable to think of the Chinese people's evaluation of the Prime Minister in the past. Although there is no actual evidence to point out, everyone knows that many major events in the country at that time have something to do with the Prime Minister. If the new drug is released this time, it is the Prime Minister who is remotely controlled behind the scenes, and it is not impossible. Well, are you surprised? At that time, I didn't expect that this was just a pharmaceutical group, and actually saw the shadow of the Prime Minister. And the reason we were able to find out was to thank Hong Ye for the investigation report. Originally, this matter was very confidential. Unless I mobilized the internal forces of the army, I would not be able to investigate it. As a result, when I was investigating Shanda Weiye, I learned about the background of Guangming Yuhua. Li Shuihan saw Zhou Hao sinking into thought and laughed rights. Zhou Hao pondered for a moment and said unsurely, "It seems that things are complicated by my thinking. At first I thought that their 2 pharmaceutical groups were united, but now it seems that it is not necessarily true. Maybe it is Shanda Weiye. I didn't want to offend the forces behind Guangming Yuhua, so I let it out. Smart, you really did not disappoint me. The first day we got the information, we came to the same conclusion. Shanda Weiye knows the background of the Guangming Yuhua group, and naturally knows that if we defeat them, the offending person is Prime Minister. Such an unwise move is not in the interests of the Dong family." Li Shuihan kissed Zhou Hao's face and said with a smile, Zhou Hao kissed Li Shuihan back politely and said in a deep voice, "People at their level have already paid much less attention to benefits. If they can give up a little benefit to avoid offending people at higher levels, they can do it." It was already the next day that Zhou Hao left Hongye and Li Shuihan's home. He had received unexpected news this time. Based on the content he knew so far, it was no longer something he could handle. He planned to go back and find it. Zhou Liren discussed it. After all, it involved the senior management. He went to Hongye and Li Shuihan. Although Zhao Yuqin didn't know, she didn't ask too much. She was already used to Zhou Hao's romance, and when Zhou Hao left, it was because she couldn't hold it anymore. The bed was so awesome, he couldn't satisfy him by himself. "Sister, is my dad back? I have something to do with him." Zhou Hao walked in and saw Zhao Yuqin. First went over and kissed him, and then asked directly. Zhao Yuqin was a little surprised. She knew that Zhou Hao and Zhou Liren had abandoned their previous suspicions. However, it is rare for Zhou Hao to find Zhou Liren when she came back. However, she is a very smart woman and did not ask much. She pointed to the study room and said, "Go right. Dad is in the study and he just came back." Zhou Hao kissed Zhao Yuqin again and went directly to Zhou Liren's study. Every time Zhou Liren came back, he would go to the study and would soon enter the political bureau of the Central Committee. Even though Zhou Liren had stepped down as the head of the army, he was still so busy, not to mention, he hasn't really stepped down yet, so it's a supervision. Knocked on the door and heard the reply come in inside. Zhou Hao pushed the door and walked in. He saw Zhou Liren sitting at the table with a document in his hand, not knowing what happened to him, and frowned. It was a little tight. Zhou Hao didn't worry, just sat opposite him and waited for Zhou Liren to finish reading. Zhou Liren did not speak either. With his skill, he naturally knew who came in. Seeing Zhou Hao did not speak, he also understood in his heart that his son had asked himself to read the report first, and he seemed relieved. Recently, Macau the return is imminent, and the struggle between the central factions is becoming more and more obvious, and some people are obviously restless. As the representative of the Zhao family, Zhou Liren is naturally in the middle of the Xian nest. The most terrible thing is that the father of Zhao Lisin retired, and Zhou Liren has not yet taken the position. Although there will be no problems with the Zhao faction, there is no official confirmation at this critical moment. It will always be a little troublesome. At least the Zhao faction's right to speak in the central government is a bit weak. "Xiao Hao, you are here. Is there something to ask for me?" Zhou Liren thought while putting down the report in his hand, then smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "You have been busy these days. The new drug release is said to be was successful, so that the people in the Central Committee were relieved." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I was really surprised by the success of the new drug release. The profit was much higher than we expected, but there are also some problems this time. I'm going to tell you that you only know one report, but you still don't know the real situation. You will be surprised if you hear it." Zhou Liren raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It can surprise me. Your new drug release has really done a lot of things. Yi Juan is about to become your personal bodyguard now. Tell me about this time. I really wanted to see the new drug release. It was better to get a live broadcast." Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "Fortunately, I didn't do it. Otherwise it must be troublesome." "Dad, have you heard of the two pharmaceutical companies, Guangming Yuhua and Shandaweiya, that are here in Beijing?" Zhou Liren thought about it carefully, and then he was a little uncertain. Is it a healthcare drug company in Beijing, and the other is an ordinary pharmaceutical company? I seem to have heard of it, but ordinary people in Beijing have probably heard of this. The two companies are big companies, right? Do they have anything to do with your new drug? These two companies really have something to do with my new drug, and they are considered the biggest winners. Of course, in addition to our pharmaceutical company, Guangming Yuhua Pharmaceutical Group acquired our company's Beijing at a price of 190 million yuan. Sales agency rights, and Shandaweiya is escorting them and giving them the opportunity. Zhou Hao nodded and simply told Zhou Liren the situation at the time. Zhou Liren and Zhou Hao reacted the same and immediately said, "These two companies have problems. Have you sent someone to investigate them? What is their background?" Zhou Hao felt that it was his father, and the reaction was the same. He said, "I have investigated. This is the specific information of these two companies. I promise you will be surprised after reading it. I never thought that their background was in this way, especially the background of Guangming Yuhua. When he left Hongye and Li Shuihan, he also took away the materials they had compiled. After all, what they explained to Zhou Hao was a general idea. Some things must be explained in the text. On the way back, Zhou Hao also took "I have read the information in detail, and it is roughly correct to say to the two women, but the development process of the two companies is written in more detail above." Zhou Liren took the information that Zhou Hao handed over. He also wanted to know what on earth could surprise him as well. Although he is not very knowledgeable, after so many years, he has almost practiced Taishan collapse. The psychological quality of not changing face. There is not much information, only a few pages. It introduces the background of the two companies in great detail, especially the background of each company's boss. Behind these information are the new drug release process and the situation at the time summarized by Zhou Hao. It was not sorted by Hongye and Li Shuihan. It was sorted out by Xiao Jiming's secretary after the publication of the new newspaper, just to show it to others in the future. He didn't think Zhou Liren at the time, but he didn't expect to use it today. Zhou Liren read it very quickly. It only took more than 10 minutes to read all the information. Then he smoothed these pages of information gently, put them on the table, closed his eyes, thought about it, and took a deep breath. Said, "This matter will stop when it comes to me. Don't let others know about it, and don't talk about it, Grandpa Zhao. I understand this. Didn't I just come to you when I knew it? Dad, this news is shocking enough. I didn't expect the Prime Minister to intervene." Zhou Hao nodded, and then continued, "Dad, what do you think about this matter? I am a little confused about the pulse. This matter, it's not easy to handle. Say it's not big, say it's not small. The key is that we can't determine whether this time Shando Weiye handed over the agency rights to Shando Weiye's self-proclaimed behavior, or they and Guangming Yuhua united. It has been discussed before, and the difference is very big." Zhou Liren frowned and said in thought, "Yes, this is also a problem that I am considering. Different situations have different solutions, but I still tell you, Dad, whether they work together or alone this time, it is not good for us. I think they should have taken precautions earlier. They have all taken a fancy to cancer drugs. I think it's true. As you said, I was too pushy some time ago." Zhou Hao nodded when he saw Zhou Liren felt troubled. Zhou Liren frowned and smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "It's rare that your kid is a little self-knowing. To be honest, if you weren't so busy before, I guess they won't all move. These people are not necessarily to deal with. We may want to profit from it, but I didn't expect the Prime Minister to move." Hearing what he said, Zhou Hao hesitated and said, "Dad, you said that the Prime Minister has moved. Will the big boss also move? What they say are all in the same mood, I think." "Big boss. You would really say that if you let the chief executive know that you call him that, he will definitely be dumbfounded, but you are too worried about this. I think this matter should not have the shadow of his old man. After all, as a country unlike the others, this thing is still the same. So far, if they don't touch your interests, they just don't know." Zhou Liren smiled and pressed the matter down. Zhou Hao had ruled out this possibility before, and now I heard Zhou Liren say so. I am completely relieved. No matter which faction is fighting, which faction is and which faction, when, and to what extent, they must not fight. The number one leader competes, and occasionally some disagreements are okay. But if you really provoke, you can only wait for bad luck. Zhou Hao is not arrogant enough to confront the country. "Okay, I know how to do it, but Dad, there is actually one thing I haven't told you, so I happen to tell you together today." Zhou Hao felt calm and remembered what he had always wanted to say. "Huh? What else? You are really troublesome today. Usually you can't even see your figure. Just talk about it. Don't be polite to me." Zhou Liren was a little surprised and laughed at Zhou Hao. 2 sentences, then sternly said, he knew that Zhou Hao was okay and would not find himself casually. Zhou Hao organized the language, and then said, "There is a faction in the central is the northeast faction, right? The speaker is the Shun family in Shenyang, right?" "That's right. You've seen them too. What's wrong? Could it be that they also gave you the idea of a new medicine? It seems that this time the matter is really a big deal." Zhou Liren frowned slightly. Seeing that his father had misunderstood, Zhou Hao quickly shook his head and said, "Is that enough? You think too much. I also blame me for not saying it clearly. This matter has nothing to do with pharmaceuticals. The reason I talk about them is because I and one of their family, the child named Shenyang, has a very good relationship, and he is now my partner. I guess he can connect from it. Can we get closer to the Northeast faction? Zhou Liren was taken aback. He didn't expect Zhou Hao to talk about this kind of thing. He couldn't help but laughed and said, "My godfather and I said that you should be allowed to enter the Central Committee. You must refuse, but everything you do you can't live without officialdom, and now you have begun to make suggestions for our factions. You really can't stand it." When Zhou Hao came out of Zhou Liren's room, he took a sigh of relief. No matter what his status, he still couldn't make up his mind when it really involved the central government. He was supported by old man Zhao Lisin. Now, with his father Zhou Liren supporting him, he can ignore that much. Regardless of the faction dispute, whether it is the Dong family or the southern faction, as long as China does not provoke the chief faction, there will be no major issues. After all, the factions that can truly influence the country are the top priority. How badly the quarrel with Dong's family is usually, the central government will not make any big moves, but it is different now. Premier Li's move this time. Zhou Hao has to consider whether it is the chief's intention or not. The premier and the chief are in the same line. Now he is looking for Zhou Liren, but he doesn't want to easily offend the chief. Since Zhou Hao's rebirth, he just wants to make a difference in the economy. Don't want to participate in politics too much. If it is not forced, he does not want to get involved. Now that Zhou Liren knows about this matter, Zhou Hao doesn't need to bother about it. He believes that Zhou Liren will definitely handle the matter. And when he came out, he also received a call. The content of the call was very simple. Yu Jingyu found out. The members of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps are following up and investigating their behind the scenes. Originally, after the launch of the new drug conference, the people in the United States, Japan, and India retreated. This matter has come to an end. Zhou Hao plans to temporarily hand over the defenses here to the First Army and the people of Pluto and go to Macau for a while. It is about to return, and it is time to implement his plan to deal with He Hongsen. The Hurricane Mercenary Group is a well-known mercenary group in the world. Those who can spend money to hire them are certainly not ordinary people. Zhou Hao is very interested in this behind-the-scenes man, especially since they have a very unique joint person, Mr. Hua. He had seen this man before, and he was definitely a treacherous man who was cunning like a fox. Yu Jingyu must have spent a lot of time during this period of time to find the clues this time. Anyway, Zhou Hao will have to go and see it. They have to deal with themselves. Zhou Hao is not used to standing by and waiting for the rabbit. Shot. This is the way Zhou Hao has always advocated. After Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu made an appointment to meet, they went out without even having dinner. Zhao Yuqin has become accustomed to this. The little boys in the past have become big men, and they are busy all day long. Although Zhao Yuqin is quite busy complaining, but I also know that he is busy with business affairs. As a good internal helper, he naturally can't interfere. He can only do well with husband and child. This is really convinced by Zhou Hao. Every time I saw Yu Jingyu, I went directly to the headquarters of the First Army. Today, because I was stalking others, I changed a place and went directly to a university in Hadian, which is not too well known as a college. At first, Yu Jingyu told himself when he left the meeting place, he really didn't believe it. Until he saw Yu Jingyu in the school cafeteria, he was sure that this was not a joke. Why is the meeting place so weird this time? This is the cafeteria of the university. You follow these people, and you can follow them here. Are you sure they are from the Hurricane Mercenary Corps? Zhou Hao joked directly after the meeting. Seeing that there are students everywhere here, it really doesn't look like there are mercenaries. Yu Jingyu was funny when he saw Zhou Hao rushing up and down. Zhou Hao was so busy all day long. Every time he asked him to come so quickly, it was really interesting. First, answer Zhou Hao's words, a lunchbox in his hand. Give it to Zhou Hao, and smiled and said, "You haven't eaten yet. Taste the food of this school, let alone, it is much better than the food I went to school." Zhou Hao was speechless. Yu Jingyu's leisurely appearance didn't seem to be a mission at all. It was like returning to school to reminisce about his student days. But he was also very curious about the food in this university. He remembered the food in the university cafeteria in his previous life, even pig food. It's not as good. I haven't eaten in the university cafeteria in my life. After hearing Yu Jingyu's words, I couldn't help but taste too. Not to mention, I don't know if I haven't eaten anything from the university cafeteria in my life, or if this cafeteria is really good. Zhou Hao actually ate deliciously and laughed as he ate. The cafeteria that the college provides for students is really good. The food is almost the same as the restaurant outside. Of course, it's not bad. If you know how much their meals are sold, you won't think so. We sometimes buy some boxed lunches to satisfy our hunger when we are on a mission. We fully know the price of these boxed meals. The price of the boxed meals we eat is at least outside. 3 times, they are really dark enough. Yu Jingyu also laughed while eating, but was helpless when speaking. Zhou Hao's mouth stopped, and then he continued to eat. He smiled helplessly. Nowadays, colleges and universities want to make money for students. They are crazy. While paying high prices for meals, they must also be restricted from eating out. What's the hygiene? Excuses. Yu Jingyu nodded. This method is not uncommon, and he was not surprised at all. He took another bite of food and continued. He restricts students from eating out, and if they are caught outside the school, they will directly deduct credits, and they prohibit students from going out, but they do not prohibit them. Outsiders come in, and it's a good profit. Then they do it like this, no one cares. The Education Bureau should not encourage such profitable methods. Zhou Hao does a lot of business, but does not involve the education sector. He opens schools, but he does not intend to make money on students. I also came from my school days, and I can't cheat students. Who cares about this? Even education can't be controlled. People are trying to ensure the quality of life of students and care about their health. Besides, there are a few who can open schools in Beijing. It's not new anymore. Yu Jingyu sneered, not surprisingly. Zhou Hao was silent. At the end of the 20th century, Chinese education had just proposed quality education. General colleges and universities have not yet implemented it, and there are many private colleges. People are already profit-making schools, and no one can interfere too much. Only then did he know that this college is actually private. Don't talk about that. It's not what we should take care of. Now I'll tell you why I asked you to come here. Before you went to Hong Kong, didn't you meet a Mr. Hua? He was a member of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. The connector, we lost him at the time, and now he appears again. Yu Jingyu changed the subject. Oh, Mr. Hua actually appeared. This sly guy? I thought he was going to hide for a while. Zhou Hao heard Yu Jingyu's words, suddenly became interested, and said with a smile. At that time we deliberately let him go. Show us the way. I didn't expect that he really ran away. Who can say no? That guy's skill is not bad, and his escape technique is also good. But in the end he still didn't escape the eyes of our army. Yu Jingyu took Zhou Hao's words, and before Zhou Hao asked, he already spoke. This guy reappeared in this college, and he works here. Zhou Hao did not have too many surprises about this. After all, if Mr. Hua had nothing to do here, he would not come here to meet. He just heard Yu Jingyu continue to say, he is a professor in the Department of Economics here. According to the investigation, he has already worked here. It has been 10 years since the school was founded. He has been here since the establishment of the school. He is now regarded as one of the most important professors in the Department of Economics. It is only because he is a low-key person. Otherwise, he would be the dean of the School of Economics and Management. A person like him really needs to be low-key. Otherwise, how can he be convenient for his actions? But I didn't expect this guy to be a professor, and he could be a special agent for 10 years. If I say that he is a specially trained spy, some people believe it. Zhou Hao smiled, a little unbelievable. In fact, this is easy to understand. After all, they are doing shameful things. Even if they are not spies, they are of the same nature. There is nothing wrong with having a more legitimate job to conceal their identity. He probably never thought of it. The person I met was a member of the army. Otherwise, he would definitely not come back blatantly and continue to work. Yu Jingyu nodded and explained. Zhou Hao nodded in agreement and asked, then what do you plan to do? Invite me here. Do you want me to help you catch them? But it shouldn't be possible. With your skill, even if he is very cunning, I should be able to catch him too. I'm not looking for you to catch people, but to let you and I put a long line to catch a big fish. My own words, I am afraid that some accidents will delay the tracking, and then I will not be able to catch the people behind them. Other people's skills naturally don't have you to make me more at ease. Not to mention that I don't want too many people to know about this matter. Yu Jingyu was very frank and said what he meant. Although what Yu Jingyu said was very vague, Zhou Hao could understand what he meant. The soldiers of the First Army were not as strong as his own. Needless to say, this is also known, and the latter sentence has more connotations. You can invite people from the Hurricane Mercenary Group. And listening to Mr. Hua's tone, he should still be a big figure in the military. Even if the army is fair and unselfish at all times, if it involves more important people, the less people know, the better some secrets. Yu Jingyu can trust Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is not only cautious, but also the son of the big boss. No one is more suitable than him. The most important thing is that he is the target Mr. Hua and his team are prepared to deal with. Okay, since I'm here, I am definitely going to help you. But we can't just wait in the cafeteria. We have finished dinner. Do we have to act? Zhou Hao agreed to Yu Jingyu's request and smiled said. Yu Jingyu waved his hand, and Zhou Hao could promise himself. He was obviously in a good mood and smiled and said, "Don't worry, since I brought you to the cafeteria, it must be not just for eating. This Mr. Hua is very unique. He always comes to the cafeteria every time I eat. And recently he received a group of foreign teachers. Every time he came to the cafeteria to invite them to eat. This time the foreign teachers suddenly came. Don't you think it is very interesting?" Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu stayed in the college cafeteria and waited for Mr. Hua to appear. He really thought it was funny. He was not a member of the army, but they had to mix with the army members every time. The tougher opponents this time all have to deal with themselves. Yu Jingyu feels the same as Zhou Hao. Every time he encounters a problem that is difficult to solve, he will find Zhou Hao, and every time he finds Zhou Hao, it is almost all related to him, and the two have become the best partners virtually. It is probably the strongest pair of partners in the world. The top masters generally act alone, with few abilities to join forces. The martial arts of the two of them are top in the world. The two of them work together to deal with the enemy, unless they want to let each other go. No matter how strong the other is, so far, there will be no one who can be more powerful than the two of them. After all, Zhou Hao's martial arts is almost the pinnacle among the world's cultivators, plus Yu Jingyu, who can compare. The two chatted while waiting for Mr. Hua's appearance. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu didn't know what Mr. Hua thought. They had to invite foreign teachers to eat in the cafeteria. They also wondered if these foreign teachers were obviously from the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. Isn't it unlucky to appear so high profile? They don't think this kind of deception is so clever. They want to show that they are nothing special. However, organizations like the Hurricane Mercenary Corps have records in some secret national organizations in the world, unless the people who act are fresh faces. But there is almost no such possibility. The last time Tom and Byron were already very strange faces, and they were accidentally seen through by Zhou Hao. When Zhou Hao came to see Yu Jingyu, it was time for dinner. After chatting for a while, he saw the person they were looking for. Mr. Hua appeared on the stage with a few foreigners. His current appearance was very different from the Mr. Hua he had seen before. If they are not masters, and they can tell from their walking demeanor that they are also masters of martial arts, neither of them can determine the identity of Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua wears a very decent suit and a pair of gold glasses. He is a typical scholar. Whether it is disguised or true, Mr. Hua, a professor, is definitely qualified on the surface. Of course, he can hide 10 in the college. Looking at this year, he must also have real talents. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu have played against Mr. Hua and did not want Mr. Hua to find out that they had already entered the private room of the cafeteria before Mr. Hua came. Since the school cafeteria is for profit, naturally the cafeteria is built like a restaurant. Not only is it convenient for everyone to talk about things, but also reflects the quality of the canteen. The two of them glanced at Mr. Hua and quickly turned their gazes. They are all martial arts masters. They understand that the sense of martial artist is super sensitive. Mr. Hua's strength is definitely not superb, but it should be above first class. If the two watch him for too long, the martial artist's instinct will tell him that if someone is staring at him, he will definitely feel it. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu's strength surpassed Mr. Hua. Their eyes flashed over him, and he would not have any feelings at all, and the two also confirmed Mr. Hua's identity. In the eyes of the top master, one who had fought with him, the opponent seemed to be deeply imprinted in his mind. As long as he appeared again, he would definitely be recognized immediately. This is obviously the case for Mr. Hua. Following Mr. Hua were 4 foreigners, 3 whites, and 1 black. They looked like scholars, but Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu could see that 3 of them were at least proficient in hand-to-hand skills, body muscles, and walking attitude. Most people are different, like leopards, who are always on guard for fear of being attacked. The other person is not as obvious as they are, but the thumb and index finger of his palm are slightly larger than the average person, and thick calluses can be seen between the palms of the palm, which is obviously caused by frequent friction. Both of them can infer this person's hand is definitely not holding a pen, but often holding a gun. In the eyes of ordinary people, as long as these four people dress up like scholars, they won't have any special ideas. But in the eyes of masters, their true situation is nowhere to be seen, which is more affirmation of Mr. Hua contacting people from the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. Jingyu, don't you guys in the army have information about the Hurricane Mercenary Corps? Do you know these four people? Zhou Hao can guess that these four foreigners are not ordinary foreign teachers, but he can't know them, and he squints from time to time. Take a look at the box over there and turn to ask Yu Jingyu. Yu Jingyu didn't speak, but took out a small computer. In 1999, let alone small laptops, even desktop computers were rare. They were still 486 and 586, but the army belonged to the country after all. Secret organizations naturally have relatively advanced equipment. Zhou Hao took over Yu Jingyu's computer and saw the familiar interface of 98. It was really a long time since he looked at the information in it very skillfully. There is not all the information of four people here, of which there are only two people, one black and one white. The white man is the one with the gun. Novitsky Timts, a Belarusian militant, is currently the deputy commander of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. He is engaged in various mercenary missions and is an internationally wanted criminal. He has multinational nationalities. He is good at using all kinds of firearms. The commander-in-chief of the Corps mission, the sole leader of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. Henry Timur, a British and Afghan mixed blood, a former lieutenant colonel of the armed forces of the Yugoslavia, and a member of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. He is good at close combat. Before entering the Hurricane Mercenary Corps, he had experience of black market boxers. He won 32 consecutive games and knocked down 16, killed 3. Now the main fighter, Novitsky Tim's bodyguard. The information in the small computer is very comprehensive. Next to the photos of the two people, there are detailed texts. There are even some missions in which the two of them participated. Although they are all internationally wanted criminals, he has not been arrested by Interpol. In fact, the International Mercenary Corps is a special organization. When countries around the world are not so good to come forward, or international wealthy businessmen want something illegal, they will come forward and do something to take people's money and people to eliminate disasters. Trading, and therefore, in fact, many mercenary groups will be protected by the state and some wealthy businessmen. If they don't come to China and do not provoke Zhou Hao and the First Army, the members of the First Army will turn a blind eye to them. After all, a top 10 international mercenary group in the world is not so easy to solve. In case their members are arrested, it can also be said to be endless troubles. Your information is really very detailed. It seems that these two people are the main characters of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. Last time their people were arrested. They still don't give up and want to continue to toss them. How do you plan to deal with them this time? Zhou Hao returned the small computer to Yu Jingyu and asked with a smile. Yu Jingyu usually puts away the computer and said, since they dare to come to China to make waves, we must let them know that this is not where they can come and go at will. Otherwise, people really think that China is like other countries. There is no safety at all. It's like killing a chicken and showing it to the monkey. We must let the Hurricane Mercenary Group learn a lesson. Zhou Hao nodded. He knew what Yu Jingyu meant. China is a very stable country. No matter how many disharmony, at least the people can live and work in peace and contentment. It is better to keep them away from the existence of the mercenary group, which is equivalent to a terrorist organization. Yu Jingyu's the meaning must be to use the Hurricane Mercenary Group as an example and let other mercenary groups know that they can't stand in China. Guess what they are talking about? Being able to chat in this kind of public place will definitely not talk about secrets. When do you plan to catch them? Even if these 5 people are good at it, at least they should not be our opponents. Zhou Hao didn't say much, but looked at Mr. Hua and the people of the Hurricane Mercenary Group with interest and weighed the difficulty of capturing them in his heart. This time, Yu Jingyu did not answer Zhou Hao's words, but suddenly said in a very strange tone, Mr. Novitsky, our last joint operation, I don't know how to leak the wind and was caught by Chinese plainclothes. But this is not important. The important thing is that we still trust each other and can still cooperate very well. Yes, Mr. Hua. Although our previous cooperation was a bit unexpected, our cooperation this time can allow both parties to obtain huge profits. As long as we can ensure mutual frankness, we can continue. Yu Jingyu changed one. In this tone, he continued. Zhou Hao didn't understand what Yu Jingyu was doing at first, but his eyes widened as he listened. He is not a rookie who has never seen the world. What Yu Jingyu said was Mr. Hua and Novitsky Timmets. Not only did he speak out what they said, but he also learned the tone perfectly. He looked at Mr. Hua in the distance, and then at Yu Jingyu in front of him. If he was not convinced that everyone in Mr. Hua had no idea about the existence of himself and Yu Jingyu, he even thought it was Mr. Hua and Yu Jingyu who had discussed it. It was at the rehearsal, and Mr. Hua almost finished talking, and Yu Jingyu copied it vividly. Well, what did they say? You should know it. Don't look at me so strangely. I just learned to read lip language and can imitate the other person's expression very accurately. Just when Zhou Hao was dumbfounded, Yu Jingyu stopped reporting and smiled to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao watched Yu Jingyu carefully for a long time before he smiled and said, I really didn't expect that you would have such a skill, and I was shocked. I thought you were suddenly suffering from a mania. This is really a magical skill. Yu Jingyu smiled and said, people in the First Army can not only be able to fight, can play guns, and have all kinds of skills. Or you can join our army, and you can learn all kinds of strange skills, such as we read lips like this. As long as he opens his mouth, you can know what he is saying. Zhou Hao will not be tempted by Yu Jingyu at all. There are so many strange people and strange things in the First Army. How could he want to join the First Army just because he wants to learn his skills? Smiled and said, you kid knows that you will give me bad ideas. It's a mess. Tell me how to deal with these people. It doesn't seem appropriate to do it in school. Of course it's not appropriate in school, but if they go out, we will have no scruples. And with what these people are doing, how long can they stay in school? I didn't dare to pay too much attention to them just now. Because their cultivation is not as good as ours, they were discovered long ago. Yu Jingyu looked at each other again and said with a smile. Zhou Hao nodded, staring at them, and then said to Yu Jingyu, you said that even if they want to hide from others, they don't need to be in the university cafeteria. There are so many people here. Who knows which one is us? People, they are too unscrupulous in doing this. They must have their reasons for doing this, but no matter what kind of reason, they have the meaning of despising us. I must make them pay for it. There is no doubt about it. By the way, I forgot to ask you, what have you been doing in the past few days? Why haven't we heard from you? Yu Jingyu didn't look at them much, but asked about Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao has been in the research institute of a pharmaceutical company ever since he came back from Shenyang. Even a member of the First Army doesn't know what he is doing. And because he is a friend of the First Army, if he is Zhou Liren's son, naturally there will be no one investigating him. It is reasonable for Yu Jingyu not to know what he is doing. Zhou Hao didn't conceal this. Based on their relationship, concealing it was not honest enough. He smiled and said, recently I made some new things. In fact, even if you don't know about the deal between Mr. Hua and the mercenary group today, they went to me. The pharmaceutical companies in China will definitely lose a lot, and most of them will still fail. Oh, what new gadget makes you so confident? Just listen to it. I really don't know that you have the ability to invent and create besides martial arts and business acumen. Yu Jingyu heard Zhou Hao say this and couldn't bear it. Living with a smile of interest, he and Zhou Hao are already friends. Zhou Hao smiled mysteriously and then said, this new thing, I guess the members of the First Army must have done research. But compared to me, there should be a certain gap. You should have heard of the trap. Come on, I've been studying them recently, and they have already been set up, and the effect is not bad. Organization trap. No, it's a science, but modern practicality is not strong anymore. Why do you want to learn that? It's not about reading miscellaneous books. Those are the skills of swindlers. You don't believe it. Yu Jingyu smiled first, then reminded. Of course Zhou Hao knew that Yu Jingyu was kind, but this is not the secret of a liar. He shook his head and said, don't worry, I won't be fooled by the liar. I can't express their power if I tell you this. Wait for someone to invade our pharmaceutical company and let you see it. Yu Jingyu really believed in Zhou Hao, knowing that he was not the kind of talker, but for a modern society person, mentioning the ancient organ traps, as Fei saw with his own eyes, how could he not believe how powerful they are? Even if it is a military Yu Jingyu, the top 4 among them. also felt that those were side-by-sides and not worth the effort. In fact, it's not just Yu Jingyu. Even Zhou Hao. If someone told him before that the trap can kill the top master, he would definitely not believe it. But he has seen it with his own eyes now, so he doesn't think so. If there was no trap to help, what would he do? Can kill Tom. Zhou Hao also argued with Yu Jingyu. Anyway, this matter is currently unable to prove the power of the trap, and he no longer talks about this. Instead, he asked Yu Jingyu, "Jingyu, look at them and say no time to leave. When they go out, we find a place where there is no one, and I will also see how good the Hurricane Mercenary Group are." Yu Jingyu obediently looked at them and began to relay. "Mr. Hua, most of our people have already entered, and a small number of them are performing missions in other countries. When will our mission begin this time? I will wait for your notice. We still do it ourselves." Mr. Novitsky tempts, "Don't worry, please be patient. We have already arranged a person in charge here. We will definitely complete this task successfully. This is what everyone hopes. You don't have to worry. Come here. These people will definitely return home safely." Yu Jingyu whispered the words of both sides separately. The one named Zhou Hao should be a master. Our people had already been planted in their hands before, and according to Mr. Hua, you are not their opponent. Is the task a bit difficult? Novitsky Timms did not relax because of Mr. Hua's 2 words, and continued. Mr. Hua is obviously also a wise man. Hearing him say this, he immediately explained, "Mr. Novitsky, you have misunderstood this. Although Zhou Hao's strength is not bad, it will not be difficult to solve. Your Hurricane Mercenary Group, the whole world is well known. If even Zhou Hao can't handle it, it would be too disappointing." Although knowing this is a radical method, Novitsky Timms still couldn't stand it, patted his chest, and said, "Mr. Hua, the success rate of our Hurricane Mercenary Group is 100%. There is no record of failure so far. Although rest assured, we will definitely be able to complete this task. I know that Mr. Novitsky will definitely not be afraid of this Zhou Hao. I wish you all the success of this mission, and we are all satisfied." Mr. Hua had already picked up the wine glass. "I wish the other side a victory and look very happy." However, Novitsky Timms is not a fledgling boy after all. Naturally, he will not really be fooled by Mr. Hua's aggressive method. He still took a deep breath and said, "But Mr. Hua, we can guarantee complete the task, but does our remuneration have to change a bit?" Mr. Hua did not speak, but a faint cold light flashed in his eyes, but he smiled and said, "Then Mr. Novitsky thinks there should be any improvement. Although the difficulty of our mission this time is not low, we have never heard of it. The Hurricane Mercenary Group has the habit of raising prices halfway." Novitsky Timms didn't know if he didn't see Mr. Hua's eyes or didn't care at all. He smiled and said, "This habit is originally a practice in the industry. The difficulty of the tasks you provide us does not match the actual situation. We have the right to temporarily change the transaction price. If you disagree, you can find another home. We will not say more." What Zhou Hao heard was Yu Jingyu's narration. His ability was very peculiar. Not only could he narrate the content of the dialogue, but he could also imitate the tone of the speaker. Zhou Hao was really interested in this, and of course he didn't want to learn, but it is so convenient to have such a person by your side and eavesdrop on what the other person is saying. This is also why Yu Jingyu's cultivation base is high enough to hide all his energy and spirit, otherwise just stare at the other person. It is really easy to be found, and therefore Yu Jingyu's actual consumption is no worse than usual when fighting against others. It wasn't that a master like Zhou Hao was around to protect him. He didn't dare to use lip-reading skills so unscrupulously. In that case, Mr. Novitsky, let's just say it straight. To what extent do you plan to increase the remuneration? If it is reasonable, my boss will definitely not refuse it. After all, this matter is except for the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. No one can finish it, please say it. Mr. Hua seemed to have succumbed, not only agreed to the other party's request, but also said flatly. Novitsky Timms smiled very satisfied, then stretched out 3 fingers and said categorically, 30%, then 30%. We will take over this business, otherwise everything will be ignored. Mr. Hua, you can discuss it with your boss. We are not in a hurry to answer. Everything about them is spoken in English, but the narrated Yu Jingyu is completely in Chinese. Not only can he be a repeater, but he can also translate very accurately. Regardless of Yu Jingyu's martial arts, He is in the army with this skill. There must be a certain status, absolutely special talent. Zhou Hao looked at the 3 fingers of Nowitzki Tim's. He really hoped that Mr. Hua became angry and went straight up and broke his finger. Of course, he also knew that this was all his own wishful thinking, unless Mr. Hua was crazy. Otherwise, he would definitely not do it. Mr. Hua didn't hear Zhou Hao's heart. He took a deep breath and then smiled like a chrysanthemum. Mr. Nowitzki is not a big lion. Open his mouth. 30% is not too much, so you don't need to look for it. Boss, I can call the shots. I will add 30% to you, so that Mr. Nowitzki will be satisfied. Nowitzki Tim's is not surprised, nor does he have any regrets that he raised the price not high enough, and also smiled. This is for you and me to cooperate better. My bid is not high. After all, 30% is only 30 million. That's it, he said very lightly, as if he had raised 3 yuan. Yu Jingyu relayed the words here, and Zhou Hao realized that his worth was not too low. Whether their purpose was to deal with themselves or to get their own cancer drug formula, at today's price level, someone could pay 100 million and please move. The mercenary group is really big, and now it has become 130 million. Both Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu know that the coins traded with foreign mercenary groups are not renminbi. They are all in US dollars. What is the concept of 130 million US dollars? Both Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu know very well. He stopped the retelling and he laughed. Zhou Hao, I didn't expect you to be quite valuable. Some people are willing to spend so much money on you. Why don't I tie you out and make money? Zhou Hao rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Yu Jingyu, stare at them honestly. What are you thinking about getting rich? If you are short of money, tell me that you still dare to hit my idea and get hit. The two are about the same age. After many days of cooperation, I have become a good friend. I know that your kid is rich and wealthy. When I really need money, I will definitely take the local tyrants to divide the fields and eat your big family. Yu Jingyu also smiled, and then continued. No need to stare at them. After the negotiation is settled, we are ready to leave, so we can just follow along. Zhou Hao said, turned around and looked at people like Mr. Hua and others. Sure enough, they had already begun to pack their things. They had probably negotiated the price, and they were ready to arrange the following actions. Zhou Hao thought for a while and smiled. Or else let's not arrest them now and wait for them to act. So how about letting you see the mechanism I set up? Yu Jingyu hesitated and said, that's not good. Mr. Hua must be a representative of a certain military or government agency in our country. If you don't catch him, you won't be able to dig out the instigator behind the scenes. And if you let the hurricane help people in the core move freely, and it will inevitably cause more serious losses. I don't think this method is very good. Zhou Hao is very smart. From the meaning of his words, I can tell that Yu Jingyu definitely has no confidence in his own organization. He also knows that this is really not easy to be believed. From another angle, he said, well, you send someone to stare at it. The members of the Hurricane Mercenary Group, as long as they act, we will lie on the sidelines. If my mechanism doesn't work, it should be fine for us to appear in one fell swoop. With the strength of both of us, we can still be afraid of them running. That's it. As for Mr. Hua, I think you should put a long line to catch the big fish. From my guess, this Mr. Hua is not easy. Even if you catch him and want to pry out the mastermind from his mouth, the difficulty will not be low. Keep him under surveillance at all times, and the people behind will always be found. When Yu Jingyu heard Zhou Hao say this, he was obviously very confident in his own organization. If he blindly asked to arrest people now, he would instead distrust Xiao Yifeng. As for Mr. Hua, he would have no worries and helplessly say, although the method you mentioned is very reasonable, Mr. Hua is too cunning. He can monitor him without noticing it. I guess there are only a handful of people in the First Army, but no one can do this task. Zhou Hao knew who he was talking about. It was Zhou Liren, the second master, 7 kills, and the third master and himself. These 4 people would not come to monitor Mr. Hua, whether they had tasks or other reasons. After all, even if he is important, he will not be more important than their own task objects. But this question doesn't trouble Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled slightly, took out his cell phone, dialed a phone call in front of Yu Jingyu, and smiled and said, Shui Han, what are you doing now? Have you and Hongye arrested? Do you have nothing to do? No? Well, I will find you something to do. As soon as Zhou Hao spoke, Yu Jingyu already knew who he was calling. Only then did he remember the relationship between Zhou Hao and Li Shuihan. Although he was a woman, he was very admirable, even though she had already left. Army, the task of protecting Zhou Hao this time was also completed by her team leader. He always thought that Li Shuihan was Zhou Hao's woman, and he would definitely not let her do some dangerous tasks. He did not expect Zhou Hao to call Li Shuihan directly at this time. Yu Jingyu did not understand the relationship between Li Shuihan and Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao liked Li Shuihan, but she won't let her be a complete family woman. Shuihan, I told you before, didn't we meet a mercenary group before? Now we see that employer again. We want to put a long line to catch big fish, but this guy is really cunning and strong. There are not many people in the army to deal with him, and everyone has their own people. Look, are you coming here? Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Zhou Hao explained the situation clearly and told Li Shuihan's address, and then just look at Yu Jingyu with a smile. Yu Jingyu shrugged and said with a smile, You have all arranged. What else do I have to say? I am going to see how your organization is arranged, but you are really good. A woman like the fourth master can be so obedient to you. To speak privately of our men, I am really proud of you. Zhou Hao smiled heartily. Since I met Yu Jingyu, this guy is an absolute gentleman. Even people like him admire him. He really feels very proud. Since his rebirth, he has achieved so much in other respects. A woman is already worthwhile. When they were on the phone, Mr. Hua and others had already eaten their food and were about to leave. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu also quickly got up to follow. With their strength, they would definitely not be able to avoid being discovered by the other party. It was discovered that Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu were both young, and they would not be conspicuous when they were in the school. Mr. Hua, Novitsky Timps, and others left the school cafeteria because they turned their backs to Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu. Yu Jingyu could not use the lip-reading method to know what they were talking about, but it didn't matter anymore. They were in the public. Under the circumstances, I will certainly not talk about important things, especially Mr. Hua, who has been lurking in school for 10 years and cannot reveal his identity. This school is not too big. In order to hide his identity, Mr. Hua has always lived in the school's faculty's dormitory, and they have already negotiated this time. So there is no need to connect again, no matter how secret their identity is. Too frequent contact, it is easy to reveal the identity. At the fork in the staff dormitory and the diplomatic dormitory, the two sides separated. Zhou Hao was waiting for Li Shuihan to come and tell her who to stare at. He and Yu Jingyu were naturally separated, and Yu Jingyu was responsible for following the people of Novitsky Timps. He stayed and looked at Mr. Hua. They have agreed not to rush anyone. Zhou Hao is responsible for letting Li Shuihan dig out the people behind Mr. Hua, and Yu Jingyu is responsible for investigating the movements of the Hurricane Mercenary Group in Novitsky Timps. Zhou Hao wants to use these people come to test their own institutions, and Yu Jingyu intends to kill them all. Zhou Hao has been observing in a hidden place not far from Mr. Hua's dormitory. He has to stare at Mr. Hua. If he does anything, he will simply follow up. If he does not act, he will wait for Li Shuihan to come. Li Shuihan is proficient in everything. This kind of tracking and investigative skills will surely find the people behind Mr. Hua. Because Zhou Hao mentioned this matter on the phone as more important, Li Shuihan did not delay his time. Zhou Hao only waited for less than half an hour. Li Shuihan and Hongye rushed to see Zhou Haosi hiding in a corner and couldn't help it. He smiled and said, Zhou Hao, your level of stalking is really bad enough. If you don't investigate a person, you have to hide. Zhou Hao is not a professional stalker after all. It was a bit embarrassing to be said by Li Shuihan, but he was not to be outdone. He glared at Li Shuihan and said, You are too arrogant. Did I punish you yesterday? Not enough. When this mission is over, I will definitely let you know the majesty of my husband. Although Li Shuihan has a hard temper, but being molested by Zhou Hao in front of Hongye, she couldn't help but blush, especially when she thought of Zhou Hao's punishment of herself. She even felt that her legs were weak. She couldn't think of when she became so sensitive. Zhou Hao is really a badass. Okay, stop making trouble. Let's talk about business. Zhou Hao, is this Mr. Hua important? I will come with Shuihan, our ninja side. In addition to protection, follow-up investigation are also good. Hongye and Li Shuihan have been together for many days, and they are already close to each other as sisters. Now she can't bear Li Shuihan's embarrassment, so she hurries to speak. Of course, Zhou Hao didn't want Li Shuihan to be shy. He followed Hongya's words and said, "This Mr. Hua must investigate the people behind him. He hired a mercenary group to deal with me. He must be my enemy, and he is very cunning. The enemy is peeping to the side, and I can't sleep well." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the two women immediately became more vigilant towards Mr. Hua. Perhaps Mr. Hua's martial arts is not top-notch, but the level of cunning is not comparable to that of ordinary people. When the two women are so vigilant, Zhou Hao feels a lot more relieved. Zhou Hao left here to find Yu Jingyu. Yu Jingyu's tracking skills are much better than Zhou Hao. At least he did not hide in a corner like Zhou Hao. He was very naturally like a student, following 4 foreign teachers in the school, and since they have talked with Mr. Hua, and they won't hide their figure without knowing that someone is following them. They are already ready to act. They also know about Zhou Hao's strength. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. When Yu Jingyu followed them, they had already seen Novitsky Timk made 2 calls, and Yu Jingyu couldn't see the content of each call. He could guess from the gestures and part of the facial expressions of the other party that he might be giving orders. After receiving the call from Zhou Hao, he followed the people from the Hurricane Mercenary Corps while waiting for Zhou Hao to come. Zhou Hao's speed was so fast that it didn't take a few minutes to meet him and ask directly, "Jingyu, follow up on their situation. They said they didn't say when to act. I guess they won't be able to wait long. According to my guess, they should do it today or tomorrow. I just watched Novitsky Timps make 2 calls. What about over there? Is everything arranged? That Mr. Hua is not easy to deal with." Yu Jingyu answered Zhou Hao and did not forget to ask Mr. Hua about the situation there. Zhou Hao gestured an okay gesture to Yu Jingyu and said with a smile, "You have no confidence in me, and you have to have confidence in your top 4 bosses. Li Shuihan is absolutely familiar with finding traces and tracking and investigating these things. An expert master, you can rest assured." Zhou Hao meets Yu Jingyu outside the university campus. Novitsky Timps and the others have been under Yu Jingyu's supervision. Even if they are also masters of anti-tracking, they are far away from Yu Jingyu. Strength or professional training are inferior. How about it? They have decided to act now. Zhou Hao found Yu Jingyu and asked directly. He guessed that the people of the Hurricane Mercenary Group would not wait long. After all, the price has been negotiated and will be implemented soon. The sooner the task is completed, the better. This kind of mercenary doesn't like extra junctures. Yu Jingyu glanced over the 4 mercenaries from time to time and said, "I can't determine when they did it. These mercenaries are very cunning and won't be so easy to say, and the most important thing is that they always recite. To me, I have no way of knowing what they are talking about." Zhou Hao thought for a moment and said, "Do you have any bugs that can be put on people and it will not be discovered? If you have such props, you can try it out. Since we can't see them what they are talking about, I use what I hear to determine when they will do it." After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Yu Jingyu suddenly understood what he was planning to do and quickly stopped and said, "Although I have such a small bug, if you really put it on them, they will inevitably find that their strength is it's not superb, at least it's top-notch. If someone puts something on your body, how can you not notice it?" Zhou Hao scratched his head. He has never done this kind of thing. He has only seen it in movies. Let's not talk about the fictitious elements. Just say that the role played is different from the current situation. These mercenaries are all living and dying. People who are struggling online are very vigilant. Even if they put a bug on them with their super skills, they will definitely be spotted, but they are more likely to be surprised. As a master, you may not be able to completely control every part of your body's muscles, but if you have a little something on your body, you will definitely be able to detect it sensitively. Zhou Hao figured this out and felt that Yu Jingyu was more attentive, no matter what Zhou Hao had in other areas. What a great skill, but for tracking others, it is not as good as professionally trained Yu Jingyu. Then we have no choice but to wait for them to act? Aren't we so passive? Zhou Hao thought for a while and asked Yu Jingyu. Yu Jingyu nodded. "Don't worry. Since they have left the school now and I saw him calling, they should be arranged for manpower. We just need to stare at them. They should act tonight. When that happens, just follow them." Zhou Hao didn't have a good way. The long-term plan to catch big fish was made by himself, and it was dark now. No matter who wanted to be a thief, they would never choose daytime. Now is the best time for them to do it. Now, Zhou Hao is not impatient, so just wait. The two have been walking with Novitsky Timps and others, and they don't know where their purpose is. They don't drive or take a taxi. They just walk like this, And when they circled around the college twice afterwards, Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu also understood that out of caution, these people would not go directly to their destination at all, and would only go where they wanted to go when they were absolutely safe. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu are both masters, and they both made up their minds to follow them all the time. Although the four of them were experienced and cunning enough, the gap between their strengths could not be made up at all. In the end, after 3 turns, they decided that there was no one. Followed, transferred directly to the school parking lot, drove in a car, and left. As a member of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps, they are basically expert car technicians. Even a very ordinary private car can make them feel like a modified car. If someone wants to track them, it is really difficult, unless it is the same. He is a master of car skills, and he is very attributed to the terrain of Beijing, and Yu Jingyu is one of them. Zhou Hao's martial arts is extraordinary. He is a man of 2 generations, and his mind is naturally very smart, but he is not omnipotent after all, and Yu Jingyu happens to have extraordinary attainments in a field that Zhou Hao is not familiar with. If it were not for Zhou Hao, he would never enter the First Army. Yu Jingyu even thought let him come to the army to be the master. The cooperation between the two is absolutely complementary and very tacit. Yu Jingyu's members of the Hurricane Mercenary Group left school and immediately pulled Zhou Hao into his car. After all, Yu Jingyu is a local snake here. His car looks like it is an ordinary Hongqi car, but the internal movement has already been transformed, and it is not much better than the world's top sports cars. This is specially prepared for tracking people. Yu Jingyu can replace Li Shuihan as the 4th master of the First Army. His own strength cultivation is a measure. In addition to martial arts, he also has his own skills. Otherwise, the members of the First Army can only be qualified for high positions. The Army is not a state secret operation organization, but a martial arts convention. The people of the Hurricane Mercenary Group drove a car 100 meters ahead, even in the busy city. It is estimated that before coming to Beijing, they have conducted a very detailed survey of the terrain here. If it weren't for Yu Jingyu's improvement of Beijing's terrain, I understand. I can sometimes take shortcuts to keep up. Maybe they really get dumped. After following them for about half an hour, a car appeared on both sides of their car in Novitsky Timts. One was a minivan and the other was a private car. Estimated according to the carrying capacity of the 2 cars, as long as they both put them in. When it is full, there can be at least 10 people. Although they kept a distance of 50 or 80 meters from Novitsky Timts and their car, they always maintained this distance, just like bodyguards. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Hao or Yu Jingyu, both to be sure that they are together, we can see that they are about to act. After seeing them appear, Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu also took out their phones and started deployment. Zhou Hao called the people of Pluto to make them more vigilant. Today, someone from the pharmaceutical company might be attacked. He did not find Hongya and Li Shuihan. Still staring at Mr. Hua, with himself and Yu Jingyu, the members of the Hurricane Mercenary Group shouldn't be afraid. Yu Jingyu's call was naturally to a member of the army. Whether it was a superior order to protect Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical company or a foreign mercenary group disrupting public security in China, Yu Jingyu would take care of it. But the most important thing was that Zhou Hao was involved. Foreign mercenary groups disrupt public security. In fact, other departments can also manage. From Mr. Hua's academy to Zhou Hao's pharmaceutical company, there was a long distance, enough for both parties to arrange their deployment. The members of the Hurricane Mercenary Group were very careful, and from time to time, they would take Zhou Hao and others around. However, Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu have already estimated that they are going to do it, and they know their destination. Naturally, they will not follow them around, just find a place and wait. The members of the Hurricane Mercenary Group did not disappoint Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu in the end. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, the 3 cars parked together not far from the pharmaceutical company, and Zhou Hao and the 2 were only 500 meters away from them. The man walked forward and quietly touched it, and 100 meters away, he flew on a tree. Both of them are supermasters. If you don't want the other party to discover, with the strength of the Hurricane Mercenary Group, it is impossible to find Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu, and they are very bold and arrogant after they are convinced that no one is following, and scrupulous at the time. On the way, Zhou Haojing and Yu Jingyu reminded that the security of the pharmaceutical company has basically been withdrawn. Even if there are people, it is a full-body defense. The mercenary group's unscrupulous actions can easily keep in. If their own people and them when encountered, there will inevitably be casualties, which is not what Zhou Hao wants. After the mercenary group came down, they gathered in one place. In addition to the 4 of Nowitzki Tims, there were 9 people with all skin colors. The mercenary group was originally a collection of desperados all over the world. After getting off the car, each has its own armed forces and wears various weapons. Some of them are holding light pistols, and some are holding small shots. Fortunately, no one is crazy carrying a rocket launcher. However, it is estimated that there must be such heavy weapons in the cars of these people. The mercenary group can stand tall. The world is really like a soldier, and the combat effectiveness of mercenaries is comparable to ordinary special forces. This time, because they were deployed in a circle, Yu Jingyu's lip-reading skills worked again and quietly said, "You 3 pretend to be inspectors. You are going to check their medicines. As long as the security opens the door, you will kill you. They, the 5 of you, take cover by their side. Our action this time must be secret, and we will not leave alive. When we get the formula of cancer medicine, we will set it on fire, creating the illusion of a terrorist attack." All of Nowitzki's deployment plan was dictated by Yu Jingyu to Zhou Hao. Although it has been thought that the mercenary group would do something harsh, but according to what they said, this operation actually wanted to keep alive. So how many people would have to be killed? Zhou Hao had heard about mercenaries from TV novels before, and it was the first time that Zhou Hao heard it with his own ears. Now we start to act and remember that we don't need anything except the secret recipe of cancer drugs. If someone stops, don't stay alive. Nowitzki Tims emphasized again, and then waved his hands to start. The action, the last sentence, also completely angered Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao just wanted to catch them before, but they were so disregarded for their lives. Even if Zhou Hao was a human again, they could not be allowed to do so. Probably in the eyes of mercenaries, there is no difference between human life and animal life. But Zhou Hao does not think so. What's more, what they want to kill is their own people. His eyes are full of murderous intent. Because of the fierceness of Nowitzki Tims and others, Zhou Hao also changed his original idea of capturing them alive. Even if he wanted to capture them alive, 1 or 2 would be enough, and there was no need for others to let them leave alive. Call your own people directly in front of Zhou Hao. Previously, he planned to let his own people bring the members of the Hurricane mercenary group into the restricted area, trap them with organs, and then directly arrest them. And this kind of arrest must ultimately save them their lives, and he intends to use them. The trap mechanism only serves as a trap and will not kill. Now, after he changed his mind, the person in charge of the administration directly opened up all the agencies, and some of them were dedicated to killing people, and then assisted Pluto's people to do it, as long as Nowitzki Tims and others enter it. It must be a life of 9 deaths. Yu Jingyu and Zhou Hao have known each other for a short time, and they know that he is not a bloodthirsty person. If it weren't for the cruelty of the people of Nowitzki Tims, he would certainly not be murderous. Besides, all the mercenaries are in their hands, covered with blood. Even if they die here, no one cares, and if they are taken away, most of them will not be sentenced to death. Zhou Hao's arrangement and Yu Jingyu had no opinion, but he whispered, "Zhou Hao, it's okay for you to kill, don't kill them all. They only have the deputy leader here, and the leader is not there yet. We have to catch one and ask. Well, it's better to keep Nowitzki Tims. Don't worry, I definitely can't let them all die, otherwise I am not passive too, but whether he survives or not depends on his ability. I use the trap to deal with them. If they don't have the ability, they will die. I have nothing to do." Zhou Hao nodded, showing that he understood what Yu Jingyu meant. Yu Jingyu saw that Zhou Hao was still full of confidence in his traps, and couldn't help but wonder if Zhou Hao really had any secrets about traps. It was really surprising, he thought to himself. If Zhou Hao's trap is very powerful, shouldn't I find a way to learn from him and supplement the deficiencies of the First Army in this respect? Zhou Hao didn't know that Yu Jingyu was working on his own mechanism. He was staring at Nowitzki Tims and others. They are now more than 100 meters away from him. Even if they stare at him intently for a few seconds, I will not find that unless their strength has reached the top master, they can feel so sensitive. Yu Jingyu did not speak. They saw that the other party had already started to move. The first 3 people appointed by Nowitzki Tims had drove their cars and drove towards the gate of the pharmaceutical company. They were going to pretend to be the inspectors, knock on the door of pharmaceutical companies. In fact, if it weren't for Zhou Hao secretly instructing, it's not so easy for these people to knock on the door of pharmaceutical companies. Although Nowitzki Tims and others are mercenaries, they must investigate the background of the target before each action. But after all, they can't be pervasive and certainly can't know the relationship between the central government and Zhou Hao. As for whether Mr. Hua would tell them this, Zhou Hao didn't know, but looking at the knocking method they planned to use, they guessed that they probably didn't know. The people who can inspect pharmaceutical companies now, except for those appointed by the central government, can do that. It's easy, but fortunately Zhou Hao said hello. They can still rely on this method to get in. Zhou Hao and the others could see clearly from a distance. After the other party showed a document indicating their work status, the security guard at the door seemed to have been deceived by them and opened the door obediently. After them, Nowitzki Tims and others also followed in. The security guard made a gesture of stopping, but in the end the last of them shot him in the chest. In order not to disturb others, the pistols they used were equipped with silencers, but they also reduced their power to a certain extent. The security guards were all wearing bulletproof vests, but Zhou Hao deliberately ordered them to wear bulletproof vests in order to make the security deaf. Inside, he was also a betting on the mercenary group, not so cautious, and would not directly hit the head. Everything was just as Zhou Hao expected. The members of the mercenary group didn't care that much. After all, they didn't know that everything was under Zhou Hao's control. The last mercenary was also aimed at the heart of the security guard. In his opinion, the door security guards are certainly not particularly important bodyguards. They don't wear bulletproof vests, nor do they wear one inside. After they enter, they will definitely wonder why the defense system of the pharmaceutical company is so simple. After all, there is only one security guard at the door, but when they enter, they will feel that this is not an accident, because the pharmaceutical company has various electronic defenses. System. If it is in peacetime, this kind of defense system is not open. Today, in order to reduce the vigilance of the mercenary group, the defense system has been turned on. They are all international mercenaries. They know this defense system very well. The system certainly cannot stop them, but it can reduce their vigilance. When Zhou Hao arranged these things, Yu Jingyu listened all the time. I really admire Zhou Hao's ability to set up strategies. This guy is like a psychologist who understands human nature very well. Every step of the arrangement has the effect of inviting you to enter the urn, step by step to dispel the other's vigilance. Nowitzki Tims and others got out of the car after they entered the pharmaceutical factory. Several of them removed some of the instruments and equipment on the car. 2 of them divided the work and started debugging. Their purpose was to break the defense of the pharmaceutical company system, and there will be no security guards to stop him at this time. Zhou Hao doesn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. The mercenary group is a group of very rigorously trained people. Their cooperation is very tacit. The 2 are destroying the organization, and the others are scattered around and start to be vigilant. Although there is no one in the pharmaceutical company at night, they are still not at ease. Cancer drugs can bring huge profits, and their bosses will definitely set up very tight defenses. The defense system of the pharmaceutical company was introduced by Zhou Hao from abroad. Although it is not the world's top-level defense, at least there are not many people who can break this defense, and it is very time-consuming. Fortunately, the Hurricane Mercenary Corps can break the defense. One of the organizations, they did not disappoint Zhou Hao. Electronic defense is nothing more than infrared, electric current, and all kinds of modern defenses. As long as the power is cut off and the context is found, it is not difficult to break the defense. At least foreigners can do it through various high-tech methods, but Chinese agencies do. It's more difficult to deal with. Unless you have a good understanding of the mechanism, it is very troublesome to figure it out. After all, they can make a murder mechanism with just a few gadgets, which is very amazing. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu waited outside for about half an hour. The people of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps had already lived up to expectations and destroyed the power supply of the pharmaceutical company's electronic defense system. Even if they walk in now, there is no danger. Zhou Hao installed this when I set up the defense system. I planned to let them cooperate with the security, but I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Nowitzki Tims was the commander-in-chief of this operation. After the defense system was broken, he immediately directed people to touch in the pharmaceutical company. They didn't know where the formula of the cancer drug was, so they could only go to the general manager. Checked it in his office. In fact, the best way is to find Zhou Hao, but getting the formula from Zhou Hao is more difficult than in a pharmaceutical company. Judging from the skills of these people, with Nowitzki Tims as the leader, the others are slightly weaker, but they are generally between first-rate and second-rate. Relatively speaking, their strength is not as good as that of the US, Japan, and India, but they win in cooperation and tacit understanding. Together, their combat capabilities are much stronger than those of the agents who fight separately. The defense system of the pharmaceutical company has been broken, and the security personnel are hidden under Zhou Hao's order. It seems that the defense of the pharmaceutical company is not enough, but the people of the Hurricane Mercenary Group have not taken it lightly. They do not believe that the pharmaceutical company is so. Be quiet. Unless there are no secrets, then they will come here for nothing. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu have been hovering behind them. Seeing their cautious look, they still feel a little funny while admiring them. Zhou Hao even quietly said to Yu Jingyu, "They are too slow. When will they be there? My office district is all anxious to death. What are you worried about? These can still run out of your urn. But then again, where is your organ? If they don't enter, then you have no chance to let me see the power of the organ." Yu Jingyu was funny. After looking at Zhou Hao, he was obviously full of confidence in his organization. Zhou Hao watched the other party's footsteps getting closer and closer to the office. He smiled. "Since I have such confidence in my own organization, I must arrange a wide range of arrangements. You see, they have reached the edge of my organization. As long as they enter the scope of the office depends on the power of my agency." The organization he originally arranged was around the office, and now the members of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps have entered his organization area. And when he set up the organization, he deliberately did not arrange it at the door. That is, he was afraid that others could not actually go entering the agency area. For example, there are more people on the other side now. If you can't let them all in, how can you play the role of the agency? The Hurricane Mercenary Group has a clear division of labor. One is a hand-to-hand master, and the other is a gun master. They still guard against anyone in the office or any defense system. But when they see that there is nothing empty in the office, the two people back together. Let the two people who broke the electronic defense system come over. The electronic defense system cannot be seen with the naked eye. The place is empty, and there is no defense. They suspected that there should be an electronic defense system. However, after two electronic experts watched for a long time, they used equipment to detect, and there was still no response. Make sure it is safe here, and walk into the office one after another. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu watched the Hurricane Mercenary Group enter the office area, and Yu Jingyu quietly said, "Are they already in your ambush? Look at them. It seems safe, whether your organization works or not. Why is there no movement at all? You stupid bird. If they encounter the mechanism at the door, can they all enter? The mechanism I set up is not just a defense. I want them to follow my heart. Now they are all in. You can look at it with confidence. They have weapons and advanced instruments in their hands that are useless. Only martial arts masters can survive here." Zhou Hao curled his lips and explained to Yu Jingyu. Yu Jingyu looked at the office area suspiciously. He didn't doubt Zhou Hao's words. He didn't believe that the ancient organ traps were so powerful. Even if he was a disciple of the Hong sect was not good at organ traps. People in the First Army had at most the study is naturally different from the inheritance of Luban. While the two of them were talking, Nowitzki Tims and others also walked into the office area. After the observation of two high-tech experts, there was no defense system at all, which made them feel uneasy. The defense outside having already invested such a large capital, it is safe to reach the center. "Commander, the situation here is a bit wrong. I always feel that it is too safe here, but I don't know how to go." A gun master who has been with Nowitzki Tims is holding his hand tightly. The pistol, looking around, whispered to Nowitzki. Nowitzki Tims also frowned and looked around and said, "There is indeed something abnormal here, which makes everyone more vigilant. This is the core part of their pharmaceutical company. It is impossible to have no defense. Tom, Jack, you two. Go ahead and find the way. If you are in danger, come back in time." The two tall white people nodded their heads and stepped forward. Judging from their figures, Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu could guess that among these people, they should be the ones who are more capable of hand-to-hand combat, and their strength lies between first-rate and second-rate. It's just that their strength positioning is only actual combat ability. If they really follow the conclusion of martial arts masters, they will not do it. After all, foreigners will not be light. Nowitzki and others kept a distance of 2 or 3 meters from the two. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu could clearly see that these people obviously took the two of them to explore the road. If there is any danger, stop in time to avoid loss. And they such cannon fodder players don't feel that they are at a disadvantage. After all, anyone can use their strength as cannon fodder. Seeing them doing this, Yu Jingyu couldn't help but smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "Now your plan will come to nothing. People can sacrifice their brothers and let their people explore the way. Your agency can kill at most 2 people. Let's get ready to do it, or they will run away." Zhou Hao was not disappointed. He just sneered. If the ancient Chinese organ traps were broken so easily, the 5,000 years of Chinese wisdom would be a joke. Just watch it with peace of mind. You don't need to take action. These goods are still not. In my eyes, they will taste it later. His words are firm. Even Yu Jingyu will not tease him anymore, just staring at Nowitzki, Timps, and others to see how they fall, and also want to see the very powerful traps Zhou Hao said. How to make them annihilated. This time I am going to be a bystander. They were talking and laughing. The 2 white people had already walked into half of the office area. They had been walking in a straight line. There was no danger to the people behind them, and they did not stop. It was almost halfway there, even novice Kiddims began to wonder whether this office area is really without any danger. Zhou Hao naturally knows where there are agencies in his office area. There are 2 kinds of agencies here. One is automatic agencies. The other is controllable agencies. And when the people like Nowitzki Timms enter the office area at that time, he had already ordered people to temporarily close some of the organs at the door and only open the organs when they all entered. Nowitzki and others are not novices. The first thing after entering the office area is to use modern equipment to produce interference waves. They are afraid that there will be cameras in the office area, and they don't want to expose their behavior. House people were monitoring, and they could only see a snowflake on the screen. However, Zhou Hao is now monitoring from a distance and knows Nowitzki's situation better than the company's monitoring equipment. Just when they were halfway into the office area, Zhou Hao's phone was dialed in time, and he just said a few words. "It's time to start. Wang Ba has entered the urn." When his phone hung up, the 2 white people in the office felt their feet soft and their bodies fell involuntarily. This is after Zhou Hao's order. The people who control the organs of Pluto have already started to move, and some organs that can be actively controlled are turned on. The 2 white men were immediately recruited. If Zhou Hao didn't notify his own people and open them with automatic mechanisms, most of them trapped the opponent's traps. Those destructive mechanisms were controlled by humans. Now that he has decided to kill them, he naturally does not intend to use automatic mechanisms. The agency kill 2 people first to resolve their hatred. The white man's skills are very vigorous. After all, he has been working hard for many years on the edge of life and death. When his body is falling, they already know that they have been in an ambush. They have no time to consider what these traps look like. Arm strength wants to jump into a trap. Even if they didn't have any light work, and only with this kind of reaction, ordinary traps couldn't help them. But the trap set by Zhou Hao was not that simple. The moment their bodies sank, the walls of the trap were already sharp. Gear, fast rotation cutting. The white people reacted very quickly and jumped out of the trap very quickly, but they were still too fast to spin gears. When they jumped out of the trap, everyone except Zhou Hao who set the trap was taken aback. They were just 2 tall men. A white man became short at this time. A person will not become short because their legs are missing. They react quickly. They didn't wait for all of their bodies to enter the trap, and they avoided the bad luck of being cut off by gears, but their legs were still missing. The 2 stubbles at the roots of the thighs are still bleeding. Even though the 2 white mercenaries were covered with blood on their hands, they were covered in scars, but suddenly suffered such severe injuries, they couldn't help crying. And at this time, the 2 could not be quickly healed, but they would not die if they were bleeding. It was just a trap and completely scrapped 2 mercenaries. Nowitzki Timps and others were also taken aback. They didn't expect such a dangerous trap in the office area. They were so shocked that they didn't mean to sympathize with their partners, and because their screams might attract others. In Nowitzki, under the sign of, someone around him fired a shot in the head of the two disabled white people, which not only reduced their pain, but also kept everyone safe. What shocked them the most was that after the two of them left the trap, the ground became flat. It seems that there has never been a trap here. No one knows if they will fall into it again after stepping on it. With the instruments in hand, no difference in the ground can be detected. They all stood firm for a while and didn't know what to do. They had to consider where the next step should be so as not to activate the organs. For them, the current office area is already linked to the Longton Tigers Denver. They have experienced a lot of danger. However, this situation has not been encountered before. After all, the trap has been present for hundreds of years. Your mechanism is really interesting, but when you look at them, they all stand still, and they will probably withdraw in a while. Isn't your mechanism useless? Yu Jingyu was also surprised at the power of Zhou Hao's mechanism, but even members of the First Army can make such a mechanism, which is nothing special. Don't move? You think it's fine if you don't move? Then I didn't make the phone call in vain. I didn't let the agency start, but I just wanted them to come in. Now that they have come in, there are agencies everywhere. Just watch. Go ahead. Zhou Hao smiled and said confidently. Yu Jingyu has begun to believe that Zhou Hao's mechanism is not simple. Hearing this, he looked at Nowitzki, Timmets, and others. Even if they really found someone peeking at them, they probably didn't care about that much anymore. Now the problem is how to exit the office area. Those traps are a bit scary. Just when Zhou Hao finished speaking, Nowitzki Tims hadn't decided whether to go or go forward. They suddenly heard a click. Nowitzki Tims reacted the fastest, turning around and raising his hand with a shot. This is purely a conditioned reflex that has experienced many battles, and this shot is all based on feeling. After he moved, other people responded one after another, but they were not as fast as his. Even so, most of the various hidden weapons on the wall were knocked down by them, and only a few small hidden weapons failed. The small hidden weapon was nailed to two high-tech experts very accurately. The task of high-tech experts is to break down modern defenses. They belong to high-tech talents. They are slightly stronger than ordinary people. When avoiding hidden weapons in this chaos, if no one protects them, they will definitely end up just like ordinary people. Unfortunately, no one was protecting them this time. If the attack was a gun or a modern means of attack, although the mercenaries were in a dangerous situation, there were ways to deal with it. But what they did not expect to encounter was the oldest hidden weapon in China, and it was shot by a small mechanism such as a mechanical spring. Caught off guard, too late to protect, lost two people again. They haven't had time to see if they still have a chance to survive, because their evasion of hidden weapons triggered the activation of the automatic mechanism, and the ground around them suddenly became unsafe. Only a few of them were real floors. Become a flap. Nowitzki Tims and others thought there was no danger in standing in place, but they didn't understand Zhou Hao's organs, which he learned from the Lu 40th Underground Palace. The biggest feature of these organs is the chain reaction. Even if Zhou Hao didn't learn the essence of it, as long as he knew how to stay away, he could naturally set up the same mechanism. These mercenaries not only received modern gun training, but also received various cold weapons training. But when they saw the people who killed two high-tech experts, just a few very small darts, they felt that there was something here. The defense system is abnormal. These darts are harder to defend than bullets. The hidden weapons that fly out of the mechanism naturally do not have the speed of bullets, but they are all fired with mechanical springs, and they can do it if they want to avoid non-first-class masters. If these mercenaries wear body armor, they can withstand attacks on themselves. But the head was exposed, and two high-tech experts died of head injuries. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu have been watching from outside. Yu Jingyu is more and more surprised by Zhou Hao's organs. He is a bystander, and he understands that the triggering of these organs is basically a chain reaction. As long as the mercenary group moves, it is very likely other agencies will be encountered, and the design of such agencies is not simple. Your mechanism is a bit interesting. It seems that these people are really going to be planted here. Don't kill them all and stay alive. Yu Jingyu thought for a while and didn't forget to remind Zhou Hao. He knew that Zhou Hao was murderous. Don't worry. The mechanism I'm involved in this time is short and not very rigorous. As long as his luck is not too bad, Nowitzki Tims, who is top-notch skill, will certainly not die. Of course, injuries are inevitable. When the time comes, as long as our fourth boss takes the shot, it won't be easy to catch. Zhou Hao said with a smile. He is in a good mood now, even if he is full of confidence in the mechanism. After all, it has only recently been set up. He has only done experiments with Pluto people. Pluto people are all well-trained security personnel. The real masters are still a bit short. Zhou Hao also had some thoughts about letting people from the Hurricane mercenary group enter it. Now they just moved 2 organs at random, which has caused them to lose 4 people. Zhou Hao is very satisfied with the power of organs. After all, his organ skills are not enough. He can't be as powerful as the underground palace, even if the top master enters it. It will be a life of 9 deaths. Yu Jingyu did not refute Zhou Hao's words this time. The facts are all in sight. He is not so disbelief in the facts. He wants to see how powerful Zhou Hao's organs are. The members of the Hurricane mercenary group are afraid to stand still. When they move, they probably have already thought that these organs have a chain reaction. Zhou Hao curled his lips. These foreigners were ignorant. They didn't know anything except know some high-tech gadgets. Once the technology couldn't solve them, they could only stop moving forward. He wanted to help them, thinking in his heart, taking them directly from the side. He picked up a tile, shook his hand, and threw it out. The 2 of them are now on a roof that is more than 100 meters away from the office area. The people inside cannot see them, but they can see the office area clearly from their angles. With Zhou Hao's arm, even though they are 100 meters apart the power of throwing it to the floor can also be compared to the power of a person. Zhou Hao was not afraid that the other party would discover their existence. They couldn't escape anyway. Even if they found themselves, they couldn't rush out to deal with them. As for the guns in their hands, they couldn't threaten them at all. They could only endure the traps in a depressed manner, completely annihilated. Another advantage of using only agencies to deal with them is that their guns are useless. In the absence of people, the role of guns is minimal. It is useless to deal with machine guns. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu both understand the reason lies in how they deal with the agency. Zhou Hao's tiles were not thrown out casually. His goal was one of the floors with chain effects. His tiles hit the floor with a bang echo. The talents of the Hurricane mercenary group realized that it was not good. There is already a big net that has fallen from the sky. This net is made of steel wire woven with various knives and hooks. If someone falls into it, it will definitely be very happy. This net covers an area of 5 meters. The Hurricane mercenary group has less than 10 people, and the distance of dispersion is less than 5 meters. The first reaction they see this net is to move around. With their skills, it is not difficult at all to do this, but when they get out of the big net, they will definitely touch other organs. The power of a big net is certainly not enough to trap everyone, but the 2 people who react slowly in the middle are still shrouded in them. The skills of the 2 are not top-notch, and they are in the center of everyone. There is no time to avoid it, and the net is enough. Covered, the stabbing hook in it fell on them. The 2 of them panicked in their hearts, and did not notice that a companion fell into the net. Their bodies naturally began to struggle. They had already had a lot of wounds on their bodies if they did not struggle. After struggling like this, those barbs and steel hooks directly took their flesh after tearing it apart. Some weak parts of the body are directly terrible. When Zhou Hao designed this big network, he had already thought about what would happen. If he didn't want the other person's life, he would definitely not use it. After all, this method of death would be very painful no matter who it was. But this time, he was already mindful. Life and death, no matter what the mechanism, must be used. The situation of the 2 of them was miserable, but the others had no intention of rescuing. When they fled, they did not know who touched the organ. This time, the organ was not a hidden weapon, but a flap. This is the most in Chinese organs. The common one looks flat and firm, but once touched, it can be turned over immediately. In ancient times, even if there is a skillful carpenter's skill, Zhou Hao is different now. The flap, made by modern technology, is even more wonderful. His flap design is one piece, and all it turns on automatically. As long as one person steps on one of them, all will become active. This is also the original rule he gave to those who can enter the office area. If someone stepped on the wrong and fell into a trap, the consequences would be at your own risk, but it was also a little better. The mechanisms under these were not fatal. After all, Zhou Hao was also afraid of 10,001 unfortunately went wrong and fell into the agency. Anyone who can survive the Hurricane mercenary corps is fast reacting and capable. As long as they feel unstable under their feet, they will immediately bounce off again, especially Nowitzki Timps, who is in danger. In the middle, do not panic, while dodge the underground flap, while commanding everyone. With his presence, the members of the Hurricane Mercenary Group have calmed down a lot. Even so, one person still fell into the flap. The most important thing is that after someone falls on these flaps, they will recover, as if they never appeared. After flipping, they couldn't find their companions. After a turmoil, half of the members of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps have lost half of them. All of the people who remain are skilled, close to, or already top-notch skills. Even if they are not light at all, it is not so easy to kill them. But Zhou didn't worry. All this was just beginning. Nowitzki and others have not entered the most important position in the office area. They have lost half of their people. The most important thing is that they don't understand the organ that caused them. If they continue, they can only increase the loss. Nowitzki decided to withdraw from the long-term plan. They have to ask Mr. Hua for help. Zhou saw their retreat, and he didn't say much. He just sneered. These people really treat their offices as a free market. They come and leave as they want. There is no problem when they enter. It is because of themselves. Want to let them in, now want to leave. It is not that simple. Nowitzki Timps ordered the retreat, and everyone retreated, because they suspected that there was an ambush, and the speed was relatively slow. But even if they were slow, they would still fall in the middle if they didn't know the route. At 2 meters, I felt something was wrong, and before he could react, the floor under his feet suddenly moved. This time it's not a flip, it's actually moving, as if someone is going to take the floor away. The most important thing is that the mercenary wants to pull his legs away and can no longer do it. There is super glue on this floor, and his feet are stuck on. Above, the whole person was driven by the floor to slide out to the distance. There was no problem with this floor when he came, but after the flipboard just now, he had already changed one side and became hasty. He didn't think of how to deal with it. The whole person was like being dragged by a rope, and he was taken out at once. After hitting the wall for more than 10 meters, a blue current flashed across the wall that didn't seem to have any ambush. The mercenary didn't even scream and turned into a piece of coke, let alone the mercenaries this time. Even Yu Jingyu was taken aback and couldn't help saying, "Zhou, your mechanism is too powerful, right? You turn on that wall. Even if the grandson wanted it won't work if you want to break through the wall. Whom did you learn the organ art from? It's really powerful. I can't tell you whoever I learned with. I can only say that none of these people can get out of my office area, and there is no special current on the wall. 100,000 volts. This is the most important thing for my pharmaceutical company. For the cable, in order to make it effective, the electrical equipment in other parts of the pharmaceutical company is currently suspended." Zhou smiled and said with ease, 100,000 volts. This is too exaggerated. If you do this, let alone your pharmaceutical company, many places in Beijing will be short-circuited. No wonder you are so confident. If nothing else, it's just this one. Who don't even think about going out. This is the mechanism you originally ordered the people of Pluto to open. Yu Jingyu was surprised and suddenly realized. Among the organs set up by Zhou, only in terms of lethality, these electricity-using organs are the most powerful. At the same time, for some people familiar with high-tech, it should be the easiest to solve, as long as the power of these organs is cut off. These agencies will be useless. In the original Hurricane Mercenary Corps, there were indeed high-tech personnel, but unfortunately, they only touched the mechanism. These 2 hapless high-tech personnel have already died with hidden weapons, although this mechanism is the easiest to destroy. They do not have the talents in this area. Zhou activated this mechanism because he watched 2 high-tech personnel get killed. Of course, no one can control the mechanism better than Zhou. If the mechanism is passive, the touch will be the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. However, Zhou also set up some active agencies, which he controlled. Nowitzki Timps and others stood in the office area and looked at less than half of the people. Although everyone was an elite with first-class skills, the place they were now was no different from a tiger's lair. They didn't know. They can touch the trap at any step. Even if they have any modern weapons, they are useless here. What do you want to do? If you have the ability to speak out, don't hide your heads and tails. Nowitzki Timps should have been forced out of the way, and he started to speak loudly in non-standard Chinese. Zhou and Yu Jingyu were about to laugh. This foreign mercenary didn't know where they learned it. He felt that he was not capable enough, so he wanted to call people out to single out. Let's not say whether they are strong enough to single out. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu didn't plan to go out either. They wanted these people to be completely killed by the agency. Now Yu Jingyu has believed Zhou Hao's words. The organ he set up this time is completely different from the organs Yu Jingyu has seen in the past. As long as this kind of chain organ is set up in a fixed environment, even if the top master goes deep into it, it is not necessarily able to retreat, not to mention these people who are not strong enough. Novitsky yelled twice again. Without Zhou Hao's order, no one would come out and talk to him. Novitsky was also a little panicked. He didn't know that Zhou Hao deliberately prevented others from coming out. He felt that there might be no one at all. Since there are such powerful traps here, there is no need for guarding. Even if the members of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps do not understand the traps, they have heard of the Chinese organs, but they did not think that these rumors were true, and they let themselves encounter them. They have no confidence in how to get out. Novitsky Tims is full of conspiracies and scheming, and he can't solve the dangers he doesn't know. Seeing that no one agreed, Novitsky Tims said to the people around him, "We are in a very dangerous position. Everyone must be vigilant. Now we start to test and be more careful at every step, otherwise none of us don't have the ability to go back." While speaking, he first took off his coat and tore it into strips. Other people also took off their coats along with his actions, and also tore them into strips of cloth, and then tied the guns in their hands with these strips. Even if they had not encountered the organs before, they had passed the initial shock. Chaos. They also began to think of ways to deal with the agency. Most of the organs they touched were because they stepped on the flap or touched some organ. This time they tied their weapons with cloth strips and threw them to the place they wanted to step on. With their arms adding to the weight of the weapon, it will weigh more than 100 caddies when it hits it, so it's about the same as a person. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu looked at them and didn't feel any surprise. If these mercenaries couldn't even think of such a way, they should doubt their IQ. Zhou Hao was not in a hurry. If they thought it was so easy, they would switch if it broke. Then he and Thomas could easily enter the underground palace and then left. Novitsky Tims and others didn't know Zhou Hao's organization settings. They felt that their methods should be very practical. First of all, the most burly black man should be the strongest among them. The machine gun, including his arm strength, definitely exceeded 100 caddies. He nodded to Novitsky to indicate that he was ready. Novitsky pointed to the place 3 meters in front of him. The remaining few people on the scene have enough ability to reach this position in one step. That is, their next foothold. The black man will test whether the floor is stable. Their plan is very clear. It is to test step by step and then walk out of the office area. This is similar to Zhou Hao and the others in the underground palace. If there is danger and there is time to dodge, the people of the Hurricane Mercenary Group are not so lucky. The black man waved his arms, and his weapon traversed an arc with cloth strips and hit the floor fiercely. Fortunately, his clothes were big enough and the cloth strips torn out were enough, otherwise he could only use the weapon in one blow throw it. Now he can pull the weapon back after hitting it. This time the floor they chose was smashed into a hole by a black weapon, but the floor did not turn over. This shows that it should be safe. Now that the black has determined that there is no problem with the flap, he immediately jumped over and continued to explore the way. This method was very effective, and the spirit of the Hurricane Mercenary Group was shocked. Yu Jingyu watched the black man take a successful step, smiled, and said to Zhou Hao, "It looks like your mechanism is not working. People have thought of a way. We will have to do it in a while. After all, the mechanism is dead, and people are alive. If the method is not affected by the agency, I would say that the agency cannot become a mainstream defense after all." Zhou Hao watched the people in Novitsky Timas slowly move outwards and smiled in no rush. The way they are now can indeed avoid some organs, although my organs can't trap people like you and me. Are super masters, but they are not a problem. While talking, when the black man was testing a piece of floor, the floor suddenly sank. According to such a situation, the floor is definitely not safe. Just change one. But this time the situation is different. After the floor sank, several floors around it also sank. When Zhou Hao designed the chain organ traps, he adopted the plum blossom pattern introduced in the Organ Secrets. The floor sinks into a plum blossom pattern, and this plum blossom trap cannot be activated on every floor. Only 3 of them can be activated. which means that the floor that these people are stepping on now looks safe, but it is actually not the floor that can activate the trap. But when one of the floors is activated, the other floors will also have a chain reaction. The design of this trap itself is actually a game that all enters the urn. Zhou Hao is well versed in people's hearts. The blacks don't know the key, and it's on this floor that is activated. After that, the floor under his feet became unsafe. Not only him, but a white man behind him was also in this trap. As a result, both of them were the same as the previous ones. As soon as the floor was soft under their feet, they fell into the trap, and their skills were better than the previous ones. When their feet were soft, they already knew it was bad, and quickly threw the weapon in their hands to someone in a safe place. The people in the safe place were surprised at first. After receiving their weapons, they hurriedly used their arms to pull them out of the trap. I have learned from the previous lesson that if they fall into the trap, they will probably not end well. Their skills are better than those before, and their reaction speed is fast enough. Before they fall into the trap, they will be pulled back together. It's just that after they dragged the two out, they still couldn't allow them to react. Another mechanism had already begun to touch. This attack did not appear after all the mechanisms were activated before. Hidden weapons all over the sky whizzed and flew. Zhou Hao set all of the agencies are one after another. I am not afraid that they will not be caught. When everyone was shocked, they were hit by hidden weapons again. Even if their skills were relatively agile, they were in a hurry in such a dense hidden weapon. Fortunately, Zhou Hao didn't want to set the hidden weapon too malicious. This time, the hidden weapon was mainly stone, and projectiles are weapons without sharp edges. However, these things shot by the mechanical spring are powerful enough to hit people, enough to make them smash their heads and bones. They are very capable, and they can block most of the hidden weapons with their weapons. There are too many hidden weapons. Even if they want to crack it, there is no way. After the concealed weapon flew this time, everyone in Novitsky Timas was horrible. Everyone was wounded. The serious ones were already on the ground. Novitsky should be the best one. They only have with a few scars and no bones. He was the most powerful one. It's almost there. You don't have to wait so much to see how they are. Let's catch them. I don't want to waste all of my organs on them. Don't you want to catch them? Let's go now. Zhou Hao stood up and stretched, smiling at Yu Jingyu. Yu Jingyu believed Zhou Hao's words a long time ago, but when his agency was really launched, Yu Jingyu was still shocked, let alone these people. Even if he was in the trap of this kind of agency, it would not be easy to retreat all over his body. If bow is a relatively lethal hidden weapon, except Novitsky, it is estimated that everyone else has already died. Remember to follow behind me for a while, don't miss it, otherwise I won't be able to help you. Even if I can't hurt you, I'm sure to be ashamed. After the mechanism I set up is activated, unless you don't touch it, it won't matter. Are you your own person or an enemy? Zhou Hao made a few vertical leaps and reached the door of the office. He smiled and reminded Yu Jingyu to keep up with his steps. When Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu entered the office area, the only thing that the Hurricane Mercenary Group could still stand was Novitsky Timps. He was the best of all, otherwise he would not be the deputy commander. Now he has no fighting capacity, and his body is scarred. At first, Yu Jingyu had some doubts about the power of Zhou Hao's organs, but now there is no doubt about it. The Hurricane Mercenary Corps probably has done a lot of various actions since its inception. I probably have not encountered such heavy losses. The most important thing is Zhou Hao didn't have any loss on his side. Zhou Hao was quite satisfied with his organ trap. He didn't kill Novitsky as well. This is all reasonable. After all, his skill is close to superclass. The organ can cause certain damage to such a master. It would be too difficult for them to get trapped if it were the organs of the underground palace. Mr. Novitsky Timps, hello. Welcome to my pharmaceutical company. Why don't you say hello in advance? How am I embarrassed to make it like this now? After Zhou Hao entered the office area, slowly walked towards Novitsky and the others, smiling. Although Novitsky Timps was injured not lightly, he still remained calm at this time, staring at Zhou Hao coldly, and said solemnly, "You are Zhou Hao. You arranged all of this. Before we come in, you already know?" When he said this, the gun in his hand was already aimed at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shook his fingers and said with a smile, "Mr. Novitsky Timas, I advise you to stop struggling. Since I have already come out, your gun will not be effective for me. You should be honest. In accordance with our requirements, it is better to tell us a few questions later. Otherwise, your fate may not be optimistic. While he was speaking, Yu Jingyu followed. He remembered what Zhou Hao said to him before. The mechanism here is mysterious and unpredictable. Even if Yu Jingyu's strength reaches the decision, he may not be able to be killed by the mechanism, but it will be disgraced. There is no need. He follows Zhou Hao every step. Nowitzki Timps certainly wouldn't believe Zhou Hao's words. He picked up the gun in his hand and aimed at Zhou Hao and said, "Mr. Zhou Hao, you don't need to bluff. Let me see how you cannot be afraid of my gun." Just fired a shot at Zhou Hao, and the distance between the two was no more than 20 meters. This distance was almost the same as facing each other. Zhou Hao's footsteps kept on, but when the bullet was approaching, he just twisted his body slightly, and the bullet was gone. He seemed to be walking in the woods, and he didn't feel any tension at all, except that the heavy rockets could attack Zhou Hao caused damage, and this bullet could no longer hurt Zhou Hao. Even if he did not evade, with the power of this pistol, even Zhou Hao's muscles could not be penetrated. Nowitzki Timps' pupils shrunk a bit. He is a master, and he naturally knows what other masters look like. With his current strength, if someone shoots at him from a long distance, he will react faster and not be afraid of pistols. But Zhou Hao's way of strolling in the courtyard is really appalling. He felt that what he was holding was not a pistol, but a child's toy gun. In front of Zhou Hao, he was like a weak child with no resistance at all. Only then did he believe what Mr. Hua said, that Zhou Hao was really powerful. Before coming, he had always thought that Zhou Hao was great as an excuse for Mr. Hua's failure in the last mission. So he took the opportunity to raise the price. Now when he really faced Zhou Hao, he felt that Mr. Hua might not yet understand Zhou Hao's true strength. He is an international mercenary, not a martial arts master. Different, but he knew that Zhou Hao must be much stronger than himself, and this person's physical abilities had surpassed the limits of ordinary people. Zhou Hao's strength has reached its peak. The ultimate master means that he has broken through the limits of mankind. He looked at Nowitzki Timps' incredible gaze, smiled, and said, "Mr. Nowitzki Timps, I have already told you that I am not afraid of your gun at all. Why don't you believe it? There should be no objections now." Although his steps were slow, the distance between the two of them was also shortening a little bit. According to Nowitzki's guess, Zhou Hao's desire to come to his side was probably only a step or two. The reason why he did this was entirely for him. Put pressure on himself. Fortunately, his psychological quality is very strong, otherwise he really can't bear the pressure. Zhou Hao's strength has exceeded his imagination. He did not consider Yu Jingyu's strength at all. Moreover, Yu Jingyu has been following Zhou Hao. He is obviously not familiar with the institutions here. Nowitzki Timps instinctively thinks that Yu Jingyu is just Zhou Hao's attendant or assistant. "Mr. Zhou Hao, we are also taking people, money, and people to eliminate disasters. Since you know who I am, you must also know our Hurricane Mercenary Corps. If you think we are wrong today, we can apologize and even compensate you for the loss. Don't have to kill everything like this." Nowitzki rolled his eyes and talked with his not fluent Chinese. Zhou Hao smiled more happily this time and said directly, "Mr. Nowitzki Timps, what you mean is that you are completely obedient to the person who did this. In fact, you have no responsibility. Do you mean that if someone hires me to, if your family is killed, I am not the target of your revenge? Or, as long as I compensate you for the loss, you will not remember the harm I caused you? If you say yes, I will let you go. If not, you still don't resist. I don't want to do anything with you. You'd better cooperate a little bit." Zhou Hao had already reached the place where the blacks were ambushed before. The place where he is standing is the floor where the black man stepped on before. Black people were lying in this place before, but Zhou Hao stepped on it. It was very safe. Zhou Hao's mechanism is so wonderful. Even if people who understand step on the same floor, they will not be affected. You will encounter traps at any time, and it will hurt others. Yu Jingyu followed Zhou Hao, and there was no danger. It seemed that since Zhou Hao entered the office area, those terrible organ traps had failed. If it weren't for the people with the Hurricane Mercenary Group lying down on the ground, everyone would even think it was fundamental. There is no danger, and it is no different from an ordinary office area. Well, if you don't agree to catch it with your hands, I won't play with you anymore. I will take you away now." Zhou Hao suddenly stopped with his feet, and his whole body was empty. The distance of 20 meters was dazzling. The design of the mechanism is not as exquisite as those in the underground palace. If there is a light master, as long as the reaction is quicker, the mechanism will not be touched. Nowitzki Timms has practiced various fighting skills, but the wonder of Chinese Kung Fu is not comparable to those fighting skills. Suddenly seeing Zhou Hao flying like a bird, Nowitzki still showed an extraordinary reaction. Ability, he can dodge bullets on the ground. People have nowhere to focus in the air, can't dodge anymore. He thought very well. He hadn't expected Zhou Hao to make a sudden shot before. Now that he is setting himself a target in the air, the gun in his hand shoots out politely. As the deputy commander of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps, in addition to his fighting skills and finesse for all kinds of conspiracy and tricks, he also has good attainments in firearms. With a pistol in his hand, he can also say where to hit, and the bullet is flawless. But the person he met this time is Zhou Hao. Even if he can shoot 5 shots in a second, even if the guns were all aimed at Zhou Hao's vitals. But even if Zhou Hao was in the air, not everyone could use him as a target. Zhou Hao's castration remained unchanged. It seemed that there were no bullets in front of him, but after waving his hand in the air, Nowitzki Timms felt that a phantom flashed in front of him, and his bullets were gone. The star hit Zhou Hao, but instead he heard the screams of his companions. He didn't react until he saw Zhou Hao close at hand. What happened at this moment? His companion was originally injured, but after being beaten by Zhou Hao, all of them were silent. Zhou Hao actually took him. The bullet was caught as a hidden weapon and fired out. Zhou Hao promised that Yu Zhengyu would leave a life for Nowitzki Timms. He knew far more than other members of the mercenary group. He could get a lot of useful things from a living mouth, and other people were dead or alive. It is no longer in Yu Zhengyu's consideration, not to mention that Zhou Hao has been murderous. For Nowitzki Timms, even if someone can surpass the human body's potential and avoid bullets, this is not impossible. At least in his mercenary career, he has seen a few people who are capable of reaching a certain level. Degree, quick response, avoiding before the bullet arrives. But he never thought that someone could catch bullets with both hands. Although the pistol he used was not as powerful as the Desert Eagle, at least it had enough penetrating power. Even ordinary steel plates could penetrate through, but I saw Zhou Hao catch the bullet with his hand. If he was a little bit rebellious before and wanted to use conspiracy and trickery, now he has given up this tempting idea. Zhou Hao's strength is no longer he can estimate, although he is still an individual, but in Nowitzki and Tim's eyes, Zhou Hao was already equivalent to a god. He was not only powerful as Mr. Hua said, but he couldn't beat it. At the beginning, Bruce Lee used Chinese Kung Fu to hit the United States. Many Americans would have to give their thumbs up when mentioning Chinese Kung Fu, but in the following decades, there has not been such a master. Many Europeans and Americans think that Chinese Kung Fu is no longer good. Those in Japan, South Korea, and Thailand. People even claim that Chinese martial arts is a flower fist embroidering leg. Nowitzki feels that those talents are frogs at the bottom of the well. Zhou Hao has such an ability at such an age. Not to mention the Taekwondo karate in Japan and South Korea. Even all the martial arts are not as good as Chinese martial arts. This guy is close to Superman. Nowitzki, he didn't even notice how Yu Zhengyu, who had come by Zhou Hao, came to his side. He had given up resistance. Zhou Hao's toughness and directness directly broke the psychological defense of Nowitzki Timms. He is a mercenary, and it's not wrong, but he has been on the verge of life and death for many years, and he knows who can't be defeated. With Zhou Hao's strength, I can't resist at all. Resisting can only bring more pain. He knew that Zhou Hao wanted to stay alive, and did not continue to say more, but asked, "Mr. Zhou Hao, I want to ask you, you are really just a businessman in a private enterprise. Do you work for the Chinese government?" Then pointing to Yu Zhengyu, who was following him, he should be a government worker. Zhou Hao and Yu Zhengyu smiled at each other. They also knew that Nowitzki Timms was taken away by an army, and it would be difficult to come out again. There is no need to hide from him. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I must be a private businessman. I don't work for the government. It's just that my corporate influence is a little bit bigger and the government takes care of me. As for him, you guessed it, he is indeed a government employee, but his identity is more special. Hello, Mr. Nowitzki Timms. I am the head of the Beijing office of the First Army. Yu Zhengyu, I guess you should have heard of our First Army. Yu Zhengyu smiled very friendly. As the deputy commander of the Hurricane Mercenary Group, he should have some knowledge of secret organizations in various countries. This time, Nowitzki didn't have any luck. The reputation of the First Army has been heard all over the world. Although Yu Jingyu did not show any strong strength, he was only in his capacity, and he was definitely not a weak one. In such two masters there are still so many traps in front of him, and there is no chance for him to run. The resourceful deputy commander of the Hurricane Mercenary Group will naturally not suffer from immediate losses. He threw his pistol on the ground very wisely and asked, "Where do you want to take me?" "I will not tell you about the Hurricane Mercenary Group. This is the internal law of our industry. Whoever leaks it will definitely not survive." In his words, Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu believed that the mercenary group and the terrorist organization were sometimes equated. If someone betrayed the organization, they would often die ugly. Yu Jingyu shook his head and said, "Mr. Nowitzki Tims, I don't have much interest in the affairs of your mercenary group. As long as you don't come to China to make trouble, we will not take care of it. Now I need you and me to go back and cooperate in investigating Mr. Hua's problem," he said politely. But Nowitzki Tims knew very well that this must be a matter of wanting to know Mr. Hua from his own mouth. But in order to not suffer from suffering, he has the mentality of being a dead fellow, not dead and poor. Nowitzki Tims did not resist and was taken by Yu Jingyu out of Zhou Hao's office area. When Zhou Hao came in, the active agency had stopped. A total of 13 people from the Hurricane Mercenary Group came. Only Nowitzki Tims went out. This was also what Zhou Hao promised Yu Jingyu before, otherwise none of them could leave alive. The corpses of those mercenaries naturally have Pluto. It's not the first time they do this kind of thing. Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu left together, but Yu Jingyu wanted to bring Nowitzki Tims back to the headquarters of the First Army. Zhou Hao separated from him. He didn't worry about Nowitzki rebelling at all. If he became Yu Jingyu, he must be very unlucky if he escapes halfway. After the two parted ways, Yu Jingyu did not forget to remind Zhou Hao that for Mr. Hua, it is the best to catch alive, and his confession is also very important. He knew that after Zhou Hao left, he would definitely go to Hongya and Li Shuihan. The two women kept staring. "Mr. Hua, how can he be relieved?" "Shuihan, where are you guys now? I'm already busy with my business. Come and find you." After Zhou Hao left Yu Jingyu, he immediately called Li Shuihan. Although he knew that Li Shuihan and Hongya were both masters, he stared at that cunning Mr. Hua. He is still not at ease. Now Hongya and I are following Mr. Hua. Now he has left the college and is meeting with someone who has a lot of bodyguards. We can't get close. Li Shuihan's voice was very small, and he should be not too far away from the other party. Quickly told Zhou Hao's address. Zhou Hao thought for a while and said, "Don't act rashly. I'll come right away. This time it's our private action. It doesn't matter for the army. Don't disturb the official people." He hung up the phone and rushed to where Li Shuihan and Hongya were. The time in Beijing is not short now, and he is already familiar with many places in Beijing. It took less than half an hour to arrive at the place Li Shuihan said. This should be a high-end residential area. Just look at the vehicles parked here and you will know where to live. People here are either rich or expensive. Fortunately, the car Zhou Hao drove today was not low-grade. Even if the guard hadn't seen his car, he didn't dare to offend him easily. Otherwise, Zhou Hao would have to spend some setbacks. After he went in, he found Li Shuihan and Hongya, and he really wanted to laugh. The two women were nesting in a tree at the entrance of a villa. "I said why you two are hiding here. If you want to track someone, you don't have to work so hard. Besides, if you can't, you can go in and arrest all of their people. What else can you do to such a shameless person? This is too wrong." Zhou Haofei sat between the two and said with a smile. Li Shuihan first gave Zhou Hao a blank look, and then said solemnly, "You said too lightly. Mr. Hua's strength is about the same as one of us. Even if we can't win, it is difficult for us to catch him. What's more, the other party also brought a lot of people. Among them, there should be anti-tracking masters. If we didn't hide here, we would have been discovered long ago." Zhou Hao's strength is much stronger than that of the two women. He sits on a branch, as if weightless, swaying with the branch, following the gazes of Li Shuihan and Hongya to the villa opposite the tree. He can see clearly someone was talking inside, but because they were relatively hidden, the curtains were closed. Observing here, you can't see what they are talking about. There are curtains blocking it. Even if one of them used the technique of escape the cicada and walked through the back door, you don't know. Zhou Hao looked at it, and then a little bit doubtfully, there is no reason for these two women to be so stupid. This time it was Hongye who spoke. She smiled and said, "If you think about it, we naturally thought of it. We can't use official people. We are not unemployed. I called some of the masters of Jingu Yufengliu. It's enough to hide on the other side of the villa and monitor them. As for what they say doesn't matter. Isn't this waiting for you to arrest people? As long as you catch people, how can you know what they said?" Although Hongye Hina is just a woman in front of Zhou Hao, she will work hard to cooperate whatever Zhou Hao wants. But after leaving, she is the deputy palace lord of Jingong Yufengliu, and her actual ability is not inferior at all. Li Shuihan. Now Li Shuihan can't use a military casually, so she uses ninjas to supplement her manpower. Let's do it. Anyway, it's basically determined that Mr. Hua is going to deal with me, and he also colluded with the foreign mercenary group. Even if it's not personal grievances, we are still doing harm to the people. You know whoever connects with him. What identity is it? If it's not an important person, let's take it away together. Zhou Hao is not afraid to tear his face with these people at this time. Li Shuihan and Hongye waited for Zhou Hao to come to make a decision. Now that he heard what he said, Li Shuihan explained, "We have investigated the person who joined Mr. Hua. It is not an important person. The people behind them are very cautious and said it doesn't matter who you are. It takes a little more work to catch him." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "It's not a key person. If I have a special identity, I'm not going to be able to catch them. As long as I catch them, it's impossible to find the people behind. My goal is not to keep them behind. The people who are caught out, just to tell them, I already know who they are." Li Shuihan and Hongye are both smart women. Zhou Hao said that. They naturally understood what Zhou Hao meant. They nodded and said, "Whenever I start to act, my people are ready. As long as they give an order, they can quietly speak. Touch it in. Do you want to put a drug or something first?" Zhou Hao was sweaty. Ninjas are a more suitable profession for assassination, and he quickly said, "Forget this medicine or something. We are fully capable of catching each other. Don't need to do this. This is not Japan. It's not very suitable." For the Japanese said, "Just let them guard at the door when that happens. He has great strength. Even if these methods are not used, he is enough to deal with them. He is not a person with high confidence, but he believes in the judgment of Li Shuihan and Hongye. If they are really powerful, the two will not agree to arrest people. Zhou Hao is going to kill all these people today. I will call the door first, and when the door opens, I will kill a few of their bodyguards, and then you will go in with me. They must have guns in their hands. I can't rest assured when you go in." Zhou Hao said, "Has moved towards the villa, in terms of strength, has not reached the top master. The threat of the pistol is indeed not small." Zhou Hao did not use light power. Every step was the same as an ordinary person. When he came to the door of the villa, his body had been adjusted to the best condition, and his internal power was running through his body, so he could cope with any emergencies. Although he had excellent martial arts, he could not be arrogant. In the face of all dangers, we must be cautious. Li Shuihan and Hongye stared at Zhou Hao's back together. If he was in any danger, they would definitely take action together. With their current distance, only 2 ups and downs could reach the door of the villa. Although Zhou Hao would not let them do it, neither it will delay time, which is also the main reason for Zhou Hao's arrangement. When Zhou Hao came to the door, the people inside couldn't notice it. He turned around and signaled to Li Shuihan and Hongye to be ready, and then stretched out his hand to press the doorbell of the villa. Zhou Hao believes that these people must have guards at the door, and he must be at the shortest time. Put them down in time. Zhou Hao rang the doorbell of the villa, and there was no response at all, but Zhou Hao had already heard footsteps beyond ordinary hearing. According to the footsteps, Zhou Hao could hear that there were 3 other people, but none of them were masters. Zhou Hao guessed that they were all should be a professional bodyguard. There was a conversation in their room that could not be known to outsiders. Now the 3 of them touched it quietly, obviously not at ease with them, but Zhou Hao was not worried at all. These 3 were just bodyguards with guns at best. As long as you make a move, you must move one by one. Zhou Hao did not enter the room, did not know the strength of the other bodyguards, and did not know their firepower situation. In such a narrow space, even if Zhou Hao had extraordinary skills, if the opponent had relatively strong firepower, it would be difficult for him to cope. It is safer to accidentally kill below than to break in suddenly. Just thinking that the other party had come to the door, at the same time Zhou Hao felt that someone opened the curtains in the window to look at him, but Zhou Hao had been leaning on his side, and he couldn't see his face from the angle of the window, so they must have done it. Without knowing his identity, Zhou Hao didn't worry at all. The bodyguard behind the door of the villa naturally didn't know Zhou Hao. Seeing that he was alone and without any weapons on him, he thought he was a neighbor. One of them opened the door and said, "Who are you? What's going on at night?" The bodyguard in front of Zhou Hao is a typical bodyguard. He wears a black suit with a bulging waist. It must be a weapon like a pistol. The most speechless thing is that he wears sunglasses at night. Zhou Hao is a superb. Experts can't guarantee that they wear sunglasses to see each other clearly. These bodyguards pretend to be cool most of the night. "Oh, I'm the neighbor next door. I have something to find the owner of this house today. Look." Zhou Hao was very relaxed, really like a boy next door, pointing to a villa next to him and walking forward at the same time. "Go with." When he pointed to the villa, the bodyguard would naturally follow his fingers to look at it. If in normal times, such a movement of less than 1 second would have no effect at all, but today is different. With Zhou Hao's skill, a lot of actions can be done in seconds, including knocking down the 3 bodyguards in front of him. In fact, apart from the first bodyguard, the other 2 did not tilt their heads, but they did not expect that Zhou Hao just took a light step and chopped down his companion with a knife, and then appeared in front of them. And Zhou Hao's hands also touched the heads of both of them, knocked lightly, and suddenly lost consciousness. The 3 bodyguards can only be regarded as ordinary bodyguards. At most they are guards. Even if they have guns in their hands, they can only deal with ordinary people. They are definitely vulnerable in front of Zhou Hao, and they will all fall down without a reaction. On the ground, Zhou Hao also knew that they were just ordinary bodyguards, not killers. After finishing the 3 bodyguards so easily, Zhou Hao kept walking, and Li Xuehan and Hong Ye behind him beckoned without looking back. He knew that the 2 women must have been paying close attention to their actions. He planned to use the fastest method before the other party noticed. When the degree goes up, Mr. Hua can't be allowed to run away. The people upstairs have been watching the situation below. Now the bodyguards not only did not stop Zhou Hao, but also seemed to agree with Zhou Hao to enter. When Zhou Hao reached the top of the stairs, 2 big men in black had already appeared on them. This time, they did not wear sunglasses. According to Zhou Hao's visual observation, the strength of these 2 men has surpassed the second rate, not far from the first-class masters, and much stronger than the previous 3 bodyguards. They have almost reached the highest strength of ordinary bodyguards. After all, the average first-class masters, they are all being bodyguards around important people. When the 2 met Zhou Hao, there was no surprise. It didn't matter whether their companions were dead or alive. It didn't matter at this time. Looking at the young man in front of them, they didn't look very strong, just tall. But they are not afraid. They are confident that so many years of kung fu has not been in vain. Zhou Hao smiled slightly when they saw them leaping towards him. He didn't want to waste time with them. He jumped from the bottom to the top. With his strength, he wanted to balance the 2 second rates without much effort. In the process of the 2 sides intertwined, Zhou Hao whirled in the air and turned behind the 2 of them. Gently tapped both feet on the backs of the 2 big guys. With the help of the whole person, he has already flown to the top of the stairs. His strength of his feet is very good, enough to make the 2 big guys unconscious, but not to death. He has nothing to do with the 2 big guys. No grievances. As long as they can be arrested is enough. The 2 big guys were unlucky and didn't even know what was going on. They were knocked out. During their careers, they also met some masters, but those masters were under their joint hands, even if they couldn't beat them. Nor will they be defeated so easily. They don't even know how Zhou Hao turned around in the air. They had to achieve a high level of internal strength to do it. They didn't even understand how Zhou Hao could do this, but they don't even have to think about it now. The 2 had fallen into a coma. Zhou Hao is in the air, and he has seen the situation in the house. There are more than 10 people on it. Before he landed, at least 4 guns were pointed at him. These people are professional bodyguards, and they must not put the employer in danger. Among them, even if they send 2 big guys to intercept, there are still tactics. For bodyguards armed with guns saw Zhou Hao coming, but the 2 big guys did not follow. You don't need to think about it, and know that they must have been killed by the young man in front of them. Since the person is an enemy or not a friend, you are welcome, and there is no need for the boss to speak. They had already raised their hands and shot, and the target was Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is in the air. It is really difficult to avoid these bullets. After all, This villa is not as spacious as the office area of a pharmaceutical company. The pistol is a more lethal weapon, which is also harmful to the master, but Zhou Hao has already come in again. Prepared before. The trajectories of the 4 guns were all under Zhou Hao's observation. The man raised his hand in the air and said 4-inch-long branches. This was what he prepared before entering. There were several branches in his pocket. If the opponent's weapon was not a particularly powerful heavy weapon, he has this branch as a hidden weapon. In addition to Zhou Hao, the opponents also have masters, including the first-rate Mr. Hua. They can determine the target position from the aiming direction of the popular pistol, but no one dares to intercept bullets with hidden weapons like Zhou Hao. The key is Zhou Hao also succeeded. Zhou Hao's inner strength has been poured into the soft tree branch, and it has become firmer than stainless steel. When it collides with the bullet, it actually wipes out sparks, and then all 4 shots are missed. This is unexpected to the people on the other side, but Zhou Hao has not given them time. After the 4 branches were shot, the other branches in his hand were also thrown out at the same time. This time Zhou Hao's goal was the wrists of the 4 gunmen. Let's abolish them first. Anyone who wants to kill himself will not be soft on his hands. As the branch shoots, his people are already like goshawks. Pounced on Mr. Hua 10 meters away. Mr. Hua met Zhou Hao, and the moment he recognized Zhou Hao, he was ready to escape. Everyone here, except Mr. Hua, didn't know Zhou Hao's greatness. He clearly remembered that he and Zhou Hao had no resistance at all. If he flees with all his heart, he still has a few chances. The cunning is the first. The choice is to abandon your companions and run away, just like last time. But this time he didn't have the good luck of the last time. Zhou Hao had arranged Li Xuehan and Hongye before he came in. Naturally, Hongye and the others also thought about it. Zhou Hao entered through the front door. The window must be the escape route for the other party. When both of them were attracted by Zhou Hao, the 2 of them touched a window. The window that Mr. Hua chose to escape this time was guarded by Li Xuehan. Li Xuehan was gentle and considerate to Zhou Hao. He can do whatever he wants, but he treats other men like autumn leaves sweeping leaves. Mr. Hua was about to jump out of the window, saw a sharp dagger stabbed. He reacted very quickly. Just when his body was about to hit the dagger, his finger was at the tip of the dagger, and the whole person turned upside down to avoid being pierced by Li Xuehan. Mr. Hua once fled in front of Zhou Hao and Yu Jingyu. He uses authentic Chinese kung fu, especially light work. Li Xuehan missed with a single blow without any pause. As the shadow followed, the dagger never left Mr. Hua's eyes. At the same time, both legs continued to kick out. He scored dozens of knives in one time, all of which were quick shots. She was the heir of the Li family. The cultivator is also authentic Chinese martial arts. Even if Mr. Hua is more powerful, it is not so easy to get rid of her. It was Hongye Hinano who shot at the same time. The deputy palace lord of the Jingu Yu Fengliu shot a samurai sword quietly while Li Xuehan shot. She is a ninja, and she is good at assassination. Li Xuehan was even more concealed. A bodyguard who was originally guarding the window realized something was wrong. He felt a pain in his waist and then lost consciousness. Hongye Hina was more ruthless than Zhou Hao and Li Xuehan. Her katana was killed. A skill close to the first-class gunman was caught off guard. She was killed by her. Then her target became a man in his 40s. This man should be the one who joined Mr. Hua. It's just that before she came to this person, a young man in her 20s had blocked Hongye Hina. The young man's eyes were blood red, as if he hadn't slept for a long time. His face was pale and sick. Pale. I saw that he also had a katana in his hand, and what he was holding was not a small ninja katana. Hongye Hina was very surprised. I didn't expect to see a Japanese samurai here. Judging from the aura of the opponent, his strength is at least not weaker than himself. If you don't kill him, you won't be able to reach the middle-aged man, Hongye. After a slight pause, he immediately rubbed his body, and the ninja of Jingu Yu Fengliu was not afraid to face the enemy. Zhou Hao broke through and entered the villa from the front. Li Xuehan cooperated with Hongye and entered the villa through the window. Li Xuehan stopped Mr. Hua, who was about to escape. Hongye was about to capture the middle-aged man who had joined with Mr. Hua, but was eventually caught by a young man with a samurai sword. Stopped, and it doesn't look weak. There are 2 types of Japanese warriors. One is the ninja style of Momiji, and the other is the samurai style of young people. It's just that the Bushido spirit of modern Japan has been maliciously changed, and it is no longer like the previous samurai. This young man's the strength is not weak, and he should have some reputation in the Japanese martial arts world. But it is a pity that he met Hongye Hina, the deputy palace lord of the Jingu Yifengliu. The young man's every knife and slash is full of strength, and his shots are quick enough to see that he has reached the realm of a top-level master. But Hongye is a Japanese ninja, a super top master. Even if he faces the enemy, he will suffer a little loss, but he still has to deal with young people. It's not a problem. Hongye unfolds the weird body technique. In the narrow space, the young samurai will obviously suffer some losses. The battle between Mr. Hua and Li Shuihan was much fiercer than they were. They both competed in Chinese martial arts. It was just for a while. They had each changed 3 types of martial arts and 2 palms. Li Shuihan's family is knowledgeable and proficient in each. Lu Wugong, I didn't expect that Mr. Hua was also very mixed, and seemed to have worshipped many famous teachers. Obviously, the 2 of them couldn't tell the victory or defeat for a time. Li Shuihan and Mr. Hua's strengths are already higher than the first class, and they are slightly worse than the quasi-extreme. There is no difference in strength. They can only compete who is more proficient in martial arts, but they are obviously. When confronted with an opponent, no one would say that Mr. Hua was cunning, and Li Shuihan was cautious. The 4 of them entered the fighting stage, but Zhou Hao, the most powerful one, was not entangled. After knocking down the 4 popular pistols, he approached quickly, raised his palms, and quickly used his hand knives to make the 4 the sought-after fell into a coma, and he did not intend to kill anyone. When the 4 gunmen fell to the ground, apart from Mr. Hua and the young samurai who were doing their work, there were only 4 people left in the house, a middle-aged man and 3 bodyguards. These 3 people were all tall, and they looked at their spirits. They must be people with a certain ability. As for the strength, Zhou Hao couldn't see it before doing it. Seeing Zhou Hao's skill, they didn't talk about fighting solo. They stood up and stood in front of the boss. One of them moved his wrist, apparently a master fighter, and the other pulled one from his waist and used it almost like Li Shuihan. For the dagger, the person on the far side moved quickly with 10 fingers with both hands, but didn't do it. However, judging from a few places on his body, Zhou Hao estimated that he should be a gun master. This middle-aged man is really a smart person. There are all kinds of bodyguards, including the young Japanese samurai. Each of the 4 is good at the same thing, but Zhou Hao is not worried. This middle-aged man is not a big man. Even if someone is protected, it is impossible to be a super master. There are only a handful of China's top masters, and I know them all. Even if there are new top masters who don't know about them, they won't appear here. They just don't care about the 3 top masters, Zhou Hao, especially the master with guns. With a pistol like the second master in his hand, he will definitely suffer. Who are you and why are you attacking us? The middle-aged man did not let his subordinates do anything. Instead, he stared at Zhou Hao and asked. Mr. Hua knew Zhou Hao, but he was forced by Li Shuihan to be unable to speak. Dealing with Li Shuihan whole body, his purpose is to escape. Who am I? You still don't know. Then you should discuss with Mr. Hua who you want to deal with. You should know. I should be the person you want to deal with. Zhou Hao stood opposite them and was not worried, smiling. Middle-aged humane. You are Zhou Hao? I didn't expect you to be so interested. I heard people say that I still don't believe it. Are you planning to take me back today? The middle-aged man was slightly surprised by Zhou Hao's identity, but said later, he became disdainful, and he had confidence in his bodyguard. Zhou Hao smiled. What he said before was just a little tentative. Even though he was meeting with Mr. Hua, he didn't know whether they had to deal with himself or not. Now that he said, he knew that their goal was indeed himself. Zhou Hao would definitely not be a little polite. Believe it or not, I will definitely not let you go today. Do you think the 3 of them can stop me? You might as well give it a try. Zhou Hao's body swayed as he spoke, and he had already flashed to the point where he suspected it was a gun. In front of the master, he raised his hand and slashed it down. His speed is very fast. He can reach nearly 10 meters in one step, and he looks effortless. Now not only the middle-aged man is surprised, but the 3 bodyguards are also taken aback. Fortunately, everyone is a master and well-trained. Experts who use guns are not only using guns, they are equally quick to reach out. People like Zhou Hao who use the palm technique to attack, at least show that he has great skill in his hands. He doesn't want to be slapped to death by someone directly. He backs up and draws out a gun on his body. He doesn't need to aim at the gun. Shooting. He believes that the distance between the two is so close that even a person who is proficient in firearms like himself cannot avoid it. Although the other two were surprised by Zhou Hao's quick shot, they did not idle, and they worked together to help their companions deal with Zhou Hao. The dagger was almost in front of Zhou Hao's eyes, and the other person's feet were already close to Zhou Hao's midfielder. The three have been together for a long time, and they must have a tacit cooperation. Zhou Hao sneered. The palm of his hand turned into finger pliers, and it clamped the oncoming dagger. His body was slightly distorted, and he was already hiding behind the bullet. As for the kick behind him, Zhou Hao did not let it go so easily. Then, he raised his leg and kicked, and the latter came first to meet his leg. Zhou Hao is a super expert, and every part of his body can do whatever he wants. Even if his legs are behind, it is enough to catch up with the sneak attacking leg behind him. His legs touch the opponent's feet in a short time. A strong gush out from the foot. The opponent is a master of fighting, but he is obviously not a master of internal strength. He thought that even if he couldn't kick Zhou Hao, he could move his position. He didn't expect that he could hit his foot with one leg first, but he treated himself his feet were very confident, and when he saw them, he added 3 points of strength, but unfortunately Zhou Hao's internal strength was too high. The fighting master couldn't bear the power of Zhou Hao's kick and flew out with a scream. In the process of flying out, his legs were already twisted and deformed. They were obviously abolished. Zhou Hao didn't use his full strength at all, but he could. The power of destroying 1,000 caddies of boulders is unlucky for the fighting master. When Zhou Hao kicked it out, he didn't look again. When the screams of the fighting master screamed, his hand twisted slightly, and the bodyguard holding the dagger felt that the dagger in his hand could no longer be held. Zhou Hao's hand strength too strong. Except for letting go, only his wrist was twisted, so he naturally chose to let go. After the gun master fired the first shot, Zhou Hao did not expect Zhou Hao to hide, but he was a master after all, and he would not stop because of this. He kept groping with his hands on his body. Various bullets shot at Zhou Hao from different angles. The distance between them was only 5 meters, so close, so dense bullets. He didn't believe anyone could escape. It is true that Zhou Hao cannot escape such a dense bullet. Even if his strength has reached the highest level, he is still a person. It is just that he cannot escape the bullet. It does not mean that he cannot resolve the crisis of bullets. The bodyguard with the dagger is in Zhou Hao's side. He just let go of the dagger and wanted to retreat. The three of them have cooperated for many years. He naturally knew that his dagger was taken by the other party, and his companion would definitely shoot. In order not to be accidentally injured, his desire to escape is very strong, but even if he reacts quickly, he not as fast as Zhou Hao. There is a huge gap between the top masters and the top masters. After Zhou Hao had the opponent's dagger, he already saw the bullet coming. He knew that in a small space, it was not easy to avoid it. He had to find a shield. Who could be more competent than a bodyguard with a dagger? Zhou Hao directly caught the bodyguard holding the dagger and stood in front of him. If someone were to change someone, it would be impossible to catch the bodyguard holding the dagger in such a short time. Fortunately, Zhou Hao's first word would chill his heart, and he was able to act decisively in such a short time, and ended up holding the dagger. The bodyguard of Zhou Hao became a substitute for the dead ghost, acting as Zhou Hao's shield. Generally, in such a short period of time, so many guns can be shot in a row, and the power of the guns is not too great. Zhou Hao used the bodyguard with the dagger as a shield. These bullets were shot into his body. It poses a threat, and after this round of shooting, the bodyguard's pistol has no bullets. Zhou Hao escaped the first round of shooting, and naturally would not allow him to take another shot. He directly abandoned the dead bodyguard with a dagger, flew in front of the bodyguard with the gun, and slapped him directly on the chest. He sent out the villa with one palm, and he lost half his life with this palm. The three bodyguards were settled by Zhou Hao in an instant. One died, and the other was wounded and flew out. This way, the middle-aged man's fate was unexpected for the three bodyguards, but he didn't panic and watched Zhou Hao telling himself. He walked slowly and said with a smile, "You are really amazing. The three of them have been protecting me for many years. They haven't missed anything. It was so miserable when I met you. You should believe that I can take you away now. Should you give up resistance now? I don't want to hurt you. Although the battle between Hongye and Li Shui was fierce, but not dangerous, Zhou Hao was not in a hurry and smiled to the middle-aged. Humane. The middle-aged man didn't seem to be in a hurry. He smiled and said, "Since you are so powerful, I am relieved, but you still can't take me away. You might as well see what I am." A certificate was issued and placed in front of Zhou Hao. After Zhou Hao got the last 3 bodyguards, he was already standing face-to-face with the middle-aged man. Judging from the opponent's behavior, Zhou Hao can be sure that the opponent does not know how to martial arts. At most, he is proficient in a little fighting skills. In addition to the 3 bodyguards, there is no threat anymore. Li Shuihan is still fighting with Mr. Hua regardless of victory or defeat. At this time, they have already exchanged more than a dozen martial arts, but they are still going on. Zhou Hao can't help but look at Li Shuihan with admiration. Although her inside is not as good as herself, but proficient in martial arts of various sects, no wonder she was able to become the 4th master of the First Army. I really underestimated her before. The battle between Hongye and the young samurai is not so complicated. Even if the young samurai is more powerful, Hongye has a strange body and a 50-short sword. How can her seniors say that she is also one of the 3 Japanese kendo masters? Among them, it can be considered top-notch. The middle-aged man didn't panic at all when Zhou Hao was about to act on him. He took out a certificate from his arms and handed it to him without precaution. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Look at this. I guess you don't want to take me back, but you may be a little surprised, so be prepared." Zhou Hao didn't take it. He was considered a medical expert, so he naturally had to guard against others. He couldn't make sure that he could really protect himself against all kinds of poisons, and no poison would harm him. He said directly to the middle-aged humanity, "You just open me and see." The middle-aged man smiled slightly and did not object. He opened his ID card very obediently and said to Zhou Hao, "You are not only extraordinary in strength, but also cautious. It seems that you can achieve today's achievements. It is really not a fluke, you see. Know this certificate, the contents above should not be forged." Zhou Hao looked through the middle-aged man's hand. His ID was made of a very special material. Zhou Hao didn't know what the action was, but Zhou Hao could clearly see the words on it. The 3rd Bureau of the National Security Agency. What kind of organization this is? Zhou Hao doesn't know the specifics, but there is no simple department that can be linked to the National Security Agency. Although Zhou Hao hadn't seen this kind of documents, there were some things that could not be forged. He didn't think that this middle-aged man actually belonged to the National Security Agency, but it became strange. Mr. Hua spent many years undercover in the university. It will be the staff of the National Security Agency. The middle-aged man seemed to see Zhou Hao's doubts and smiled and said, "You don't have to look at me in doubt. Mr. Hua is not from the National Security Agency. We contacted him to solve a case, but because of your presence, has become chaotic, and now this case cannot continue." Zhou Hao thought for a while, and he was not sure whether the middle-aged man's words were true or false, but his identity should not be false, and he had no threat, so he put him aside first. Zhou Hao said, "You wait for me, let's catch Mr. Hua first. Anyway, there is always an explanation." "Okay, just do as you say, but can you let your friend stop with Xiaowu first? He is not Mr. Hua's person. We don't have to kill each other." The middle-aged man had no objection to Zhou Hao's words. However, he still proposed that Zhou Hao tell Hongye and the young samurai to stop. Zhou Hao knew that the middle-aged man and Mr. Hua were not in the same group, and the battle between Hongye and the young samurai was also more dangerous. He did not oppose this proposal, but asked the middle-aged to be humane. "In this case, you also notify your Xiaowu to stop. I told Hongye to stop. Let's come together." The middle-aged man nodded and agreed. The two greeted their own people and told them to stop fighting. If they continue, Xiaowu will definitely be defeated by Hongye. However, Hongye will get Xiaowu, and he will be injured. Since both sides they are not hostile, so they step back and separate the two sides. Hongye Feishan came to Zhou Hao, and Xiaowu loyally returned to the middle-aged man. He was the strongest one around the middle-aged man. However, after being fought by Hongye for a long time, he saw sweat on his forehead and stared fiercely. Looking at Hongye, he seemed to be very unwilling. If it weren't for the middle-aged person to stop him, he would rather work hard. He was really a combative temperament. "Zhou Hao, why do you want me to stop? Although that samurai is quite powerful, I can kill him in a while. Hong Yehina asked questioningly when he came to Zhou Hao's side. The middle-aged man showed his identity before. At that time, no one saw it except Zhou Hao. Moreover, in the midst of the battle, the opponent is evenly matched. Naturally, he has no intention of looking at others. Until now, Hong Ye doesn't know why Zhou Hao stopped him. Although she is a woman, she has received harsh training since she was a child, and she would rather be injured. Also kill the enemy's belief. Zhou Hao didn't explain, but smiled and said to Hong Yi in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'll do the fight, but our main task is to catch Mr. Hua. As for them, just look at them. They have what dishonest action. Do it directly, don't give me face." When speaking, I didn't forget to blow gently in Hong Ye's ears to directly make Hong Ye's pretty face flush. If it wasn't the time and place, Hong Ye would have been limp on the ground, but at this time she could only be calm. He glared at Xiao Yifeng angrily, nodded and said, "Go and help Shui Han catch Mr. Hua. They have me staring at him." The middle-aged man was not in a hurry watching the two whispering, "Just let Xiao Wu take a good rest." He didn't understand martial arts, but it didn't mean he had no knowledge. Although the woman named Hong Ye didn't look as tall and mighty as his bodyguards, she was fighting. Xiao Wu has always had the upper hand, which shows that she is very powerful. Zhou Hao was very relieved of Hong Ye, and he slammed into Li Shuihan and Mr. Hua's battle group. The two of them had not yet determined the victory or defeat after a long time, but they had consumed a lot of energy. Zhou Hao was already much stronger than them, so he suddenly inserted, "Li Shuihan, it was wise to stop and rest aside and hand Mr. Hua to Zhou Hao." Mr. Hua's opponent in front of him changed. He was replaced by Zhou Hao, and his face was ashamed. It was not the first time he and Zhou Hao fought against each other. If they weren't cunning and deceitful, they would definitely not be able to escape this time. Obviously, it was to deal with myself. I had already spent a lot of energy dealing with that woman just now, and now I have no energy to run. Zhou Hao was not polite. Now that it's over, we can solve him as soon as possible, and he will wave the demon ape's 4 unique locks at will. Even if Mr. Yihua's strength is not quasi-extreme, he can't get rid of this trick. Control. Zhou Hao went up and wiped his shoulders, and suddenly Mr. Hua's 2 arms were directly dislocated. He hurriedly got rid of this. Mr. Hua didn't even have the power to resist in front of him. Not to mention that the middle-aged man and Xiao Wu looked stupid. Even Li Shuihan and Hong Ye were shocked. They didn't know Zhou Hao in a day or two. It seems that this kid's strength is growing at any time, and every time I see him, I feel new. Zhou Hao was also very strong before, but at that time most of them didn't know how to use skill. Most of the hands were to force people, but after several duels with masters, Zhou Hao has learned to use the simplest and most labor-saving method against the enemy. After all, when the strength is always used up, he squanders his internal strength so much, and it is okay to deal with the warriors who are lower than himself. If you deal with the top masters, you will definitely suffer. Mr. Hua is usually very cunning, but in the face of the absolute difference in strength, even his cunning mind is useless. Zhou Hao took Mr. Hua to the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "This guy, I've caught him. Don't you want to investigate the case? You can ask now, or I will take him away." As a member of the National Security Agency, the middle-aged person naturally knows Zhou Hao's identity and background. If he really takes people away, he will not be able to stop him. What's more, who is Zhou Hao trying to take away? I couldn't stop it. My bodyguards were killed and injured several times, and I can only blame them for being unlucky. Hua Yongchang, as a national agent, you have done so many people sorry for the country for so many years. Do you know the most serious crime? Why you can live to this day? Do you know why? The middle-aged person is afraid of Zhou Hao took Mr. Hua away and quickly questioned Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua curled his lips and said, "Zhang Changxi, don't be so arrogant. My boss and I have doubted your identity a long time ago. This name is probably fake. I have been caught by Zhou Hao anyway. I want to get any news from my mouth. I will not tell you." Zhou Hao and the 2 girls stood by and watched. Their purpose is to check the authenticity of the conversation between the two. After all, having a certificate does not mean that they must be working for the government. Many government departments secretly work for others, otherwise they will not. There are so many corrupt officials and worms. Mr. Hua has always been under Zhou Hao's control. Before he knew it, Zhou Hao's qi had already entered his body. The role of this qi was only to detect Mr. Hua's heartbeat and pulse, which was better than ordinary people. Pinching the opponent's wrist can detect the pulse more accurately. This is a method that only people who are proficient in medical skills can use. When controlling the other party, whether he is talking or panicking, as long as he has abnormal emotions, Zhou Hao can immediately find out that this method is even better than ordinary lie detectors are all practical, and no one knows except Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao couldn't believe in the one-sided words of middle-aged people. He did this to check whether they were acting. Mr. Hua is so cunning. If the middle-aged person wants to lie to himself, he will definitely cooperate very well. If he doesn't have any means, he will act well. The middle-aged man was let go, but he regretted it. Mr. Hua's heartbeat did change a lot when he was speaking, but this change was definitely not because of lying and nervousness, but because of his agitated expression. It matched the content of his words, and it was also in line with the situation, unless this guy could really fake his heartbeat. Otherwise, it certainly can't be so true. It is estimated that this time it was really flooded Longwang Temple. Zhou Hao used a method that no one else knew to test Mr. Hua, and the results were satisfactory. Mr. Hua is really emotional now. Instead of pretending it on purpose, unless this person can manage his emotions freely until the whole body and blood are coordinated. Otherwise, it is impossible not to see the flaws at all, and this level of control, even a supermaster, may not be able to achieve. When he tested Mr. Hua and the middle-aged man were still talking. The middle-aged man was asking, Hua Yongchang, who on earth are you instigated to deal with Zhou Hao, and what did the people behind you pass through? By means of smuggling so many arms, you are now arrested. If you honestly explain, you can reduce your sentence, otherwise your crime will be serious. Zhang Changshi, stop crying and crying for fake mercy. Do you really want me to have my sentence reduced? I know what punishment I should be sentenced to for what I have committed for so many years. Since I was arrested, I didn't want to live. Don't bother. You can't get any information from my mouth. Mr. Hua taught the gentleman, like a gangster, sneered at the middle-aged humanity. The middle-aged man knew that there would be no information to ask, so he looked at Zhou Hao with his eyes and wanted to ask him if he could use some torture methods to prevent Mr. Hua from suffering. How could he ask the actual content? But now Hua the husband was caught by Zhou Hao, and everything must be followed by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Since it has been determined that the middle-aged man and Mr. Hua are not together, Zhang Changshi should really be an agent of the National Security Bureau. Anyway, Mr. Hua has to be sent to the First Army for interrogation. Let Zhang Changshi give it a try, and it can be regarded as compensation for disrupting their case. No matter how stupid he is now, he already understands that he has really disturbed other people's plans. It is estimated that Zhang Changshi's task is to connect with Mr. Hua. No matter what path he takes, it is equivalent to breaking into the enemy. Just when he is about to succeed, he came out halfway. If he didn't reveal his identity, he would definitely be hurt by himself. But if he revealed his identity, it would be exposed, and the plan would go bankrupt as a result. Zhang Changshi saw that Zhou Hao had no objection, and gave Xiao Wu a wink. Xiao Wu understood him, and first glanced at Hong Yi, who had been fighting with him for a long time. He was really afraid that Hong Yi would suddenly make a move, but seeing Hong Yi turned his head, he just rest assured. He hasn't felt Li Shuihan's greatness yet, and he didn't care too much. Mr. Hua's internal strength sealed by Zhou Hao is slightly inferior to that of ordinary people. When he fell into Xiao Wu's hands, he just shouted, Zhang Changshi, you don't have to work in vain. Hua Yongchang is not a fool. What kind of scene I haven't experienced? You want to use torture? It's useless to me. The words have turned into screams before they finished speaking. Xiao Wu didn't give Mr. Hua a chance to continue talking nonsense. In the past, he grabbed Mr. Hua's fingers as if grabbing a branch and twisting it lightly. There was a sound of brittle bone breaking, followed by Mr. Hua's screams. This kind of injury is not serious, but the pain is unbearable because of the 10 fingers connected to the heart. Hua Yongchang, I know your mouth is hard, but no matter how hard your mouth is, there will always be soft areas in your body. I want your soft areas to be taken care of. It shouldn't be difficult. Zhang Changshi is obviously not someone who has never seen the world. Despite seeing the cruel methods, he still didn't change his face and smiled. Zhou Hao and the 2 daughters are not soft-hearted people, and naturally they will not have sympathy. And after all, although Xiao Wu's methods seem cruel, they can't see blood and blood, and they won't feel uncomfortable. And they also want to see if Mr. Hua really has very hard bones. Mr. Hua's fingers were tossed by Xiao Wu, and the twisted look hurts. Not to mention how uncomfortable he is. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Zhang Changxi, I am not afraid of death. Now, what is your torment? You have the ability to continue." Zhang Changxi didn't have any expressions, tacitly acquiescing to Xiao Wu's actions. Xiao Wu obviously did not do this kind of thing for the first time, and then grabbed Mr. Hua's other fingers. Every time he twisted a finger, he would ask Mr. Hua. Although Mr. Hua was heartbroken, he shut his mouth tightly. Xiao Wu didn't twist all of Mr. Hua's fingers, but just a left hand. After all, if he needed to let Mr. Hua write something, he had to leave him a good hand, and Xiao Wu also had a sense of measure. He just fingered this segment, not that it could not be recovered. After a round of interrogation, Mr. Hua did not give out any useful information. Zhang Changxi actually wanted to take Mr. Hua away for interrogation, but he knew that Zhou Hao would definitely not agree. The purpose of both parties was the same to some extent, and both wanted the person behind Mr. Hua was dug out. But the case he wanted to solve had nothing to do with Zhou Hao. If you turn into someone else, you might see Mr. Hua as a staff member of the National Security Bureau. However, there is an army behind Zhou Hao. This special department is even more powerful than the National Security Bureau. There is no reason to leave Mr. Hua to himself. Zhang Changxi is also a person who does great things. Naturally, he will not tear his face with Zhou Hao. What's more, the opponent's strength is here, and he is not allowed to be presumptuous. He thought for a moment, stopped Xiao Wu who was about to continue his hands, and said to Zhou Hao, "Mr. Hao, we want to get news from Hua Yongchang in a short time. It is probably impossible. You can take him away now. If you can ask anything, I hope you will let me know." A business card. Zhou Hao also knew that Xiao Wu's extortion of a confession was just the beginning, and many of the later tricks were useless, but because the place and time were wrong, they could not torture Hua Yongchang endlessly, and took the business card handed over by Zhang Changxi, which read, "Country Zhang Changxi, Deputy Director of the 3rd Bureau of the Security Bureau." This business card is obviously a personal business card. It should be a real thing, but Zhou Hao was a little surprised. This humble middle-aged man was actually the deputy director. After thinking about it, Zhou Hao realized that the First Army is a special organization. High-level people are powerful people, and other government agencies are not necessarily the case. Although this middle-aged person is very ordinary, he has a relatively calm temperament and is obviously a resourceful person. After a little record, this business card was returned to Zhang Changxi. When the other party was surprised, Zhou Hao had already smiled and said, "I have written down the phone number above, and I will contact you if there is something." Others may have been at that time. Remember, it will be forgotten soon. Zhou Hao's memory has already reached the point of unforgettable. Zhang Changxi saw Zhou Hao say so, and didn't say anything, put away his business card and said, "Then I will trouble you. If you can really ask anything, you must tell me that his statement is very important to our case." This time it was a disgusting smuggling incident, and what was smuggled was our military weapons. Zhou Hao nodded. According to reason, Zhang Changxi could not disclose the situation of the case to himself. He said that only because he was afraid that he would not tell him at that time, and that he would also let himself know the importance. As a patriotic person, of course he knew the military. How big a problem is that Fang's arms have been smuggled into private possession. In fact, Zhou Hao knew in his heart that when the Americans, Japan, and India dealt with themselves, the Indians had used military bazookas. If no one leaked them, their bazookas just didn't expect this case to go around. Being able to transfer to Mr. Hua was really unexpected this time. Thinking in his heart, Zhou Hao mentioned Mr. Hua, who had already covered his hands on the ground and was in pain, and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, in that case, I will leave. If there is news, I will notify you and see you later." Walking towards the door of the villa. When he came in, he rushed in. The two women came in through the window. Now that they left, they had to walk out in a big way. The ups and downs of things were unexpected. No one expected such a result, especially Hong Yi and Li Shuihan, the two women. Following Mr. Hua for a long time, although he finally caught Mr. Hua, he accidentally disrupted a case of the National Security Bureau. Zhou Hao took the two daughters, holding Mr. Hua, and walked out the door. The middle-aged talent said to Xiaowu. Call the headquarters and tell your superiors what happened today and ask them what to do next. This weak Hao's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. No wonder he was stared at by so many people, and he was still at ease. After Xiaowu took the order, the middle-aged man reached out and opened the bodyguard with a dagger that had been dead for a long time, and sighed a little regretfully. It's a pity that you have been with me for many years, and you died like this today. Your wife and children, I am sure, take good care of it. Then I went to arrange the next thing. Zhou Hao carried Mr. Hua in his hand, went out to greet the two ninjas guarding the villa, handed Mr. Hua to them, and confessed, You two should send this person to this place. Don't have any problems. Hand it to the person named Yu Jingyu. He understood. Aren't you going by yourself? What else do you have? Li Shuihan and Hongya originally thought that Zhou Hao would take Mr. Hua to find Yu Jingyu in person, but they couldn't help but ask in surprise when he handed him over to the two ninjas. Is there any other action needed for Zhou Hao tonight? Seeing the two ninjas leaving with Mr. Hua, Zhou Hao'ai hugged a beautiful woman and said with a smile, I will not go anywhere today. I must comfort my two darlings. We will go home now. The two women were hugged by Zhou Hao and felt hot at the same time, especially when Zhou Hao said to consolate themselves. It was not the first time for them to have sex. They naturally understood what Zhou Hao meant, even after so many times. But when Zhou Hao said so outside, I still felt a little embarrassed. Even the bold Hongya couldn't help but give Zhou Hao a look, but there was no objection. Zhou Hao walked with his arms around the two and said softly, Mr. Hua was arrested. The rest of the matter will be handled by the First Army. I should also be busy with my affairs. The return of Macau is approaching. It's time to go to Macau. Zhou Hao returned home. It was already the next day. Mr. Hua had been sent to Yu Jingyu by two ninjas. Yu Jingyu knew that this person was sent by Zhou Hao. Naturally, he would not have any doubts and deduct Mr. Hua directly. As for how to interrogate, Zhou Hao didn't care about it anymore. On the way back in the morning, he and Yu Jingyu talked about dealing with Mr. Hua and the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. Yu Jingyu naturally understood the seriousness of the matter and agreed. When Zhou Hao asked about Zhang Changshi, Yu Jingyu asked him to investigate. For a moment, there are people. As for what tasks are being completed, it is confidential. Zhou Hao was not disappointed, as long as he could be sure that this person was right. As for what task he was accomplishing, he should not care about it, but he still did not forget to tell Yu Jingyu. If there is any breakthrough news, don't forget. Give it to Zhang Changshi. After all, I promised him. When things were arranged here, Zhou Hao put these things aside. As he told Hongya and Li Shuihan yesterday, Macau's return is imminent, and it is time to deal with his own affairs in Macau, especially because of He Shuiyan's affairs. We have to deal with He Hong's son, the Macau gambler. This trip to Macau is completely different from the previous trip to Hong Kong. I don't have my own strength in Macau. Even if I'm a little prepared, I'm certainly not a local snake like Hun's senator. He doesn't plan to take too many people this time. Take a look and deploy it over there. There is less than a month before the return of Macau. Even if he can't deploy everything properly in Macau, he can still make a difference. He also has to prepare his own fund. By then, he must gain a bit during the return of Macau. Although both Soros and the Tiger Fund have been defeated, there is also a legendary figure of the 21st century, Warren Buffett, who is staring at the fat of Asia at any time. Major events such as the return of Macau will definitely cause shocks in the stock market. If Buffett does not move a little, he would not be a stock god. But Zhou Hao remembers that during this return, he was far less shocked than the return of Hong Kong, probably because of Buffett at the time. The hidden is deeper. He was not known to everyone until the 21st century. After returning home, Zhao Yuqin also just got up and saw Zhou Hao coming in from the outside, groaning. You have to be so busy every day, so you can't take a good rest. Let them take care of anything. You are a family now. Those who have jobs, it's time to rest. She rarely has such complaints. She used to support Zhou Hao's career very much. No matter what he does, she will silently support him behind her back. But now she is Zhou Hao's wife, and her mentality will change a little. Let Zhou Hao spend more time with himself and spend more time at home. Zhou Hao naturally understood her thoughts. She hadn't said so many women about her, but just wanted to spend more time at home. He knew Zhao Yuqin's heart very well and hugged her and said, I still have something to do. In a while, we can find a place to live with peace of mind, but these things must be resolved at the moment. You know, many things are beyond my control. His words caused Zhao Yuqin to sigh slightly. She knew that Zhou Hao is no longer what it used to be, far from the original Xiao Hao. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Even if Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin do not want to. But now Zhou Hao has affected a lot. People's hearts, even the central government, attaches great importance to Zhou Hao, and his every move is not as free as before. Seeing Zhao Yuqin's expression, Zhou Hao could only continue to say, "Sister, during this period of time, you have to see your children more and often see your godfather. Don't think so much. When I'm done, I will come back to accompany you." After finishing talking, I can't bear to say that I am going to Macau. If it is night, he can still find his father Zhou Liren. Zhou Liren is definitely not at home at this time. After thinking about it for a moment, I still plan not to tell Zhao Yuqin about his going to Macau and stay with her all day. It's nothing at all. Zhao Yuqin has a pampering love for Zhou Hao. Even though the two have children, the feeling remains the same. Now, Zhou Hao's parents are busy with work, and Zhao Lisin and his wife have retired, and their children are brought by the elders. They often check it out. Since Zhou Hao decided to accompany Zhao Yuqin at home, he naturally went to Zhao Lisin's place to see his son and godfather and godmother. Since godfather retired, his daily life has been much more leisurely, playing chess and raising flowers. And there is to coax his grandson. The second elder and the child were very happy about the arrival of the two of them. Although the child was still young, they were very close to Zhou Hao. Even if they only met for a long time, the nature of father and son cannot be extinguished. They already felt it when they first met. Seeing Zhou Hao now, immediately rushed over. "Xiao Hao, it's very leisurely today. I have time to see us." Zhao Lisin smiled and teased as Zhou Hao held his son. Zhou Hao knew that Zhao Lisin did not really blame him for not coming. After all, he is not an ordinary person. He must understand what happened during this period of time. He knows what he has done, so he smiled and said, "God Daddy, really let me, as you said, these days have been really busy. I don't even have time to go home. Those foreigners are too annoying. But now everything has basically come to an end and I can rest for a few days." Although Zhao Lisin has retired, he still understands the above things very well, nodded and said, "This time the incident is really too much. It is just a cancer drug that has attracted so many people's attention. Fortunately, your strength is not weak, otherwise it would be early. There is a problem. There is no problem between our family and Yuqin. Your parents are also protected, mainly because they are afraid of your friends being arrested." When he said that, he also smiled meaningfully. Zhao Lisin is very clear about Zhou Hao's romantic affairs. The so-called friends have already identified the other party's identity even if they didn't say it clearly, but Zhou Hao felt that maybe he knew about Wang Shijuan. Although they are mobilizing people to make ideas this time, it is of no use. Every country has suffered heavy losses, and it will not be possible to make trouble in a short time. Zhou Hao thought in his heart, while talking, and then handed his son to Zhao Yuqin. Zhao Lisin said, "Father, let's talk about something. I suddenly remembered." Zhao Yuqin took over her son, groaningly said, "You have so many things every day, and you can't stop when you go home. Go and talk, don't delay eating." Although she complained slightly, she didn't stop her. Zhou Hao and Zhao Lisin knew that Zhao Yuqin was not really angry, so they smiled and walked to the study together. Zhao Lisin's home is similar to Zhou Hao's. The quietest and most suitable place for conversation is the study, which contains a room. Book. Zhao Lisin is sitting behind the table like Zhou Liren. "God, it's less than a month since Macau's return. I want to go to Macau. You can see how this matter will look." After Zhou Hao entered the door, he said straight to the point. He originally wanted to talk to Zhou Liren, but now there is an older senior who asks for advice directly. Zhao Lisin smiled slightly and said, "If you say something is looking for me, I know you must be talking about Macau. There must be no problems with the return of Macau. Unlike the last time Hong Kong, it was the first return of the motherland. Everyone, there is no bottom in my heart. Naturally, there will be many speculations. The return of Macau this time has learned lessons from the past, and it will definitely return peacefully. So you should understand." Zhou Hao nodded and said, "I understand that this time I go to Macau, I will definitely not make as much noise as I did in Hong Kong last time, but you should know what happened between me and He Hong's son. I am definitely going to deal with him, and this time has the best chance." After this period of time, there may be no chance. How can I not know about your kid? He Hong's son is known as the Macau gambling king. If he is closer to the central government, you can't do anything, but he doesn't understand how powerful it is. He will make trouble when Hong Kong returns. Now that Macau returns to him, he hasn't stopped, and he doesn't seem to have a good life for long. Zhao Lisan first gave Zhou Hao a look, and then began to comment on He Hongsun. Although it seems that Zhao Lisan is evaluating He Hongsun himself, Zhou Hao knows what he meant by the upper echelons. Even though Zhao Lisan has retired, he knows the meaning of the Central Standing Committee very well. If he is not used to the previous way of speaking, he would have told directly, Zhou Hao, you just want to rectify He Hun's son. He has been upset for a long time. Although he has already understood the meaning of the central government, Zhou Hao still feels at ease when Zhao Lisan said so. He Hongsun and Zhou Hao know very well that although this person is the Macau gambling king with a bad reputation, if he takes the initiative to approach the central government, it is said that if it is not good, it will be protected. Now listening to what Zhao Lisan said, it seems that He Hongsun wants to make trouble when Macau returns. You kid, don't be happy so early. I have already said that Macau must return to peace. Don't make too much noise. Whether you settle personal grievances or intend to profit from it, there must be a limit. I know you. With current strength, I really want to cause something to affect Macau's economy. Zhao Lisan also has a headache for Zhou Hao's current strength, so I have to remind him. Zhou Hao's personal assets have exceeded 100 billion US dollars. If confronted with a country's economic system, it would definitely be insignificant. However, if it affects the economy of a region, it is enough to cause them to suffer an economic crisis. This has been reflected in the Hong Kong stock market that year. If I come back again, it will be choking. God, don't worry, I will definitely not make a big move this time. I go to Macau mainly to deal with He Hongsun. My grievances with him have been a long time, and it's time to resolve it. Zhou Hao, after thinking about it, he said seriously. Zhou Hao spent a few days at home with intimate reunions and bid farewell to several of his women. He went to Macau alone. This time he didn't need to plan and knew that he would not come back until he returned. After all, he was mainly I went to Macau because of the return of Macau. If it wasn't because He Shuiyun was pregnant, he should have taken her there, but he will not take her now, and this time he has to deal with He Hongsun. Even if their relationship is not good, he is also her biological father. It is no problem to pay him. It's better not to be in front of He Shuiyun. Zhou Hao is very considerate, lest she get caught in the middle of embarrassment. He didn't come to Macau very often. The last time he went to He Hongsun's house was considered the longest time to come to Macau. He didn't have much influence here. This time, because he had to spend a long time here, before he came by himself, the people of Pluto have been prepared in Macau. After getting off the plane, someone was already waiting at the gate of the airport in a black Mercedes. Seeing Zhou Hao came out, they ran over and said, "Boss, here you are. Everything on our side has been arranged." According to the boss's request, everything is very low-key. No one pays attention. Zhou Hao is light and simple, and there is no special salute. This own person is Xiaolu. Although he is not familiar with it, he has met a few times. He smiled and said, "Well, it's okay if it's arranged. We will be here this time. Macau's time is relatively long. You have to arrange everything so that our brothers have fun in Macau, but one thing, don't get addicted to gambling. In the Macau casino, all men will definitely want to try their luck and play 2 games. Zhou Hao himself is not good at gambling, and if he does gambling, with a special premonition, he basically has no chance of losing money. Even in the face of a gambler like He Hongsun, he will not suffer, but other people have no such ability. Pluto came to Macau this time, is all men. There are a few men who are not gambling. If they really get addicted to gambling here, it will not only be detrimental to the task, but also affect one's life. Zhou Hao had to remind them, and the meaning behind the words is very obvious. If someone is disobedient, he must be expelled directly. Boss, don't worry. Before we came here, we had already thought about it. We definitely wouldn't just gamble. If we gamble on this thing, it's hard to quit. None of us have this hobby. Xiaolu is also smart. People immediately nodded to make sure to arrive, and then opened the door for Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao got into the car shortly. He was actually very relieved of the people of Pluto. Since the establishment of Pluto, he has never let himself down. Every mission is successfully completed. Generally, security companies usually receive missions no matter how famous they are. All have failed records, but Pluto has never. Especially after I teach them organs now. Even if the application is not very extensive, but when doing some security facilities, it will have miraculous effects. At least it can increase the success rate of protecting people or objects. The Hurricane Mercenary Group is so powerful none of the mercenary organization of Zhou Hao could crack the organs set up by Zhou Hao in a short time, and other thieves and the like could only go down. In addition to being respectful because Zhou Hao is the boss, Xiao Lu is also because of Zhou Hao's personal strength. He doesn't know what Zhou Hao's worth is, but he knows that Zhou Hao is a very powerful person. According to their head, Pluto with so many people, even if they were to join hands with Zhou Hao, they would only suffer. Even if they used guns, they couldn't do anything to Zhou Hao. Although this statement is a bit exaggerated, it can also be used to guess Zhou Hao's strength, especially Xiao Lu has a certain position in Pluto and can be exposed to the mechanism taught by Zhou Hao. Those magical mechanism skills are simply several of my own brothers were intoxicated. This kind of thing doesn't matter. After real contact, it is even more fascinating than some martial arts secrets. After all, everyone has a spirit of delving into it, and this kind of extensive and profound mechanism is enough for those people to study for a lifetime. There are also several in Pluto. People who like to study in particular, they are now studying the mechanics handed down by Zhou Hao. Of course not the original ones, they were all picked by Zhou Hao. Xiao Lu chatted casually with Zhou Hao while driving. They decided to gather in front of the Senate Pavilion in Macau this time. This place is the center of Macau and one of the most prosperous locations. Macau has not yet returned. The house price was not as high as in the previous life. Zhou Hao ordered the people of Pluto to buy a building here. Given Zhou Hao's current worth, he naturally doesn't care about this expenditure. Since he has already come to Macau, his future career will also develop here. It is always good to have a base here. Although Xiao Lu and the others have not been here for long, obviously already familiar with the streets and alleys of Macau. As a professional security staff, just like those thieves, no matter where you go, you must be familiar with the local area. Otherwise, if there is any accident, you will not be familiar with the route, and you will definitely suffer. Xiao Lu has even started. Be Zhou Hao's guide. Along the way, Zhou Hao was introduced to various buildings and local customs. After all, Macau is also a colonial city for many years. Many places are full of Portuguese style. Last time Zhou Hao came here not for sightseeing and did not visit carefully. Hao was familiar with the city and deliberately circled around Macau City. Zhou Hao has no objection to this. I have wanted to come to Macau for a long time, not only to deal with He Hong's son. After all, the two special administrative regions of China and Hong Kong are as familiar as their second hometown. Macau has not been here a few times, let alone familiar. He didn't know anywhere at all. Zhou Hao possesses the strength that he will never forget. Everywhere Xiao Lu takes him, he is deeply imprinted in his mind. Even if he can't say a complete retelling, as long as he drives on, he will definitely stay the same. Returning to the airport, this skill was not known to him except for himself, so he naturally wouldn't talk about it. The distance from the airport to their office is not too far, but because Xiao Lu took Zhou Hao for a stroll in Macau, Zhou Hao got off the plane in the afternoon, and it was almost until dinner. Zhou Hao didn't arrive at the place, which happened to be dinner time. Zhou Hao estimated this as all arranged by them and directly connected to themselves. This time, there were a dozen people from Pluto. After they bought a building here, even if they opened a branch in Macau, they also recruited some employees. They acted low-key and did not attract the attention of others. It was He Hong's son or other forces, and no one was so leisurely concerned that such a big Macau opened a branch of a small security company. When Zhou Hao and the others arrived, the people sent by Pluto's headquarters were already waiting at the door of the company. Zhou Hao was sure of his previous guesses. They must have discussed it, but all the arrangements were quite satisfactory. Zhou Hao was also very pleased to see people waiting for Pluto. The dozens of people who came this time are not very strong. The most powerful people are only first-rate, and the others are second-rate and third-rate at best. However, this time the arrangement is requested by Zhou Hao, and the powerful people stay in Beijing. Protect your relatives and friends. This time you only need some strong abilities and don't need them to do it. Boss, here you are. We have prepared food. Let's catch the wind for you. Zhou Hao got out of the car and a member of Pluto who had been in contact with him more often came up and said to Zhou Hao, grinning. Zhou Hao is familiar with him, and he smiled and said, Wang Xiaohu, you are the one leading the team this time. The person who arranged my sightseeing like this. I guess it is impossible to be some of them who are older. It is really your kid. Come here in Macau these days. Don't you go to the casino to play? Tell me the truth. Wang Xiaohu entered Pluto for a long time, and his age was not too old. He could have a good chat with Zhou Hao. At this time, naturally there was no such strict restraint in meeting his subordinates. Hearing Zhou Hao said this, he immediately smiled and said, the boss is a rare visit Macau. How can I not entertain you? Or I will be taken care of by my sister-in-law when I go back. The sister-in-law he was talking about was Su Lin. During Zhou Hao's amnesia in Japan, Su Lin and Li Xinghua took over his business separately. Su Lin was in charge of Polaris, Pluto, and ATV. Li Xinghua managed education. Wang Xiaohu and their immediate boss is Su Lin. Even if the relationship between Su Lin and Zhou Hao is secretly known to everyone, just don't say it. But Wang Xiaohu and Zhou Hao are very familiar, so he doesn't mind joking. Zhou Hao is also helpless to him. This kid is very clever. It was him who led the team. He was really relieved, and he knew the importance. Even if he laughed, he would not delay things. Well, you are very satisfied with your reception this time. There will be no one to take care of you in the future. You are ready to stay in Macau. After the Macau branch is confirmed, you will be the person in charge here. Boy, I am optimistic about you. Zhou Hao patted Wang Xiaohu on the shoulder, as if he was entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Most people would be very happy if they were assigned a relocation, but Wang Xiaohu cried and said, Boss, don't treat me like this. Macau is good, but I can't live in Chaoyingxin and Han. I still can't live without the headquarters. You must be under your brilliance to thrive. Zhou Hao laughed, patted Wang Xiaohu on the shoulder, and walked in as he said, Little tiger, you can do it. We are so familiar with each other. What are you saying you can't bear to be part of Beijing? You have to let my light shine. It's because you can't do without Xiaojing. You are the one who shines. Don't think I don't know about you. Hey, the boss is the boss. You know such hidden things, and you also know that we are at the beginning. How can we bear to let us be separated for a long time? Wang Xiaohu didn't care if the lies were exposed in public. He smiled. Zhou Hao laughed. This Wang Xiaohu just likes to joke. Everyone else regards himself as his boss. It is estimated that he would dare to do this in front of him, but wouldn't it be great? On the first day after Zhou Hao came to Macau, there was no special action. He was very relieved of Wang Xiaohu's ability to do things. With so many young people on Pluto, Wang Xiaohu is considered more capable, and his strength is actually good, reaching a master. Strength. Not every young man has such an adventure as Zhou Hao, and not everyone can be famous like Yu Zhengyu, Li Shuihan, and others. If it weren't for Pluto to give Wang Xiaohu a chance, he might not have a chance to make his mark in his life, and he is the same. Zhou Hao and others were not disappointed, and reached the realm of first-class masters at the age of less than 30. Wang Xiaohu and Zhou Hao are about the same age, and they have a good relationship with each other. They finished their dinner while chatting. Wang Xiaohu came some time earlier than Zhou Hao, and he was more familiar with Macau. The specialties that served Zhou Hao were the specialties of Macau. Let Zhou Hao have a good taste of the local characteristics. Zhou Hao waited until the meal was over and began to gather everyone together and give them a meeting. This time he came to Macau at no public expense. They had a lot of missions this time, but Pluto's main mission was to target He Hong's son. As for stock funds, there are another team is responsible for it. You continue to receive some security business here as the Pluto branch. Tomorrow, Xiaohu and Xiaolu, you two will go to Macau Casino with me. Come to Macau, not to bet on too. It would be a shame. Zhou Hao sat at the desk in the office, Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu Dao. Wang Xiaohu didn't say anything yet. Xiao Lu had already spoken. Boss, didn't you say that you are not allowed to go to the casino? How come you have to go to the casino first? There are many casinos in Macau. If you really like gambling, that would be troublesome. Xiao Lu remembered what Zhou Hao said to himself when he got off the plane and immediately raised an objection. Zhou Hao actually likes such outspoken subordinates. After all, he is not the kind of boss who likes others to sing praises. He wants to make the company progress. It is a good thing to have such outspoken subordinates. Zhou Hao is naturally not against Xiao Lu. He would be angry, but smiled and explained. You still can't go to the casino, and no one has enough self-control to gamble. But I am different. You follow me. We have other things to do. Wang Xiaohu is a clever man. He did not wait for Xiao Lu to continue speaking. He has already promised. Boss, don't worry. The brothers we came this time were all selected. We usually like to play too, but we didn't send them. Neither of us will go to the casino, and gambling addiction must not be touched. Zhou Hao nodded and talked about the arrangements for a period of time in the future. This meeting was disbanded. This is just his opening meeting in Macau. It doesn't need to be formal, as long as everyone understands what to do during this period and how to work. Now, Zhou Hao is very relieved of the people of Pluto. The first night in Macau was very peaceful. He even called Beijing in the evening and asked about the pharmaceutical company's situation. The Xiao family and his son reported very excitedly that after the success of the new drug launch, orders from all over the country were all over. The same flies are all for additional medicines. Although the boutique medicines at the auction cannot be sold again, orders for ordinary medicine bottles can still be accepted. All this was in Zhou Hao's expectation. Although people's living standards have not yet entered the 21st century, people's living standards have been greatly improved, and they pay more attention to health. Even ordinary families, for their own health. I don't hesitate to spend money on some healthcare products, not to mention that my own medicine is a good medicine that can really delay the outbreak of cancer. Then I called every woman in the family to report their safety. Girls like Situ Jianying, Wang Shijuan, Yang Jiaobao, and the like just told their missus. Zhao Yuqin was concerned about Zhou Hao's life, and Li Xinghua and Su Lin naturally told Zhou Hao not to with flowers and grass. Hong Ye and Li Shuian talked to him about the current security situation. Everything at home is fine. Zhou Hao is relieved. He didn't tell He Shuiyun about his own life in Macau. She and Liang Xiaobing are living peacefully in Hong Kong. He didn't intend to let her get involved here. He did not tell He Shuiyun about his stay in Macau. Zhou Hao was not busy going to the casino the next day. Although Macau is an internationally famous casino, there are casinos open day and night. But now he wants to figure out which casino is the most famous in Macau, and more importantly, he wanted to know which of He Hongsen's industries were. He doesn't plan to go to the stadium today. At least he has to look at their family's business. He is a stranger in Macau. Even if he went to He Hongsen's house, someone had seen him, but if he saw him again, he might not be able to. I remembered that. I was the one who brought He Shuiyun into the He family back then. After all, it was more than 2 years. People from Pluto are coming to Macau these days because the above regulations are not allowed to touch gambling. So there is no order from Zhou Hao, and there is no investigation of the distribution of casinos here. Now Zhou Hao has to investigate all by himself, but this is nothing. Major events. Before Pluto, Zhou Hao all acted on his own. Especially during this period in Japan, even with the information provided by Chi Kai's son, Zhou Hao himself investigated many things. Now he still takes Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu, which is considered to be sufficiently staffed, and Macau casinos are like this. There are more gamblers. If you want to investigate anything, you can find out if you have money. It took them all morning to pass through some local residents in Macau and some gamblers who lingered in the casinos. They quickly figured out the strength of this place. He Hongsen is undoubtedly a big man in Macau's gambling industry. As long as you mention it, everyone knows it. And unlike what the outside world knows about He Hongsen, no one thinks he is a terrible person, but he is very admirable. He Hongsen's title is the King of Gambling, and his gambling skills are naturally superb. Many gamblers admire He Hongsen very much, claiming that if they could have the level of He Hongsen, they would have made a fortune long ago. The news of the money betrayed. Zhou Hao could hear their admiration from the heart. Zhou Hao took Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu to the major casinos in Macau. He paid particular attention to the several large casinos opened by He Hongsen. Those professional gamblers can naturally tell Zhou Hao that the owner of any casino who is it. In addition to being the king of gambling, He Hongsen is also the largest owner of the Macau gambling industry. The scale and number of casinos opened are the largest in Macau. Boss, it seems that He Hongsen's influence is not small. The scale of these casinos is really big enough. If any casino is placed in other cities, it can be the largest, and looking at their endless crowds, this one day's income is so much. No wonder so many people envy He Hongsen. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu are both Zhou Hao's confidants, and naturally they know that Zhou Hao will deal with He Hongsen. Zhou Hao smiled and said, He Hongsun is the Macau gambling king. For many years, no one can surpass a gambling master. If he didn't even have this strength, he would have been killed long ago. It's easy, we have to take it slowly. He has lost a lot before, but now it's not as good as before. Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu didn't know what happened to He Hongsun in Hong Kong before, and how Zhou Hao's words were not as good as before, but they knew that since Zhou Hao said that, there must be his reason. They didn't know Zhou Hao's how much worth, but since they entered Pluto, they have heard Zhou Hao's legend and have never heard of him failing. After they returned to their residence, after a little negotiation, they had decided on their destination tonight. If they choose a casino that is too big, it is easy to be discovered directly by He Hongsun. Zhou Hao didn't want to be known by He Hongsun that he was here so early. Even if his strength is sufficient to protect himself, his plan cannot be implemented. In the end, they chose a casino called Zhongwang, which should be regarded as a big place in Macau, but in He Hongsun's industry, it is at best second-rate. It is estimated that the person in charge is also his less important heir. Even if he had met Zhou Hao before, he couldn't recognize him. This Zhongwang casino is not too far away from Zhou Hao's Pluto branch. It can be reached by turning around 2 blocks. After the 3 people have planned, they walk directly over. The road is like sightseeing guests, and all 3 are also being young people. No one would have thought that their status was so special. The name Zhongwang is in line with the traditional Chinese concept. Let's not talk about how the casino is, just look at this name. Gamblers can't help but try 2 hands, even if they know that entering the casino will definitely not be easy to win. Money doesn't really make you so prosperous, but some people still believe it. When the 3 of them arrived, it was actually more than 3 in the afternoon. If they were in other cities, it would definitely be a relatively quiet time. After all, most people work. Even those who don't work will take a lunch break. But in Macau, this place, especially in casinos, there has never been such a quiet time period. During the previous investigation, they had also been to many casinos. Even if they did not go in, they could see how the casino business was at the door. Some casinos larger than Zhongwang did not have so many people. It seems that a good name is really good. It is very important, and He Hongsun is actually a living sign. As a gambler, the casino he opened is indeed more credible than other casinos. The entrance of Zhongwang Casino is the same as that of other casinos. As usual, some gamblers will hesitate at the entrance, whether to go in and try to. There are also 3 or 2 friends who are discussing whether to go in and play. Others still wait and see, pass by, and even hear. More lively than some larger supermarkets. Macau is indeed one of the 4 major international gambling cities. The gambling industry here has become a kind of culture. When it really returns to the embrace of the motherland, the country cannot suppress it with all its strength. This is also the benefit of 1 country, 2 systems. Zhou Hao remembers that even if Macau returns in the past, it will still the gambling industry is thriving and has created a lot of benefits. Zhou Hao took Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu to the entrance of the casino called Zhongwang. The lively scene here is comparable to a normal supermarket, except that most of the people who come and go here are men, and they are mainly gamblers in Macau, or everywhere. Tourists who want to come and try 2 things. Casinos generally have feng shui layouts, and Zhou Hao doesn't know much about it. However, he looked at the Zhongwang casino like a lion with an open mouth. He estimated that the casino means like a lion's mouth. Who is here? Just eat up whose money. Boss, shall we go in? There are a lot of people here, and there are so many gamblers. No wonder the casinos are making money. This is simply stealing money. I used to think that our pharmaceutical factory makes money. They are more profitable here than our pharmaceutical factory. Wang Xiaohu looked at the gambler, who looked like he could not help feeling. Xiao Lu echoed, Yes, brother, who is right. These people are really rich masters, but they don't know how many people have been ruined. The scale of a casino in He Hongsun is worthy of Macau gambling. Wang, other casinos are bigger. Zhou Hao didn't say it with them. He glanced at the door and then smiled and said, Let's go in and have a look now. Since we are all at the door, how can we not get through the door? I want to see them too. Can a casino of this type really eat me up? Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu are not timid people. Hearing what Zhou Hao said, they walked into the casino with Zhou Hao with a smile. They had been in Macau for a while, but because of Zhou Hao's request, no one entered. I have been to a casino, and now I see a real casino. I suddenly feel that my eyes are not enough. Although Zhongwan Casino is not a very large casino, it has a wide range of gambling forms, whether it is dice betting, card baccarat, or all kinds of gambling machines, slot machines, and it's all available. But today it's obviously a good business. If not, there are people playing everywhere on weekends. Although Zhou Hao is not proficient in all kinds of gambling, he has seen a lot of them. They all understand the rules of that gambling method. Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu are far worse than Zhou Hao. When they arrived here, they were immediately caught by Ling Lang. The full range of gambling projects attracted attention, and they learned that gambling can also take so many forms after entering the casino. Zhou Hao took the two to the counter, first exchanged 100,000 chips, and gave them 10,000 each, and said with a smile, "Give you 10,000 chips each, you just go find a place to play too. By the way, looking at the security situation here, you don't have to give it to me regardless of whether you win or lose. But you must remember that if you really lose all, don't continue to double." It is easy to get addicted to gambling. He knows that most people come here to gamble, and most of them have no chance of winning, unless this person is very lucky. Regardless of their luck, Zhou Hao doesn't want them to find gambling interesting, or they become addicted to gambling and want to borrow it. It was difficult. After giving them 2 chips, he took the rest and went to play by himself. Zhou Hao wandered back and forth in the casino lobby. Instead of going directly to the gaming table, he walked to a slot machine. This type of machine is the most common gaming machine in the casino. There are various odds on it. It will highlight the corresponding ratio of chips. This kind of machine will not have a big win or lose, and it is generally the favorite of small gamblers. Zhou Hao has not played this kind of gambling machine in this life, but in his previous life, he has not been exposed to it. At that time, the gambling machines he contacted were already different in nature. They were all in large casinos, and they also had to use game coins. If it is hit, the coin will be refunded. The nature is the same, but it is not considered a gambling. Zhou Hao came to play gambling machines mainly not because he likes it. He now wants to try his hunch, whether he is so accurate in gambling. He used to have confidence in his hunch, but after passing through the Luban underground palace, knowing that his premonitions sometimes fail. As for the reason, he still doesn't know the reason. It becomes very important to test it when nothing happens. He found a gambling machine full of fruits. The things on it are similar. Some machines are fruits, and some are animals. Zhou Hao sits here casually and takes out his chips. According to the above odds, first the mango with the highest odds. I put $100 in chips, then put another $10 on the apple with the lowest odds, and then put money on the fruits that are not high or low. When the cursor of the gambling machine turned, Zhou Hao could no longer place bets, but at this time he was attentively feeling that the cursor should stop there this time, from the cursor to the stop, but a few seconds. If according to previous speculations, my hunch would definitely call the police in advance, and even remind myself when I bet. This time, because there was no sign of the bet, and the bet was relatively small, it did not affect Zhou Hao. The sign did not come at all. With such concentration, he may be able to sense that he needs to know whether he can guarantee a winning gambling. After all, Zhou Hao is here, not to lose money. His grievances with He Hong's son are already very deep. Even if he can't directly kill him, Zhou Hao will fight him. If he wants to fight He Hong's son, undoubtedly the best way is to fight him in what he is best at and defeat the Macau gambler. If it were in a previous life, Zhou Hao couldn't even think about it. He would do it in this life. During the induction, the cursor is about to fall on the banana. This is a pattern that is neither high nor low. Zhou Hao pressed 40 yuan on it, and he should get 2.5 times the return. His hunch is really accurate. About 3 seconds before the cursor stopped, Zhou Hao already knew the result of this bet. Zhou Hao put in 270 yuan for the first time, and according to the result of the successful bet, he got 130 yuan in return, which is relatively half of the loss. However, Zhou Hao felt more comfortable in his heart, and he had a hunch that he did not let himself. Disappointed, basically it's impossible for me to want gambling money. He came to the slot machine just to experiment with his premonitions. Now that he knew his premonition was okay, he immediately left here and came to the front of the large and small gaming table. The bets here are much larger than the slot machines, and the gameplay is relatively simple. The dice are small and big. This gambling method often seen on TV is the simplest and easiest way to win or lose money. Zhou Hao stood on the periphery of people and watched them place their bets. Every time the bet was at least 100, and the top one was 1 million. This is already a very high ceiling in Zhongwang Casino. After all, if the dealer loses, it is one loses two, and if 3 leopards with the same dice are guessed, the dealer pays 110. There are a lot of human factors in dice rolls. It depends on whether the banker who controls the dice will do anything. Generally, there are several master gambling players in such large casinos. You don't need to ask to know that He Hongsun must be this master. Now, the dealer here is a middle-aged man in his 30s. He looks clean with his hands and feet, and he will definitely not look like 1,000 people. Zhou Hao watched a few hands. With his keen hearing beyond ordinary people, he could tell that the dealer who rolled the dice did not do anything. So he safely took out his chips and placed a bet on it. He played very casually and did not. What kind of sensory ability is used, but after every bet, he can know the result before the dice clock is revealed. Although this gives him the confidence to beat his opponent, it is less fun. Betting casually, there is not much to win or lose. The original 80,000 chips slowly became 110,000. On such a table, he won 10,000 or 20,000 without anyone paying attention. When he was in his hometown before, after winning tens of millions, there is no feeling of heartbeat, thinking about going to other places. Boss, you are playing here. We have been looking for you for a long time. How are you? How do you win or lose? Wang Xiaohu brought Xiao Lu to touch from behind and asked Zhou Hao grinningly. Seeing the two of them, Zhou Hao understood in his heart and said with a smile, I just played a few games here and won about 20,000 yuan. Have you all lost? After a while, what did you play? Is the bet a bit big? He was also curious that 2 people who had never played in the casino dared to lose all 20,000 so quickly. 20,000 is not money in the eyes of Zhou Hao, but in the eyes of Pluto people, it is not a small number. After all, they are also wage earners. Zhou Hao is really curious about what they are playing. They lost the money so quickly. He looked around and found no one paying attention to them. We just saw someone betting on Pai Gao there, so we went over and took a look and thought it was fun, and then we went up to play too. Who knew that we lost all the money soon, and that money was lost too fast. It's not enough for us to play well. This casino is really harmful, Xiao Lu said as he looked back at the Pai Gao table not far away. Zhou Hao thought for a moment. He didn't know much about Pai Gao. In fact, the meaning is the same as that of dice. It just needs a little bit of courage and fraud. It is far less enjoyable than stud. Of course, it's not as big as stud. 10 million. Don't do that. The first time I come today, I won't be too mean to you. The 20,000 chips I just won will give you 20,000. Don't waste too much money in one place. Your goal is playing everywhere. You can't spend too much money in one place. Zhou Hao said once again, giving them 10,000 yuan each, and while speaking, he walked to the Pai Gao table. They said, he is not a short-term person, but his brother loses all his money here. It's okay to come and see for himself. He didn't think there was any problem at this time. After all, it is normal to lose money in a casino. He just wants more. To understand the situation in the casino, after all, Macau casinos are well known at home and abroad. Zhou Hao came to the table of Pai Gao. Before, Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu lost 10,000 here. In fact, even if it is not in the 21st century, 10,000 yuan can only play some small gambling items in the casino. Although the kind of Pai Gao is not too big, at least a few 100,000 up and down is easy. At this time, there were 7 people sitting on the gaming table, and everyone was surrounded by a glamorous bunny girl. Seeing them, they were probably the special service staff provided in the casino. Generally, gambling is not divided into families, like Zhou Hao. There are also a few people watching here alone, but most of them will not leave the table. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu still did not follow Zhou Hao this time. Although they came in together, they weren't the people who attracted attention, and outsiders didn't know that the 3 of them were together. It was convenient for them to move. This was Zhou Hao's request, and they all understood it. Regardless of what others think of him, Zhou Hao directly finds an open seat and sits down. He is actually not familiar with the game of Pai Gao, but he knows that his premonition is very good. As long as there are dangerous hands, as long as he does not call, he will not lose. With money, he mainly wanted to observe the people gambling here. The gamblers playing in the lobby outside are not very worthy people. Their attention is now on the table, waiting for the dealer to deal with the cards. 2 of these people are full of red faces with a pile of chips in front of them. Should be the biggest winner here, and now he keeps asking the croupier to hurry up. After Zhou Hao sat down, he didn't ask how much he should press. He asked for the card first. He felt that there should be no danger in this hand. His first purpose was to try his hand. It seemed very relaxed. It was obvious to those who killed the red eye. Different, and the most important thing is that I don't have any beautiful women around me, a little lonely. The croupier was rushed by the two winners, so he had to deal with the cards as soon as possible. Zhou Hao got a tiger's head and looked at the expressions of other people. Zhou Hao couldn't help but want to laugh. They should not be professional gamblers either. The cards are happy, and the bad cards are frowning. The two winners were obviously good cards this time. After they got them, they started betting. Zhou Hao's hand was not big, so he didn't follow them to bet, so he gave up the hand decisively, losing a little bit at most. He didn't worry about the money. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so he played two more. After he gave up, others followed the two winners, but Zhou Hao did not expect it to happen. As expected, one of them was bigger and won the bet. The next sentence soon began under the urging of the two winners. Zhou Hao also followed this time. For the unfamiliar gameplay, which was purely by luck, Zhou Hao was not in a hurry. Anyway, now everyone can see that the two winners' luck is better, as long as they don't have big cards in their hands when they are particularly happy. Don't just follow them. After several rounds of following, Zhou Hao's chips did not increase. Instead, it has become 50,000. During this period of time, the cards he got are not big cards, and he is not a good gambling player, and he will not use those who change cards. Skills can only be based on premonition to estimate one's own win or loss. Just when Zhou Hao had no interest in leaving, he actually got a pair of supreme treasures. At this time, he was a little surprised. Is his luck too good? Even if he doesn't play Pai Gao very much, he knows it is one. A huge hand. Basically, he will win this round. Even if the two winners were overjoyed again, Zhou Hao knew that he was going to win and started betting quietly. Even if he had a playful mentality, he would not fail if he could win. And the two guys already I won a lot. There are 5 people left at the table, and everyone else was won by them. After Zhou Hao's bet, the other two winners were naturally not frightened, and they followed their bets. Although both of them were winners, they competed against each other. After 2 rounds of betting, Zhou Hao had 50,000 chips. It wasn't enough. Zhou Hao directly greeted the waiter and asked them to change over 500,000. The two winners didn't really appreciate Zhou Hao. He looked like a gambler in his 20s. He was neither like a rich man nor a rich second generation. But he opened his mouth and asked the waiter to exchange 500,000 yuan. Quite surprising. I can't see that Zhou Hao is still quite rich. For ordinary people, 500,000 is definitely a lot of money. Even professional gamblers who can carry so much money with them are rare. They start to pay attention to it. It seems that Zhou Hao's card should be not small. The bargaining chip on the table in front of them was more than 500,000, and Zhou Hao's eyes were accurate. Zhou Hao got the bargaining chip handed over by the waiter, smiled, and took out 1,000 yuan, stuffed it into the beauty's bra, smiled, and said, "This is for you. If I win, you will give it to me. Good luck." She touched the beautiful waiter's chest as she said, "The girl is actually really pretty." The waiters who work in the casino are all pretty girls. They are usually eaten tofu by customers, but there are really not many rewards for thousands of dollars at a time. Moreover, Zhou Hao is so handsome, even if taken advantage of. Female on the contrary, the waiter was very happy. If it weren't for the public, it would have been postponed. The two winners even felt that Zhou Hao was no ordinary rich, either because he was holding his own card and losing patience. One of them yelled, "Boy, hurry up, or just open the card. It's a waste of time. No, bring enough money to gamble and change chips temporarily." Zhou Hao was not in a hurry and smiled. "Don't worry, I will open the cards right away, but this time you are sure whether you want to play? I exchanged 500,000, not all of the bets, just the same as the previous bets. Make up to 500,000. If you want to follow, we will open the cards." The upper limit of the bet here is 1 million, but it is rare that a card can reach 1 million. Even if it is 500,000, it is rare. After Zhou Hao finished speaking, the people who followed the betting automatically gave up after this round. They believed that Zhou Hao must have a big name, otherwise they would not dare to do so. The two winners were also a bit uncomfortable by Zhou Hao's momentum. They were not people without money, but Zhou Hao's understatement obviously did not put his 500,000 in his eyes, and they were full of confidence. It's enough for people to win money this day. Okay, since you said that, I'll follow you with 500,000. Don't cry when you lose. One of the winners hesitated a bit and decided, and picked out 500,000 of chips in front of him and pushed directly. Enter Tai Chung, and then look at the other winner provocatively. There are only 2 winners in the whole table. There must be a feast between them. Now one of them is challenging the other. Even if he thinks he is not too big, he can't lose face now. This is how gambling is. Sometimes it's luck. Sometimes it also relied on scams, which was to scare the opponent out of following. He estimated his own hand, and he might not encounter a bigger one. Okay, I'm following you too. Now I have to see what good cards you have, so sure, he said, and pushed 500,000 into the middle of the table, so that the 3 people added the gambling capital. It reached 1.5 million, which is a big gamble in the lobby of the casino. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu were both strolling around at other gaming tables. Now, seeing Zhou Hao's gaming table surrounded by a crowd of people, they didn't know what happened. They came over to take a look when they were curious. My boss and the other 2 guys who won their money bet against each other. There are also a few people who watched the excitement around here. The 1.5 million gambling round is really rare. Moreover, the 3 of them don't seem to care so much. It is estimated that after this round, there will be even bigger gambling rounds. The hands are already sweating, and no matter who wins this time, the casino can draw a lot from it. Well, now that everyone is in place to watch, let's start the flop. Don't waste time. Zhou Hao saw the more and more people around him. He didn't want anyone to know his identity, and immediately smiled. The 2 winners are also looking forward to this bet, and nodded together. Let's start. You are so arrogant. If it's not supreme treasure, I will let you lose all. The 2 flopped together, and surprisingly, it is the 2 of them. The cards are actually the same deck of cards. This kind of probability rarely appears in the gambling game, but this time it actually appeared, and indeed only the supreme treasure can suppress them. The audience felt that Zhou Hao had no hope. The 2 of them belonged to the heavenly card. Unless it was supreme treasure, Zhou Hao would not be able to hold it down, and the supreme treasure card might last for a month or 2. There will be no one. They don't believe Zhou Hao is so lucky. In the face of the unbelievable eyes of everyone, the 2 winners were also surprised to meet the same card, and neither of them was a dealer, and neither was bigger than the other. They immediately looked at each other and made up their minds. If Zhou Hao loses, they the 2 can split each other's chips in half. Anyway, there are also 250,000. Zhou Hao smiled and said, your cards are already very big. No wonder you are so confident, but your cards are not the biggest. I heard that supreme treasure can overpower you, and it's not embarrassing. My deck it should be supreme treasure. Zhou Hao said, showing his card. Suddenly there was a sigh. They thought that Zhou Hao must be a good deck, but they didn't think that Zhou Hao really had a supreme treasure. Now the winner of this bet is undoubtedly Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao has won with such a game. 1 million is 2 winners who won a day's money and their gambling capital. You too. If you don't have any opinions, I will take the money. You shouldn't suspect that I have any problems, right? There are authoritative people here. Zhou Hao looked at the 2 of them staring at him, as if very different. Convinced, said to the 2 with a smile, this is the casino opened by He Hong's son, and the credibility must be no problem. When Zhou Hao was about to pick up the opponent's chips, the winner who showed his cards first put his hands on the chips and said in a deep voice, little brother, since you are so proud, I don't know if you are willing to make another one. We lost to your supreme treasure is bad luck. We also recognize it. The other winner hesitated for a while and also followed. You have won a lot today. I don't know if you dare to continue betting with us. If you win again this time, we won't be second with you. The game is over. At this time, everyone could see that the 2 of them were not reconciled at all. Zhou Hao also knew that they were absolutely unhappy when they lost money to himself, and he was never afraid of challenges, and smiled and said, are you still planning to bet against me in Pai Gao? A gambling game without technical content, isn't it boring? Zhou Hao's words are in the middle of the 2 people. Although Pai Gao has technical content, they are not professional gamblers. They rely on luck. And who can say luck well? It's better to change the way to gamble, and you will win more. Listen, Zhou Hao said this. The first winner said, since we won a bet, we will have a bigger one. There is a stud over there. Let's gamble on that. We will win or lose by our own ability. Another winner also echoed. Stud also relies on luck, but it also relies on courage and courage. This gambling method is a big gambling. Relatively speaking, other gambling games are relatively simple. Zhou Hao shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He just wanted the two to take the initiative to bet on something else. Pai Gao is relatively unfamiliar to Zhou Hao, and one game is determined to win or lose. There is no sustainability. His own premonition is limited. Stud is continuous. The gambling method of dealing cards is easier to win. Everyone thought that there was no excitement to watch after their game. They didn't expect that they would continue to gamble. And listening to what they said, the bet must be bigger this time, and they all wanted to go and watch. But this time, because they wanted bet more than 1 million, so you can be eligible to enter the VIP room. Zhou Hao didn't want to be watched by many people. He accepted the croupier's suggestion of meeting in the VIP room. The two winners naturally had no objection. They just wanted to win Zhou Hao's money and win it back. As long as Zhou Hao could bet against them, they would be sure. The meeting agreed, so the three of them entered a VIP room specially prepared for guests playing stud. This time neither party brought anyone in. Zhou Hao did not have a female companion. The two players planned to win money and did not bring a female companion to accompany them. Besides the three, there was only one dealer who was responsible for the cards. The whole room looked extremely quiet. One can only wait for the result and cannot see the process at all. Zhou Hao knew that there must be a monitor in every VIP room, but he was not afraid. He didn't have any cheating behavior. It was completely premonition. With this incomparable ability, he was not afraid of peeping at all. Looking back at the two winners on the opposite side, each after sitting down, the individuals were very calm, and they were obviously people who had seen the world. Are all three of you ready? Do you want to check the cards? Seeing the three of them seated, the croupier took out a deck of cards very responsibly and said with a flash in front of them. Zhou Hao waved his hand and then motioned to the other two people to say, "You can check them. I am very relieved of the credibility of your casino. I will not check it. You two should check it. Don't wait until then to deny the result." The two winners didn't want to check the cards. After all, He Hongsen's name thinks so. People who have nothing to do with them are gambling, and they will certainly not cheat. But now Zhou Hao has said that they have become passive, no matter what they want. If you don't want to check, it will definitely upset the person in charge of the casino. They are all regular customers of this casino, and they naturally know the background of this casino. No matter what, don't let people misunderstand yourself. They shook their heads and waved their hands together. We can trust the credibility of Zhongwang Casino. Just start betting. Well, since you have no opinion on this deck of cards, let's talk about the rules. The deposit for each sentence is 100,000 for playing the game in the VIP room, and it is not capped. You see if it starts. The croupier put the cards on the table. Wash up, and then preach very responsibly. Zhou Hao shook his head and expressed his opinion. In fact, this kind of gambling is not that big. When he was at home, he had won tens of millions. What's more, his current worth, playing such gambling, there is no pressure at all. The two gambled, but because of face. His 100,000 chips were quickly put on the gaming table. Before the two winners entered the VIP room, the service staff had already exchanged their chips. As for how much they did not make a loud noise, the people outside did not know. Zhou Hao didn't know, but Zhou Hao estimated that they should have more than 2 million chips. Three people's 300,000 chips were already placed on the table, and the croupier began to deal with the three houses. Everyone was holding the first card, which is the so-called whole card. Zhou Hao got a 10 of spades and said the big is not the big and the small is not small. If it matches well with the latter, there should be no problem. The other two are not professional gamblers. They will be happy when they get a good card, but now they both see the card. They are all face down. They can't tell whether they got a good card or a bad card. I don't know if they didn't. When it came to a good card, it was because of entering the VIP room and becoming cautious. After the croupier had dealt the three cards, they waited for them to continue to bet. The reason why this type of hand can bet a lot is that every round can be raised. Zhou Hao naturally knew that he immediately threw 10. One went in, and then he got the second 10, so it seemed that Zhou Hao couldn't be a straight flush. Not to be outdone, the other two also followed Zhou Hao to throw cards in. Then the first player was assigned ace, and the second player was assigned a ace of hearts. Bigger than Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao laughed. His 2 tenths, exactly 1, and 1 heart, cut the possibility of a straight flush. Zhou Hao knew the direction of this card in his heart. He threw another 100,000 without hesitation and got the third card. Fortunately, it was another 10, so his card face became 310. In a deck of cards, there can be 3 of the same cards. In fact, it is considered a big card. After all, in the movie, the flush is always the same. The 4 of the same kind of cards, not every hand, an ordinary person can meet. The other 2 were not in a hurry to see that Zhou Hao had 2 10s. Following Zhou Hao, they bet another 100,000. Each of them got a card. Their good luck continued. Zhou Hao broke their hope of a straight flush. The player who got the ace of spades got the ace of hearts. The player who got the ace of spades got the ace of diamonds. In this way, judging from the cards, the 2 are still a little bit bigger than Zhou Hao. No one thought that after 3 cards, their cards were actually a pair. If they compare the cards, it depends on the whole cards in the hand. Zhou Hao laughed. Laughter called again. But this time he was obviously not as lucky as before and did not get the 4th 10, but he got the Q in his hand, and a kind of square Q appeared in his hand. When he got the Q, the face of the player who got the 2 QS changed a little. He already had 2 QS in his hand. If he wanted to win, he would get more QS, but now the QS are in Zhou Hao's hands, so it is impossible for him. There are 4 QS, but he still threw 100,000 in, and finally got a diamond 9, which is considered a small card. The other winner laughed, then threw in 100,000, and got the same cards. In the end, his luck was slightly better, and he actually got another Q. Now the second player doesn't need to follow the next one. He already knows the result. It may be a pair of Q and a pair of 9. Excuse me, brother, I didn't expect that I finally got your Q. You have to cheer. If you can get a 9, there may be hope of turning over. The player who got the Q saw that he broke the card of the previous player. Gleefully smiled. Zhou Hao was not in a hurry. Although his card was the smallest among the 3, the last card was the key, and he threw in 500,000. Since it's all at the end, Zhou Hao will not be soft anyway. The money is also won. Even if you lose, you won't feel distressed. If you get the last 10, you will definitely win. It's a pity that he was not so lucky to get the last 10, but it's not a back. At the critical moment, he got a K. Now his card has become 310 with 2 singles. If the third player's whole card is with a king, Zhou Hao can only recognize bad luck, and if he doesn't have a king in his hand, he will win. The second player didn't know what card Zhou Hao had, but he bet that Zhou Hao didn't have the third 10, and he also threw 500,000. He wanted to see if he could get another 9, but the dealer sent it. When he got an ace, he became depressed, but when he looked at his whole cards, he didn't have a chance. It just looked at the third house and Zhou Hao's whole cards. When Zhou Hao got the king, the face of the third player did not change. However, with Zhou Hao's strength, he could naturally feel the change in his heartbeat. He was obviously a little nervous. Zhou Hao guessed that his whole card should not be king, but he really calmed down. The appearance of gambling outside should be an illusion. In fact, his scheming is quite deep. His third card was the same as the previous 2, and he had no good luck. He got a useless J. If the whole card in his hand is not a K, he has no chance of winning stably. Now the 3 players are looking at the cards. Anyone can win this gambling game, all in the last whole card. Zhou Hao didn't know if he could win, but according to his speculation, the third player should not have a K, otherwise he wouldn't have to be so nervous. Thinking of this, he smiled and asked, 2 of you, how many chips are still in your hands, or what is the maximum stack you can accept? Anyway, it's the last card left. Why don't we pick it up? I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.